Yep.
All right, good morning, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. It's April 10th, 2019. The meeting is being held in Albany, and present in Albany are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Deputy Commissioner Licensing held, Acting General Counsel Furring, and myself, Secretary Donahue. We will be calling items first from Buffalo, then here in Albany, and then after 11:30 in New York, and New York is not yet patched into the meeting. For Buffalo, as your item is called, please approach the podium, state your name for the record, and then we'll proceed. The next meetings of the authority will be May 1st, 15th, and 29th. Those are also in Albany. However, they'll be down on the first floor in the large meeting room rather than up here. Chairman, do you have anything else before we get going?
No.
All right, then. We're going to start in Buffalo, but the first item is 765. Udil Esquivel Guerrero.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Miguel Reyes. I'm the attorney of record for the applicant. The applicant is standing immediately to my right. The applicant is a young man, a very good man. He lives in the city. In fact, he lives in the general area where the store is located, and he has a deep commitment to that area and that neighborhood. He has invested a great deal of money into this store. All proceeds from a settlement of an accident case that he had. We anticipate that his market in the store will be primarily the surrounding neighborhood, with a secondary source being the traffic on Clifford Avenue, which is a main thoroughfare in Rochester, New York. I have looked at the numbers, and the competitors appear to be doing very well. Some of those stores are very, very small, and I believe that my client is a worthy applicant, and I would request that you approve his application.
Why does he want to do a liquor store?
Well, his mobility after the accident is a little bit restricted. He walks on crutches. He has a problem on his left foot, and but he certainly can tend to a counter, and the stocking and so on will be handled by an additional employee.
Members, I do want to update the record. On April 1st, it appears we did receive a letter of objection. It is for the Joshin LLC under Cal's Liquor. It looks like it was recently transferred. And the sum and substance of the opposition is that it's just going to put them at a unfair towards my liquor business, put me at a huge business loss, and directly competing with several liquor businesses. And so that's all we have here.
It should be noted that Cal's Liquor's objection is not accompanied by any statement of his sales or numbers. And that is a rather large liquor store. I am personally familiar with it, and it is at some distance and not likely to be impacted by the target market area.
Well, it's 1.2 miles in a driving community. You think that's some distance?
Yes, that is some distance. You have to go east on Clifford and then south
For 5 minutes.
On Culver. Well, as I indicated before, the primary markets in these for the small stores in Rochester is the area of the surrounding neighborhood. Persons who get in an automobile and go to a liquor store generally go to these very, very large stores like Wegmans or Century 21 Liquor that are massive operations.
And where is Metro Liquor open, the closest store?
Metro Liquor, I'm not sure what the address is.
It's the closest store. It's half a mile away on Clifford Avenue.
There is a store, I apologize, I didn't recognize the name. There is a store 0.6 miles down on Clifford. Again, that is a small store. These small stores.
The question I had is it open? We didn't get any sales numbers. I'm asking you if the store is open.
There is one that is operated by
Well, we did.
We could
Mr.
get sales?
Came at the end of March. Blow it up. It is in reference to this application.
The sales for that particular store have increased from $175,000 in 2015 to $310,000 in 2018. And that is the one store that I indicated to you. That is a very small package store. And as I said, the general service area that they draw their market from is simply the walk-around neighborhood in the area.
Are we ready to vote?
The bulletproof configuration, it's your build out?
He did the build-out, yes.
And why did you choose to do a bulletproof store?
Because it is a challenging neighborhood and a challenging area there, and simply for reasons of safety.
Is the closest store bulletproof?
Yes, it is.
And what about the next closest, Stutson Wine and Spirits? Is that bulletproof?
Which one is that?
Stutson Wine and Spirits on Culver Road,
Stutson
2308.
Is that the one that is known as Culver, or excuse me, as Cal's Liquor?
No.
I am not familiar with that particular store. Cal's Liquor, I do know, is an open floor plan.
Stetson is the second closest store, is 1 mile away, it's 1,800 square feet. They've
I am
submitted
not-
sales numbers.
I am not familiar with the layout of that store. Is that Mr. Fagan's store?
Aye.
Because if it is, that has some very healthy numbers that have grown from a little over $750,000 to, I think he's on pace to go to $1 million this year.
Well, I don't know if it's his store or not, but the store she's talking about went down over 100,000 from the year before. So,
What is the address of that store?
2308 Culver Road. But you ready?
You ready to vote?
We don't have any numbers from Cal's. They wrote a...
I gave you those ones.
They're only 6 months anyway.
Yeah. It just transferred. It's been long established.
Are we ready to vote then?
I am, yes.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Fan?
I really don't see a public convenience in adding another store here. Numbers are showing decreases. There's just a new store issued in 18. It's a bulletproof
Actually,
store.
he bought that store.
Oh, he bought that
Yeah,
store.
but that was been there since '82. Just so the record is clear.
I did represent a client that attempted to buy that store, and I think that has a very high sales numbers. I think it is doing very well.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
You have pretty small square footage footprint for retail, what, about 450 square feet. We didn't get any response from the closest store, or we did, I'm sorry, correct me notes, yes, we did.
No, not from the closest we did.
Okay, so no, so we didn't get a.
We got it from the
response,
fourth closest.
which is
Cal.
Cal's, yeah. But Cal's is like about over 20 blocks away. I don't really think that has an influence in this particular location, so I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'd vote to deny just because I don't see the need for a bulletproof configuration when there's 1.6 miles away. That's, to me, the same neighborhood, but good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item in Buffalo, 769E, Anthony Manor, LLC.
Good morning. I am Erin Anthony, managing member of Anthony Manor LLC.
Husband Dean Anthony, also a member.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I am Erin Anthony of Anthony Manor LLC, managing member. We're here to answer any questions that you may have in regards to our application.
Can you just quickly explain, and I'll let your husband do it since it's about him, just quickly explain what happened on the last application?
I wasn't really clear on the question, and I thought it referred to me having like a DWI or any kind of alcohol-related issues in the past. And I guess the way we read it was wrong. So I talked to an attorney, and he said just take my name off. But then when we went to reapply, I own all the property. It's on my name, not my wife's. We have a 130-acre farm, and we grow a lot of product, and we want to open a small winery. So then we put in the question, and hopefully we explained it.
I'm going to cut you off there because we have a lot of stuff going on. We're ready to vote, yes.
Vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Commissioner Ford,
Good luck. I approve.
you're approved.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Michelle, you don't have anything else in Buffalo, is that correct?
There's no other matter cited in Buffalo.
All right then, so we're all set with that. We're going to move on to Albany. First item in Albany is 647 Top of the Park, LLC.
Barrier.
Stand outside the door.
What are you doing? So this is going to be a little uncomfortable. We're going to ask you just to remain standing.
That's okay.
Is any opposition here? Or are these all your clients?
These are all my
All right. So why don't you put your name on the record and we'll get going.
Thanks. My name is Murray Brower, MURRY, BROWER. I represent Top of the Park.
Could you just note who else is here?
Yes, Bill Benz is here, Robert Gessner is here, Kathy Gessner is here, and her significant other, Kevin Cosgrove.
This matters before the members based on the fact that in 2009, the members have placed a name stop on Mr. Benz.
Which, Mr. Benz?
William.
All right, so the question I had is, he's been working there for a while,
Yes.
and why all of a sudden, I see he didn't buy 30%, he was just gifted 30%?
Correct.
What's that about?
Friendship.
Was he getting a percentage of the profits the whole time?
No, he's a salaried employee.
Which, are you Mr. Ben?
I am.
How were you paid?
I was an employee, salary employee.
And what led to the friendship? What led to this deal happening now? The place has been open for a while.
Right. Well, one of the members decided to go back and be with her mother, and so she's left the state, wanted to withdraw.
That's Kay
Frasco.
Fresco.
Correct.
Could you just step up just a little bit to make sure we get your name?
Yeah.
That's the mic right here.
Oh, I'm sorry. One of the other members, there was litigation involving his interest. That litigation was resolved with him withdrawing, And so that's why we're now seeking to add new members.
And this, Mr. Benz, this isn't anything like the place that you were in before where you had some issues?
No.
What were the issues that he had there, like disorderly stuff? Or?
Yeah. It's not criminal. It's just on the single cell minor. That's the.
Oh, so it was just basically a surrender that we canceled.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, what it was before the members at the time they made the determination was there. Not really clear why. Name stuff was put on.
Well, what's the name of this place? Is it Top of the Lake or Top of the Park?
Top of the Park LLC.
So what's Top of the Lake that you all work at? Oh, or is that a typo we have?
That's the business name.
Oh, that's the corporate name? All right.
Brother
I don't have anything
BDA.
else.
Excuse me.
Ready to vote then?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan.
I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well.
So do I. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Next item will be 649, Lance Peterson. We're just waiting for them to come in from the lobby.
How you doing?
Good morning.
So this is going to be a little awkward, so we're just going to ask you to stand there. This is a microphone so that we can hear, so everybody can hear you.
Just step up. Just
Yes, sir.
And if you could just put your name on the record.
Lance Peterson.
And Donald, there was no opposition out there?
They haven't signed in.
Okay. So why don't you tell us why you want to open a liquor store?
We'll have a short statement here,
Oh yeah, go ahead.
if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay. I'm Lance Peterson, applicant for a liquor store located at 423 Riverside Drive in the Village of Clayton. I will skip down, gentlemen, so I don't tie up a lot of your time. I know you have a busy day.
Appreciate that.
But basically, the Clayton has had two liquor stores. The first liquor store was in the early 30s. There's currently only one liquor store in the village now. Clayton has experienced a tremendous growth in recent years, including a 104-room, 4-star hotel, 44 transient dock slips, and 40-day docks in a large mixed-use building with 10 upscale apartments and 2 retail stops and a restaurant, all in the downtown area. So it is just, I believe there's a big need for that, for another liquor store. Like as I said, there's been one there since the 30s to, I believe, 2004, and I think there's a good need for that.
And how far are you from the one that's there now?
The one there now is probably 5 blocks south of where I'm located.
How many people are in this village?
About 4.
Oh, so you're right on the lake. Okay.
Right, yes, sir. Right on
So
the.
it's a tourist
Yes, it
destination.
is. Yes, it is.
And you own the restaurant next door?
I do.
What kind of restaurant is that?
It's a pub.
Okay. Any questions?
No, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Protest came from the store Bay Spirits. It's like 11 miles away, which doesn't even count up there so far. I'll vote for you as well.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Thank you.
Next item is 723, Susan Sagno.
They requested a German here. Is that what they read? The German? I might read you something that's outdated.
I think.
No, they're requesting the adjournment of the disciplinary hearing.
Oh, okay. So,
They requested adjournment, then they submitted the order.
No,
How you doing? How's your wife doing?
much better.
Good.
Radiation, it seems to have worked.
Good. You want to put your name on the record just so we have it?
Richard L. Wolf, attorney in Utica.
What are they doing to try to fix the
I think they
issues
have.
they're having?
I don't think there have been any occurrences since the date of, I think, the June 18th letter.
So there's no more fights going on, or
That's the information I have, and they're working very hard to avoid any repetition of what's happened before.
and they have licensed security guards now?
I believe they do, yes.
Okay.
Could you make sure they do?
Yeah, I am sure.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
I'll accept too.
There's no-
3,500.
There's no other miles, we'll issue the renewal.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
You'll get a letter in the mail with the payment instructions.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Stay, gentlemen.
Thank you.
The next item is 676, BYBZ 211 Inc.
Good morning, board members.
Maureen?
Can you just state your name, please?
My name is Felicio Njarai. I'm the owner of Vibe 211 Inc., located at 360 Route 211, Middletown, New York. I'm here to answer any questions or concerns you might have about the location, terms of my application.
You know anything about the previous owner or any relationship?
Just an acquaintance, because I used to be a customer there before things went south. From my knowledge, he was an absentee owner, wasn't really on site because he lives in Georgia. And he hired a person to run his bars, really, to be honest with you.
Didn't do a good job.
No, that's why all these incidents occurred.
And you applied in 2017 and withdrew. Why'd you withdraw?
He no longer wanted to sell the business. He decided he wanted to keep the business, and I had a business partner at the time, and he decided to just give it back his business.
And then we, a year later, canceled it.
Yes.
So you don't have any contact with him now?
No, he's not a friend of mine. He's not a person I associate with.
I mean, it looks like a nice place. Surprised that, is this what you've done to it, or this is just?
That's what he had there. What I've done to it is I've changed the paint.
Yeah.
Cosmetics-wise, I've changed the entire environment inside.
Pool
Got
table
rid of the
still there?
banners. Still got one pool table.
All right.
Thinking about bringing back one, but I went to one pool table because I want to do a pool league. So what he was targeting is going to be different than what I'm targeting. I want to go more short people like myself, because I do like to go out with my wife and go to a nice place, have some drinks, play a jukebox.
Yeah.
There isn't a place like that where I live. There are bars, but they're not a place you would take your wife.
Take your wife on a date.
Yeah, it's not. It's a whole other world. The guys can hang out anywhere, to be honest. But it's totally different. What I'm targeting is a different market. I'm going to have 25, minimum 25 to get in. Some nights I'm going to have 30. Do a dress code, strictly enforced. There's no excuse about it. No hoodies, no banners, none of these things. Pants below your waist, so it's not going to be a scene like that.
And what are the hours?
During the weekday, it's going to be 4 to 12. Weekdays meaning from Monday to Thursday. Friday, including Sunday. Saturday is going to be from 4 to 3 o'clock. Last call for liquor will be at 2 o'clock.
And I see you have no security and no manager.
There is a bar manager. I'm working on that. There is a bar manager.
So you're going to keep him? Or
No,
her?
Her, yeah. She used to work there, but she works at different bars in the area. She's experienced. I'm going to have 2 bartenders that are experienced in the area that knows the patrons. One of the things, like I said, I like to go out and hang out, but at the same time, I'm a family man. I like to be safe. One of the things I would not do, is it will compromise my character, is allow patrons to carry on badly or being overserved. I will not overserve any of my customers. I don't want to make money that way. Security-wise, the crowd I'm going to invite, these are friends of mine. These are people I have conversation when I go to local restaurants. So it's a more different crowd, more mature crowd.
I believe you. It's just you don't appear to have any experience in the business, and which isn't necessarily going to stop you from opening one. But the place you're taking over was a pretty bad place.
like I said, it's about the character of the people, the management, what they target, what they allow to happen there.
I'd feel better if there was a security guard there on weekends. Can you do
I
that?
could definitely do that. And I do have, I'm not hiring one to say I'm hiring what this application requires. And there are security companies I know, there are folks I know that have licenses and stuff like that. So that's something I could definitely do for you tomorrow.
You just have to make sure you put that on your paperwork with us.
Yeah, I could definitely modify that, get their security number and stuff like that. So there are folks I know, it's just I didn't put an application because I didn't want, it's...
I think I'd be comfortable with you having a security guard at least for like a year or so, see how things work out. Then if you don't have any issues, then you can come back and ask us to relieve you of that.
I could definitely do that. That's not a problem.
All right, I'm ready.
Commissioner Fan?
With hours, Sunday to Thursday, 4 to midnight. Friday, Saturday, 4 to 3 a.m. 1 or 2 security guards? One security guard Friday, Saturday. Recorded music, DJ, karaoke, jukebox, no dancing.
No dancing, correct.
I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford. And so you talk about recorded music. You're not talking about that kind of stuff.
No. There's to be clear about the music. It's there's no gangster music. There's no trap music. There's no music like that. I'm more into the light music. I like hip hop. I like R&B. I like soul music. I like country music. So those are the types of music, not the music that will bring in the wrong crowd.
Okay.
Because I'm not in business. Everybody's in business to make money. To be honest, I'm not in business to make money in that way.
Okay, good. So, all right, I'm agreeable to it in the same terms as Commissioner Fan, and that you come back in a year and ask to be relieved of the security guard.
Okay.
I'm just going to add to that: no promoters and no live music. And then I'll vote to approve as well.
Commissioner Fan?
Can I ask a question? Live music, you mean like bands?
Yeah. What do you? Why? What part of that didn't you understand?
No. The reason why there are places in the area that have like country singers come in or something like that with a guitar and they sing. That's
live music.
But
Yeah.
that's live to a small degree compared.
Well,
to...
if you want live, you didn't ask for live. If you want but if you want that, I can give you that, but it has to be only acoustic.
Okay.
Do you want that?
No, that's something I would probably think about later.
Then come back. You have to come back.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford and Commissioner Fan, with those amendments, you're okay?
Yes, no license.
All right. You approve it.
And no promoters. All right. Good luck.
Yes, no promoters. Thank you very much.
The next item, 648, Harrison Wine and Liquor, LLC.
You guys get these maps I sent?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did.
Whatever it worked. I just...
Good morning.
Morning.
Those are microphones.
I will.
Can you state your name, please?
Yes, I'm Nathan Race. I'm a member of Harrison Wine and Liquor LLC. I'm here to answer any questions you may have over our application.
How do you know all your partners here?
We are friends and business partners in other businesses that we have.
Like what?
Well, we have different ones. Some of us own 2 different hotels. We also have an insurance company. And then we have our own stage up, as we'll call it.
Because the Monettes have had some licenses, and
They have several. They've
had some serious sales to minor issues. What are you doing to combat that at the liquor store?
Well, we have a policy in place that if you do sell to a minor, you'll be fired on the spot, so that's a deterrent. We also have training that will be ongoing, and I believe they have done the same because they've had more recent licenses granted to them after they put that into place. They have several licenses.
Why a liquor store and why here?
Why a liquor store? Because we live in a community that for a very long time had at least 2, maybe more liquor stores, and over the last 10 plus years we only have one, and we believe it would be a convenience and a benefit to consumers to have another option, both for selection, price, and location. Right now, they take it or leave it.
And they're on the east end of town, and you'd be on the west end of town.
Would be.
I'm sorry, they're on the west, you'd be on the east end of town.
Correct. And we are on a different, we'd be on Route 11, which is the opening thoroughfare coming in from the east, and they're at the completely opposite end of town.
Has the population moved at all in Malone in the last 10 years that you're aware of?
Sad to say no.
It's not going down though, it's pretty stagnant, is it?
Our population is stagnant, or steady, we'll call it, for a better term,
Right.
but we're pushing very hard for tourism. So we have a beautiful 2 golf courses, we have a ski mountain, and beautiful lakes, and that's the goal of the community and our group in particular.
You're located right next to Franklin Fairgrounds.
Across the street, yes.
And are you running this place? Who's running it?
One of our members, Craig Levine, would be the manager of it.
Ready to vote then?
Yeah.
Commissioner Fan?
The closest store is doing healthy numbers. The next store is more than 10 miles, close to 10 miles away. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
As I've said, you're next to the Franklin County Fairgrounds, which, during the summer definitely gets some traffic there.
Sure does.
So I don't see any reason why a community of 15,000,
About 15,000.
census doesn't deserve to be served by 2 stores at the opposite ends of town. So I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve on the same grounds, except that I'm going to require that all the employees and managers take ATAP, which is an alcohol training awareness program.
I agree with that.
I'll second that too.
And that's only because of the sales to minor issues that the Monettes have had in the past. Good luck.
So, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, the next item then is 632, Salita LLC.
The address. Oh, what's it?
Is the applicant Mr. Bader?
Yes, to my right.
Okay.
Is there any opposition out there, Donald? Okay. We're going to let the opposition go. Why don't you put your name on the record first? I'm sorry.
Michael Carota for Salita LLC, Mr. Bader.
And then
Fred Bader.
And then
Christopher Laviano and Luciano Wine and Liquor.
Okay, why don't you tell us what you want to tell us first, and then we let you guys go. There's a microphone right
here. We were just licensed in December 1st. We opened up, so we've been open up for about 4 months now. The town at this point, this will be the 7th location within the town of Guilderland. Within 3 miles, it will be the 9th location. I just don't feel like the sales in the surrounding areas are going to sustain another store at this point. I'm not sure. I know there's another store that did object for it, but I'm not sure what their sales are on it. And, with us being new, I don't feel like the new wine and liquor store will obviously offer anything that we don't already offer or can't already offer the town and residents and community.
Is Albany Wine and Spirits open on Colvin?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Colvin,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the president of the association. Yep, he's open.
He didn't send us any response for sales.
I think there was Westmere and then myself for the objection.
Yes, but everybody's supposed to respond to the sales letter, and they didn't.
Pretty far away too. So.
Yeah, closest to this one would be.
I'm working on getting this thing working.
I mean, there's
Empire.
within 3 miles. There's Empire Wine and Liquor. There's BJ's. There's myself. There's Guilderland. There's 20 Mall.
Now, wasn't there a store in here?
There was a store within Saks and Plaza.
And when you opened yours, was it there?
No.
We
How-
had applied for our license by that time.
You had?
We applied the end of September.
Okay.
It was, I believe, the store that was there has been closed just under a year now. I guess the original owner had some dementia issues, and they closed down the store, so it wasn't a sale. They just, it was just easier for that strategically to close
50
it down.
years the store was there.
Right.
And also in Crossgates, there was the local wine that was there with all the other stores.
All right, let me just finish with him, and then we'll get you guys. And when you say that there's nothing they could provide that you don't, do you do tastings?
Oh, absolutely.
Delivery?
We do multiple tastings on a weekly basis. We're rolling out deliveries locally. We're rolling out, yes, all that.
Do you do any internet sales or no?
We have not started shipping. I am the only one within the town that has a website that you can actually place an order online, pick up in store, and have a convenience so they can walk out and you can, bring it right to them. We also specialize in having a lot of New York State products and high-end products.
Okay.
We try to be niche with our products in the store.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Afternoon or morning, sorry. Mike Rhoda for the applicant. Just to put it in perspective, admittedly he did not open until December. Again, I don't know if he would have any useful sales figures for that store given the timing of this hearing. I will note that his license, Westmere, the other person who filed objection here, who's not present, is at 18 Western Ave. Luciano's is opened up in 1871. Apparently, the numbers sustain that. Luciano's application as well. This store at Stuyvesant Plaza, there's been a liquor store in that plaza for over 50 years. The landlord has expressed that there is a void for that. That's why they are very pro approval of this application. That it's a niche to their high-end shopping plaza. It's a destination. It's a completely different demographic. People that are there shopping that want to stop. There's also a bunch of offices there, so it's a convenient location for a lot of people that work there as well as shop in that shopping plaza.
When did it close?
I think it was April of last year. It's been just quite a year.
And who are you, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Manager.
Oh, you're the manager?
She's going to be helping to manage. She has a lot of experience in the wine and alcohol industry.
What's your experience?
I worked for Chateau Lafayette Renault for 5 years. It's at Finger Lakes, New York State lines.
There's a couple of mistakes here on our paperwork too. The closest store, it's not 1475, it's 1225. And the third closest store, which has 1475 as well, which is the address of the applicant, that's 440, not 1475.
Oh, yeah, it looks like somebody cut and pasted. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
I would also note, in addition to their experience, they are dedicating over 158 SKUs to New York State products. They will carry cider only from New York State, no out-of-state ciders within the store. I will note that the two objectors, Luciano's and Westmere, are sort of on the highway divide of Western Avenue. So, you're either going to go left or right. It's sort of a major intersection that people, at least myself, I don't like to cross if I don't have to. So, generally people are either going to go left or they're going to go right off that highway and try to avoid crossing that just to go to a liquor store. So I believe that this would serve a completely different demographic, especially given the size and nature of the shopping plaza and the history, the 50-year plus history that there has been a store in this exact space within the plaza.
Why do you want to do a liquor store?
Well, I've done a number of businesses over my lifetime, and I looked at it. I said, this is something I've always wanted to do, was to open a retail store, and I feel I've got a better success ratio opening a niche store rather than just, let's say, a convenience store.
You're opening, your location is at that row of stores, I think TGI Fridays is one end and you're always.
So right next to Circles, we're catty corner where the tower is right here. Yeah. The store is right there. That's the store that's always been there.
Okay. It's the same exact location?
Yes.
Yeah.
The wine cellar. So even when he says that there was wine stores, there's a lot that's always been there. That store itself. Mm-hmm. There was 9 stores always there. 2 have closed. Guilderland is also one that's closing down, from what I know. 20 Mall is there, but there's quite a few stores there that are not there anymore.
Okay, Tom.
We're ready to vote then.
Yes.
Commissioner Fan.
All the stores around the area are showing increases. This is filling a store that closed down, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
Well, you're replacing a store that was there. I think the protest from Westmere and Luciano, I remember when you guys applied. Luciano and Westmere, you guys are more competitors for each other. You're just a stone's throw from each other. So, yeah. So I just think that I'm familiar with Stuyvesant Plaza very much so, and I know what a freaking busy place it is. So I just can't imagine that it's not public convenience and advantage to have a store there. So I'm going to vote to approve as well.
I'll vote to approve on the same grounds as Commissioner Ford. Stuyvesant Plaza is a big shopping plaza. There's been a store there for 50 years, and it's also in the back of the shopping plaza. So I really think the only people that are going to come to this store are people that are shopping at Stuyvesant Plaza, which is going to mean there is a convenience.
Exactly, that's my point. Like, you're not going to drive in to Stuyvesant Plaza just to get a bottle of wine when you're right on the highway down the street. I think you're already going there for something else.
Thank you.
So,
all right, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Next item, we have two related items, 769G and 769H. Small Brewing Company. Good, how are you?
Do I have that?
You, G and H? G and
Yes.
H. Just step up and then name on the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Mastin Sansom. I'm attorney for Schmaltz Brewing Company. I'm here with the proprietor, Jeremy Cowan. There is a disciplinary proceeding here. We've had some negotiations with counsel's office. However, we did not arrive at a conditional no contest plea. We pleaded no contest, and thank you for the opportunity to further discuss disposition.
Who are the ladies?
I'm sorry.
I'm Jessica Glass. I'm counsel for Double Cut LLC, which is the sub-landlord and also has been conditionally approved for a microbrewer's license when the licenses for existing schmaltz are surrendered.
So to make a long story short, they bought his brewery, and they can't move into it yet because this case is going on. He's going to contract brew with them after he's done. Did I get that correct? Yes. Okay. So they don't really have anything to do with this case other than the fact that they want to move into the brewery.
I understand. And you are?
This is Val Lang. She is of Double Cut's head of finance, legal compliance, and HR.
So they weren't part of any of this stuff.
So yeah, this is part of a larger transaction, as the chairman just summed up nicely. And there also are other applications that are pending that were submitted for reconsideration that are kind of all part of this transition. And a very important part of it all is that the employees would be able to remain employed throughout this whole process if the pending licenses are approved. And Mr. Cowan is able to surrender his license, then Double Cut, Single Cut will move in, and all the employees can remain employed.
Contingent on the new licenses, new applications being approved? Is that what you're asking?
If possible,
no, we don't do that.
No, we don't do that, but the reconsideration was granted by the chairman, and there's still the
It still has to
documentation
come to the
you can
board.
Correct.
But I mean, part of it is, I kind of question, I don't know what's going on here, simply because we could actually cancel the license right now.
Correct.
And this isn't a minor thing that happened here, in my view. I don't know what their view is, but the corporate changes to me are a big deal.
Right. So what happened there? I mean, quite frankly, all of this was absolutely unintentional. My client, it was quite frankly carelessness and oversight and things like that. There was no intent whatsoever. There was a misunderstanding of the law and what was required. That investors with less than, the new investors have less than 4%. Some only.
Well, then that seems to be either misrepresented or unknown, because the information that we got regarding what those investors' shares were indicates on the charges that he still owns 90.76%. Then on the application, it says that he owns a different percentage.
Correct, and I'll let Mr. Cowan explain how that.
Well, this is why this is a big deal. We can't have, particularly manufacturers, manufacturing anything when we don't know who owns them. I mean, that's the whole reason we do all this.
Understood.
Now, whether it's oversight, incompetence, or on purpose, I mean, this is. It seems not to have happened once. It happened multiple times. I don't get it.
Yeah, I think I can.
Okay.
I can go tell you a little bit more. I just want to be clear with everybody that I take this absolutely seriously. I'm the owner of the company. We have invested over the years, as I submitted in some additional paperwork, in compliance. That we've invested in OSHA, we've invested in chem training, we've invested in actual label registration compliance software that's federally respected. It just so happens that in New York, the label part of it is you still mail it in. But as far as the ownership goes, I completely understand now, after the last few months, what the rules are. But I personally had hired a professional, a general manager, who is in his fourth brewery in New York State with 25 years of experience. And he filled out the paperwork originally. And I think it's also a level of complication. It was actually not, and not to contradict Maston, but just to clarify, the general manager that I had did not know, and to this day, I just talked to him 2 weeks ago, does not realize you're supposed to do a change of ownership if there are fewer than 10 people, and if those people own the percentage of ownership that is outlined in the regulations. What happened very specifically was that I did own 100% of the company when we opened the brewery originally in Coney Island. That brewery was washed away in Sandy, and the SLA, as we submitted in our documents, was incredibly helpful and very understanding and helped us move that license with a removal to Clifton Park. At that time, I still owned 100% of the company to build the brewery in Clifton Park and to be able to employ the 20 people that we employed. I had to take out a loan with the SBA and the NYBDC. That loan needed equity from additional investors that I didn't have. And so we moved the license, and you'll see from the paperwork that we submitted on that license, I did own 100%. So when we went into Clifton Park in 2013, I apologize. My general manager didn't know later that we were supposed to change it, but at the time, we were not misrepresenting. And I want to be very clear, we have never purposefully misrepresented on any of this documentation. The minute I heard that there was a problem, Jackie and Peter's office said, hey, there seems to be a contradiction here. I can assure you one of the forms that was turned in was a PDF that was typed up online and saved as a PDF. And when our compliance coordinator saved it, he had the wrong number. He had 81%. I will apologize for myself when the 92.5% came, because up to that point, you can see our investors all had like 0.05 to 1%, except for Mr. Blatz and Mr. Myers. When they signed the second round of investors, again, when the new investors signed the, so we submitted.
So what year did you start taking investors?
2013, after we got our license.
And that was because you needed to SBA. So what happened in 2016 that you took more?
The business was doing very poorly, and the reason that I sold the brewery last year was because our loans with the SBA and with the Boston Spa National Bank were not going to be able to get repaid if I didn't sell the business. And I tried to sell the business to a wonderful craft brewery that's in the same industry, that's New York based. That was one of the big agreements was that they would keep on as many of the staff or all of the staff, which has been the plan all along. They've taken advantage of this wonderful.
But that doesn't answer the question. Why did you take? If you're trying to sell a business, why are you adding stockholders?
That was before. I added stockholders in 2016.
Right, why?
In an attempt to salvage the business that would have gone out. I didn't sell the business until 18. So in 16, I tried one last time. We brought in, we were brewing for other New York State brewers, multiple New York State brewers making high quality, great craft beer for them. And again, on the forms, I reread the forms and I'm looking at the forms that we submitted, and you'll see that it says specifically if there has been a change in principles. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have known, and I'm not saying it's okay, and I'm not saying I don't take it seriously. But the minute Robert Benedetto told me, and the minute Peter and Jackie told me, we jumped on fixing this.
Well, of course you did. Anyone would hope that you would, but that doesn't. I can guarantee you, if you didn't, you would have been shut down 2 days later. So, and then what happened with the? Did you brand label anything? Because it looks like it was going on for months.
So the brand label that is showing right there is because my compliance guy last year mailed in the renewals, and the office doesn't seem to have gotten it. So when we were informed when we started this process that the renewals were not submitted, my new compliance coordinator submitted those immediately.
Every one of these is a renewal?
There's maybe some that are new. I believe that some of the brands were newer.
The ones are registered that there was.
You know, and whether we get it or not, you know, there's a way you can see whether you're actually registered as a brand.
Yes, and we follow that now every day. And we've.
So did you have a compliance officer or not?
Yes, I had.
So nobody was doing that before?
I thought he was doing it. He was a well-paid employee living in Clifton Park who had 75% of his health insurance covered by our company, and he assured me, and he said he would be willing to sign whatever we want. That he did mail in the renewal, that he did submit the paperwork as he thought we were supposed to.
But whether he did or he didn't, it wasn't registered because it wasn't on the internet. That's what I'm saying. Did he check to see if the stuff was registered?
Well, yeah, that was. I mean, I can't answer. Obviously, we've made some mistakes. The company made some mistakes, but also some of that is that the names are a little bit different in QuickBooks than they are in the filing. So, for instance, there's a beer called Death of a Contract Brewer, and that beer was registered, but the name, when it came up in QuickBooks, is just called Death. It's shorter. There's some complications between brand name and fanciful name. And I just want to be clear, all of these had COLAs. None of them had wrong processes. There was nothing that was found to be improper about the actual registrations.
But so all these dates, assuming the renewals, you sent all of these in at different times and we got none of them?
No, that was all from one. The new ones that Ms. O'Donnell added are from the renewal. The original ones that Mr. Benedetto and I went over are from a letter that was the submittals that were put in December. And of the entire list, there's actually only one beer that we discovered had not been mailed in. That's the Alphabet City beer. Everything else had been mailed in, and we are. I know it's hard to look at something like that. I assure you, we are trying so hard to follow. I've reread the instructions. I've reread the paperwork we put in. I paid these people, and I tried myself as best as possible to salvage this company. I've been through a lot in the last year, and what we really want to make sure is that Single Cut can get their license, that the people that I'm maintaining their in an employment can maintain their jobs, and that the penalties are in line with our reality of being a small crowd.
Well, I mean that. The penalties are the penalties. I mean, we don't. Our job here is to make sure that the people are following the law, whether through ignorance or obviously if it was intentional, you wouldn't be operating because we wouldn't have offered you anything. We would have just taken the license or tried to. Can you step out for a minute? I think we need to talk to council. Donald, can you just take them out in the hall for a sec? So, what I'm not following here is why don't you have another application pending.
That's correct.
Why are we even having this discussion? Why aren't we canceling and letting them go on?
Because if it's canceled right now and those applications aren't granted for a while, then Schmaltz cannot continue. Is there an employment issue with that
Yeah, we
scenario?
have 10
as well?
employees right now, and we can't do business with our wholesaler. T. Crescenti just purchased the rights from Saratoga Eagle.
So how much beer do you have? I'm assuming you're not brewing now.
We've just got our current inventory.
So which is how much?
About 2 or 3 weeks of inventory. But
Because the minute your other license is approved, in fact, the minute their license is approved, he has to turn the other one in.
If he has to surrender his license, which is for the two manufacturing, and it will also terminate the permit for your branch office. So.
Which means you can't sell. The brand labels go as well, right?
Right, the brand labels all will be.
So this
deactivated.
idea that you're going to be up for 2 months, the minute, obviously, we're going to try to get them operating as quickly as possible, I think, is not accurate.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
I think if they're conditionally approved already, the only thing lacking is the fact that you're still there. Once this is cleared up, you're going to be expected under their agreement, I'm assuming, to hand in your license, which means you can't operate anymore. Your brand label stuff goes out the door at that point. You can't sell beer, and your brewery you don't have anymore, and then they have a branch office that's closed too.
Right, so our original understanding when we applied in October was that we would be able to, at least our maybe misunderstanding was that we would be able to finish up getting the new applications done, and that we would swap them out, and then this came up.
No, but what I'm saying is, in order for them to start operating, you have to hand us that license that you have right now.
Right, and so
which means you're out of business.
Right.
For that period of time, at least.
Correct.
So this idea that you're going to be able to continue to sell beer, I'm assuming once this is settled, their lawyers are going to come to you and say, all right, you better do what you're going to do or we're going to sue you.
That's already happened.
And get some type of injunctive relief to make you surrender your license, or they're going to walk away from the deal, one or the other. And I don't know, so how are you going to operate while your other license is pending? You can't.
Because the idea was the other application was going to be already done.
But from what I'm hearing, it's not done.
The reconsideration was granted by you.
Right.
Because we disapproved it on some of the facts that you brought up. We have to go back into the application. We have to review it and we make sure we have all the components. We need to know all the people, no more moving parts.
Yeah.
We'd have to get all,
So you're
receive
looking
all
at-
documentation.
The next board hearing, which is going to have to go to a board hearing, is 3 weeks away, and that's if you can get it.
Yeah.
All right. That's why I'm wondering, why aren't you just taking the cancellation and saving money?
Well, it was considered, obviously. Ideally, cancellation wouldn't occur until the new licenses are hopefully approved.
Yeah, but I'm going to make sure they're the ones getting screwed here. And I'm going to make sure that they are open as quickly as possible once this is done. So that means you're going to have to surrender what you have, assuming we don't cancel you now.
What you're saying, and being the secretary of the board for the past 10 years or more, board members have never made it conditioned upon the approval of something else.
Understood.
All right?
Yeah.
Or they're not going to hold the cancellation or bang, it's conditioned upon.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's what he was asking.
But I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're not going to get licensed either. So we don't do that either. So
Well, may I ask, would you be amenable to, if cancellation is on the board and being considered as a penalty, would that be able to be take effect in at a later date? In 10 days, 2 weeks.
They're how long have you
been
waiting?
That's the question.
We closed a year ago.
I mean,
conditionally approved.
We were conditionally approved in October. We have done a lot to work with the circumstances that we're in, and if there was something reasonable, I think that we would consider it. But we really need to get up and running. I guess the question is how quickly.
You're planning on operating here, putting this aside. That's a big putting aside, but putting it aside. You're planning on operating here as a tenant brewer.
Correct.
And you have an agreement in place?
We have an AP agreement that takes effect once his licenses are issued.
He's getting a new license.
I have a legal question. Can we take another?
Sure.
I have legal.
Okay.
We're,
Yeah, okay. Donald, sorry. And part of this is I've never experienced this before.
all right, we're back on the record after a conference on legal matter with counsel.
Sorry to keep asking you guys to walk in and out.
No,
This is-
good exercise.
We're trying to figure this out.
It's not easy.
Very
sure.
It's been pretty unique for all of us.
Where are you guys located originally?
Single Cut has a brewery in Queens, but it's a separate entity from Double
Oh,
Cut,
this is
which
gonna-
is different ownership.
okay.
It's it's
Oh, different ownership.
It is. So yeah, there's additional members in Single Cut that are not part of.
And you're going to brew up here.
We're going to brew up here. We're going to contract brew for Double Cut. I'm sorry, for Single Cut. Ultimately,
And then he's still going to be brewing what he brews.
a tenant brewer. Yes.
Okay.
Under an alternate proprietorship, which has been approved by the TTB, and we've submitted the AP agreement.
Okay. All right. I think we're ready.
Commissioner Pham?
50,000.
Wait, so we're going to do G first.
No, we're doing them both together.
No, together.
I don't
Well,
care.
they're two different licensees.
Well, you can break it up any way you want.
Yeah, you can.
We'll do half on one and half on the other.
That's fine.
All right, go ahead.
On the two
Commissioner
matters, I would do an aggregate of 50,000.
That's where I'm at too.
I was a lot higher, but I'll do the 50,000. And then what do we need to do to get them open?
To get them open?
Yeah.
He needs to
Pay.
tender his certificates.
Okay, so I would suggest. I mean, that's going to be in the mail, obviously, within a week. But I would.
Can I raise one more point just
Yep.
for consideration? One of the things, if he, would this involve any cancellation or mandated by you or anything like that?
No, well, we can, but you didn't ask for, you didn't offer that, so I'm assuming you want a monetary fine.
One of the things that I'm most concerned about is my staff. They're all going to leave if we have to close. But if we knew, because we worked really, really hard, and Jackie and Peter gave us very specific direction, and I ended up having to hire Maston's firm so that we could be as confident as possible that the documents that were turned in for the new license were absolutely correct to what was asked and is in compliance. If there were some window that we knew that's not contingent, we're not saying there's any contingency, but it would be, maybe I could just pay my staff and furlough them essentially, but paid, because quite honestly, $50,000 I know is a lot less than it could be, and I understand that that's a significant compromise, and I'm grateful for that, and I really appreciate you guys considering that.
But I'm not following what you want.
But what I'm saying is, if it would reduce the fine and we closed for 2 weeks or 10 days, so that licensing could finish what they need to do.
So that's you closing for 10 days is not going to help licensing do
Mine
anything.
is getting to the application on reconsideration, and obviously you're looking to be put ahead because on reconsideration we restart the clock. So we're going to be putting you ahead of the other 700 applications I have that are overdue. That would be up to you, and then.
But
would you
we're-
want
yeah,
to
but
see
I don't-
this
I mean,
back?
what?
You don't want, if based on a civil fine, you're not going to want to see the new applications, correct?
No.
I think what my client's trying to say is that he would, to help minimize the fine, the monetary fine, is that he would cancel, go out of business for a couple of weeks, but continue to pay his employees in exchange essentially for a lesser monetary fine.
No, we're going to stick with this because it should have been higher in my view anyway. So we're going to go with this. We're going to try to get you guys open as quickly as possible. So move his reconsideration up.
We'll move it up. Just have to be responsive.
And so ideally it would be on the next board meeting. I can't guarantee that. Oh no, we don't even need it.
Just-
Yeah,
you
so
don't need it
hopefully it
for-
would even be before that. So and we'll go from there. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
As he said, should have been a whole lot higher.
Thank you.
All right. The next item is 716, Dukin Inc.
716?
716.
Oh, I got it.
Can you step up here, put your name on the record?
Good morning, Zachary Benjamin, attorney for Dukin Inc. I'm here with Lawrence Eppolito. He's the principal of Dukin Inc.
So, Mr. Eppolito, you dissolved your corporation?
If you don't mind, I can speak to that. The corporation was dissolved by the state with unbeknownst to Mr. Eppolito. He doesn't recall ever receiving any notification that it happened.
Why? No, why was it dissolved? Did they ever?
They did not tell us. We assume it's for failure to file the franchise tax, but we don't know for sure.
Oh, so there's no even lien or anything.
There's no lien. Everything has been cleared up. Since we learned of this, which came from the Liquor Authority, we took all the necessary steps to reinstate the corporation, paid all the back taxes, filed all the back tax returns. Mr. Eppolito has engaged a CPA firm to continue doing that going forward. He is in good standing with the state. We annulled the dissolution, and that was effective in February of this year. We have the filing, which has been submitted to the State Liquor Authority as well, to confirm that that has all been resolved. So Mr. Eppolito, at great expense, has taken all the steps necessary to get the corporation back in good standing.
All right, I'll accept.
I'll accept 2,500.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
And the next item is 721, Cooperstown Distillery, LLC.
Say the number again, Tom.
721.
You again. Yes, yeah. Long time no see.
So what happened here?
Again, I'm Aston Sansom. I'm representing Cooperstown Distillery here. I'd like to introduce Eugene Mara. He is a principal on the license. Also, we have Dara Boland, as well as Jeffrey Gentry. They are not yet on the license. We have submitted a corporate change, which is currently in process and pending resolution of this case here. So what happened was, and actually, Mr. Mara, I can let you, feel free to jump in if you'd like, but there was essentially there was product that was purchased that was stored incorrectly, as well as an individual was added by a corporate change. Well, it was eventually added by a corporate change. However, that individual made some purchases and exercised some rights under the license prior to approval of the corporate change. Hence that first availing charge. But the other issues were really the purchase of product that was from an unlicensed entity. However,
What, in bulk?
Yeah, yes, with bulk stuff. And then it was stored. They were made.
They're licensed in another state, or were they just unlicensed?
No, they were licensed. It was interstate.
What state are they licensed in?
They're in the New York State.
Dutch Spirits? You talking about Dutch Spirits?
Yeah, they're not licensed by us.
Yeah, Mr. Schlein is not licensed by anybody.
No, I'm referring to Black Dirt Distilling.
Oh, he bought it. Black Dirt bought it from Schlein, and you bought it from Black Dirt.
We bought it from Black Dirt, we thought, but Mr. Schlein conveyed it.
Oh, so Black Dirt sold it to him.
Black Dirt actually sold it to us. We got a transfer and bond, which was a TTV official document. We did everything.
Well, then how did Schlein get involved in it?
It's a very convoluted story, but in a nutshell, it was his grain that he sold to Black Dirt to make the bourbon. And then Black Dirt
paid him a portion of it.
Gave it to him in spirit. That was his pay, basically. You can have the spirit, and here you go.
And did anyone tell you guys that? When did you find out? When we told you?
After the fact, that he was not legally, as an intermediary, he had a solicitor's license, which we thought was legal conveyance. We had a transfer and bond, which of course is a legal conveyance, and we thought we were above board.
So his return on investment was product? He was doing contract distilling without being licensed, is what was happening.
The Schlein was.
Schlein was, yeah.
But the distilling was being done by Black Dirt.
Yes, sir. It wasn't entirely done by Black Dirt.
Okay. Who is licensed?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to get a compliance officer?
We have already appointed.
Who is that? One of you guys, or?
No, it's our distiller, Darren Walker. He's been with us for a year and a half.
And where's he getting trained?
Well,
I mean, is somebody going to train him?
There's going to be training that is going to be conducted, a manual put together. We're going to work with Cooperstown Distillery on providing that.
All right. Well, if you have questions, call our council office during the course of this. I'm going to drop the 30-day suspension.
I was too.
And I'll take the $25,000. All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I vote to accept 25,000, no suspension.
Thank you very much.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next item, 635, Uticus Best Market, Inc.
Good morning.
What number are we?
635.
Sorry how awkward this is, but we're in temporary quarters.
Works fine.
Can you put your name on the record for us?
My name is Lisa
Here, this
Husted.
is the.
Lisa Husted.
And your client?
Adil Marwan.
Are you open right now without booze?
We are. Yes.
And does he know the former owner of the store? Because it had some issues.
He does know him. The former owner is not involved at all. That would be Mr. Alfahad?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
I don't have a problem.
And then, I just have a couple more questions. Then, when did you buy this store?
Last year.
And who'd you buy it from?
From Rashad Al-Fahad.
From who?
Rashad Al-Fahad.
Al-Fahad?
Yeah.
This is right across the street from the old UFA. Is that what that is there? Kimball and...
Yes, Campbell and Hoover.
And you know, he tried to get licensed and couldn't? Mr. Al-Fahad?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Did you ever work there beforehand or no? No?
No.
How did you find the store?
Somebody called me, my friend. They want to start a store. Then I'm going to buy.
Someone called you?
Yeah.
A friend of his called him to say that they were closing and he was looking to buy a store. He was working in another location on Bleecker Street at the time.
Okay. Who's the friend?
My friend Abdul. He's in Bleecker Street.
Bleecker Street in Utica? Or?
Maharam, yeah.
And you have a... So you paid $40,000 for the store?
Huh?
You paid $40,000 for the store? How are you paying it back?
No,
Like-
it's just payments.
Yeah, how often?
$2,000 a month.
For how long, do you know?
I don't know for how long.
Till it's paid off?
Yes.
Is there interest?
No.
We just have, oh yeah, 40,000.
Did you represent him on the sale or no?
I did not.
Aaron?
We're the tax preparer. It's strictly paperwork.
You know this place?
It's actually a very nice location. I went and did the first drawings for it, so it is.
And my wife and I's first apartment, we got married, was right down the street. Campbell and Clinton's on the right where it's.
Oh. All right, we're ready, Tom.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
I'll vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies.
Oh, I'm sorry, if we asked.
Appreciate your time
You have a
today.
great day. Thank you.
69A, Angela Morocco.
Right there. You can put your name on the record. I'm sorry. We're just trying to pull your thing up.
Attorney Tom Robertson, representative for Angela M. Morocco, applicant The Foul Ball Bar and Grill, 2710 James Street, in Syracuse.
I love your name, Foul Ball. Makes me laugh.
Trying to get into the sports bar genre somehow.
What are the hours going to be?
They're going to be from noon. The only way we are made an agreement. It's going to be from noon to 11 p.m. Monday through Friday, or Thursday, excuse me, and then Friday and Saturday are going to be from noon to 2 a.m.
Who'd you make your agreement with?
My manager and I.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm new. So.
And what?
Is it Sunday to Thursday to 11?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Any, what's your relationship with the previous owner? Any?
None.
What happened with your DWI?
What do you mean? What happened with it?
You think the DWI?
What happened?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
sent in a certificate of disposition. She's under a condition, 1-year conditional discharge, interlock device, typical.
Yeah.
So the certificate of disposition should be part of the application.
Yeah.
And what's the music situation going to be?
It's totally different from what it used to be.
Jukebox.
It's going to be a jukebox. In the future, I do want to do live bands.
So you do want live music?
In the future.
Oh, because you don't have it now.
No.
You have to come back and ask for it.
Yes.
If you want it, you know that.
Yes.
Okay.
We'd have to go to the city too and change
Oh,
the business
okay.
license. Yeah, business
And you guys see you don't have any security?
Yes, we do. We have.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2 security. I got it. Okay.
Derek Satora. I think that was on the second application.
So, no DJs, no promoters. Okay.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Fan.
With principals, manager, and one manager, right? One additional manager. Jukebox music only, no dancing, no promoters, 2 security guards on the weekends. Hours Monday to Thursday, 12 to 11. Friday, Saturday until 2 a.m. I vote to approve.
Same conditions, I would approve as well.
I vote to approve as well. I'm going to add the live music now, just so they don't have to come back. It doesn't mean you have to use it. But it's better than having to apply.
Save you some file.
And then you still have to go to the town, the
Yeah,
city
we'll have to
anyway.
go to the
yeah.
city and get-
But you can at least tell them
Notice
you're
that?
authorized.
Yes.
Okay.
I just need 2 minutes, Tom.
All right, we're gonna take a brief recess.
Thank you.
Thank you. So,
when you're ready.
768. Yeah, what is he doing up here?
I've already yelled at him.
Okay, so everybody's friendly.
Why don't you go on up here? People are going to drive up from New York. Because they know.
I think I would too if I were representing clients.
Right.
You don't want to risk that.
And you're in a,
All right, we're back on the record after a short break. Next item in Albany is 768 Gorilla Wines and Liquors, Inc.
Hey. Is there any opposition or no?
768. No one signed in New York, and there's no opposition here.
Why a liquor store? Would you put your name on the record? I'm sorry. Come on up. This is the microphone, so step up to the table.
Hi, my name is Edwin Lozala.
So why a liquor store?
Liquor store, we have determined that around our area there's a big need of our services and also a fresh look to a business such as the one we're opening. We're planning to bring not a different concept, but a step up to it in terms of educating our public based on their needs, of course. We have seen that even though there's other establishment close by, and then there's a need on the south side and the east side of the area. And I think a lot of tenants, residents are going to benefit from our services there. We have made.
Who's we? When you say we?
My team, me and my wife as well. She have helped me with the collecting information from residents, and that's how we have discovered that there's a bigger need than the services that are being offered at the moment.
Are any of these stores that are close to you bulletproof?
There is one in a certain area where the cashiering is.
Where? Which one?
It's on South Broadway. I don't recall the number of it.
So, Best Wine and Liquors? Or is it S&I Wine and Liquor?
I think it's S&I.
So your closest competitor?
Yes.
Is it the one closest to you that's bulletproof? Are you going to be bulletproof?
Yes.
You are?
On the area of the cashier.
Just the cashier? The store itself is not bulletproof?
No, not the store itself.
And that's the same with the one that's closest to you, just the cashier is bulletproof?
Yes. We kind of mimicking the same thing.
So why do they need more? There's 7 stores in a mile. That's walking distance.
Yeah, we have this covered on the south side of the area, which is leading towards the Bronx. There's a huge need there because they need to travel that extra space between the store we're planning on opening to the closest one to us.
That's 10 blocks.
But the climate conditions sometimes make it hard for senior citizens as well, or those who don't drive, especially during the snow days and rainy days.
Are you going to quit your job, and how are you going to work both jobs?
I'm actually going to concentrate on this particular venture. I work as a self-employed, but my wife is going to run the business.
Do we have a personal thing from her? Jackie?
My wife is not going to be conducting any
No,
business
I don't
under
see a
the
personal
ring.
questionnaire, but if she's managing the store, we usually ask for a personal questionnaire. She doesn't do this independently and things.
Doesn't mean she owns it, just that she's
No,
managing.
yeah. I only have the one second.
but she's not gonna be with us at the liquor store. What I mentioned to.
Oh, she's not working
No,
at the
she's
liquor
not.
store. What's she doing?
She helped me with the.
So she's not going to work there at all.
No, she's
So
not.
who's going to manage it when you're
I
not
am.
there? Oh, you're going to do all of it. Okay.
I'm gonna have 2 employees as well for staffing and customer service.
And why? So we got 4 stores here. Do we know if these things are open that did not respond?
This was a bad one. Responses.
No
I was just trying to
protest.
see if anything came in late and was added to the old record.
Do you know these stores that are closest to you?
Yeah.
Are any of them? So if I told them to you, would you be able to tell me if they're open?
I have dropped by and.
So let me ask you. So is Best Wine and Liquors open on
Yeah.
South Broadway?
That's South Broadway and Radford.
446 South Broadway.
Yeah.
That's open.
Yeah.
Pure Liquor Store Inc. on McLean.
Yeah, that's further down north.
That's open.
That's open.
And LT Liquor Store on Riverdale Ave.
That I haven't been. I find it further than the other ones.
No, but you know if it's open.
I
You don't know. And Corkmaster Wine and Spirits. You know if they're open. That's in the Bronx, Mushaloo Avenue.
No, I haven't visited.
Okay. All right.
Ready to vote then?
Are you going to have tastings? Wine tastings?
Probably not. What we're gonna have is probably yes or not. I'm not really sure at the moment. But our main priority is to educate everyone. So we might come across to some tastings.
You're gonna have classes?
Our top priority is to educate most of our residents around.
What kind of classes?
Beg your pardon?
What kind of classes are you gonna have?
Just to, product knowledge and learning about, the need of the residents around. That's how we're going to find out what kind of product we're going to focus on in our inventory.
Who's going to teach the classes?
Myself, I'm going to dedicate time to learning more about.
What knowledge do you have about alcohol and wines, etc.? Have you studied it?
I work for big chain companies like Rite Aid Pharmacy, Duane Reade, CVS, Walgreens, and they are involved in the selling of beer and wine.
Some of those chains have a package store. It's not the wine.
Oh, so you do have some experience in the package store part of Rite Aid, or?
Yeah, well...
Or just the pharmacy part?
No, the store.
So the pharmacy itself?
Yeah. No, not the pharmacy itself.
No, but the store, right?
The store,
right.
yes.
With the beer sales.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready now.
All right. Commissioner Fan.
I mean, we don't have the numbers to really assess whether there's a need here. So
All stores show active on our systems and no documents.
I'm going to vote in favor of him just because I can't hold it against him without actually having the numbers. So I'm voting to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
She pretty much took the words right out of her mouth, so I vote to approve as well.
Yeah, I mean, if they can't even take the time, and please send enforcement to all 4 stores, but if they can't take the time to respond to a simple request, then I'm going to assume that their sales have all gone up and that there is a need in public convenience and advantage. So good luck.
Thank you. And plus, you have these beyond signatures and support too, so I factor that in as well. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, we have nothing else. It's just in Albany. We do have some matters that are Albany and New York, so I'll call those. And then after that, we can kind of rearrange our deck chairs, okay? The next item is 639.
We have to rearrange the deck chairs?
Well, I thought you might want to give yourself some more room by...
We don't need to rearrange. We're good. All right, but go ahead.
Winehattan and Liquor York, Inc.
Is this both places or one?
It's one.
No, I mean, is Albany...
Yes.
Oh.
Well, I don't know if there's going to be in New York, but I know it's in New York matters, that's right. But we do have people in Albany. I just think you might want to give yourself some more room on, since we don't need that space anymore.
Can they still? They can't see me right now, though, right? I kind of like that.
But they heard you say that you can't say.
Oh, so this is all it's a New York matter.
Is anybody in New York for item 639 Manhattan and Liquor York Inc.?
All right, so this is a recon of this approval. So you go, Mr. Romano, you represent the license or the applicant?
Correct. We come to you today for the reconsideration. Just the reconsideration is based on misinterpretation of the statistics that were spoken out at the initial hearing. I believe Commissioner Fan had originally voted to approve this application, and then the chairman, I believe, totally unintentionally misspoke and stated that there were 15 premises within a quarter mile of the applicant's proposed premise, when indeed there were only 4. And I believe that even if the chairman would still be in favor of denying this application, that statement may have prejudiced Commissioner Ford.
Do you have any evidence that it prejudiced Commissioner Ford?
Oh, just that the statement of...
Well, I mean, you're aware that we get pages and pages.
Oh, no. I don't think anything was done intentionally.
No, my point being that clearly I must have misspoke, but the point I'm making is that the one, I was not speaking to Commissioner Ford.
Correct.
Nor was I testifying. I was justifying my decision, which I would argue didn't, he can speak for himself
right.
about whether it influenced him. But the actual number of stores within a quarter mile, as well as within a mile, as well as within 2 miles, have been not only presented by my staff, but were presented by Mr. Lynn, and are mentioned umpteen times in the paperwork that we received. So the fact is that we had the accurate number. Whether I misspoke or not was certainly not a statement of fact. And the general, that was but one factor that I used in denying the application. I mean, even if it was 4 or 14, that's, to me, in a quarter mile is enough.
And I would argue that 4 within a quarter of a mile is certainly well within the norm in Manhattan on the Upper East Side, Upper West Side. And I did randomly, I just went to the first store I picked in my explanation. My supporting letter that I gave for today was Beacon Wine and Spirits on Broadway and I think 74th Street. And that store has 6 stores within a quarter of a mile.
Well, you're talking about a different neighborhood. And I'm actually reading Mr. Lynn's presentation right now that he submitted previously. And is this correct? 8 stores within 0.3 miles.
Correct.
So...
But it's one of the most dense...
But we're arguing about semantics, is my point.
Right. Well, I'll argue about the number of people that are in the area, and it's one of the most densely populated places in the country. And to have a very, very small store. I mean, this is...
Well, we're talking about reconsideration now, so...
Correct.
Whether there's anything new here to present, and I don't know what you think. Did that cloud your judgment, my misstatement? Because I know he doesn't listen to me normally, so I don't know why he would listen to me then.
Well, I would, and I have to say, I would agree that 15 stores within a quarter of a mile, I would deny as well.
I don't recall the chairman's. I don't recall the chairman's statement influencing me. I try to ignore him as much as possible, generally. So
just as everybody else is here does.
Get in line, right? So I still think there's quite a few stores in that area.
There are.
Mr. Mountain,
So I think, I mean, unless you have something else new to present, I think we're ready to vote. Yeah, sure.
Yes, go ahead.
I won't take a long time. It just, like I said, you asked last time what new somebody can present in a liquor store, right? I mean, if stuff like deliveries, online sales are like, it's not our services no more. It's like a regularity, you have to have in a liquor store.
Everybody does that, right?
You know what I mean? So it's not a service. Right. What service can be provided is the products and your customer service. There's products you cannot match them. I've been working over 6 years in the wine industry, and I've had that enough experience. And I did mention a few grapes names as well last time, and there are so many grapes I can mention that still is not easy to find within that area. Stuff like you can have like Barbaras or sparkling Barbaras, nobody else carries there. Liquor like Myrtle, not too many people are aware of what is that, or what can you make use of it. And then you have a different aperitif that people just mostly go for Campari and Aperol, but there are so many from Italy. I worked in Italy for almost 6 months.
Well, I mean, I think, and just, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think all of us agreed that you were a great applicant.
Right.
The problem is the area.
I'll just show you one thing. I understand you just said that one thing. I will just show you just one thing from two sides, and then if you think that's still not enough, then This is the Lexington Avenue. This is where I'm proposing my store. This is West Side. This one store is 200 square feet with a limited amount of wines and anything. And there's nothing in this whole, there's not even one store. Yeah, you want to go on the east side, the closest one I have is 68 Garnet. That is 3,000 square feet, doing a $12 million sale a year. And next one all the way up is at 81st Street. That's like 7 blocks away from them. And on 3rd Avenue we have him, and there's nothing else on the other side of the avenues. And this is all residential. You have Old Park Avenue between Lexington and Park. From Park to Madison, you have 67, 68.
But this is all, we dealt with all this before. This is about whether anything new is being presented. So, I mean, if we vote to reconsider, you can bring all this up.
Right.
But we have to do the reconsideration.
Where I'm going to is that 40% of wines will be targeting on Italian wines. I think last one I just made,
there's no evidence that there's no Italian wines? Do you have any evidence?
But the point is the one we know, like I say, I know what you're saying. You're right, they're Italian wines, but most people carrying the same stuff. I told you, I work in Italy, so they have 1,000 wines only from Italy, where a liquor store will have 1,000 wines from all around the world. There's a big difference. So the grapes, the areas they consider, they're the wines they have. I have photos in my phone if you want to take a look, and I'm pretty sure you will see that is not available.
We had this argument already, though. I'm not going to go. We'll rehash it if we vote to reconsider. I'm assuming since you voted yes, you're a yes.
It's a 400.
Sir.
I don't necessarily think that there's anything new here.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. We're ready.
All right, so the vote in reconsideration.
I'm going
Commissioner
to
Pham?
vote no on reconsideration.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm going to agree with council. It recommends denial as well.
And I'm going to vote no as well. And it's clear I did misspeak, as Mr. Romano points out, but I do point out that there is 14 stores within a half a mile. So I certainly did say a quarter mile, but I should have been saying a half a mile. But all right, thank you.
The next item is 766, the Great Divine LLC.
Okay, Robert Romano.
Do we have anybody in New York here for 766, the Great Divine LLC?
No, and we received nothing either. Okay.
We're here to answer any questions you have.
Can you just put I know you just said it, and then his name?
Joe Prince.
And my only question is why switching and why now?
Why now? I think it's long overdue. It's not switching necessarily. It's just
adding.
It's expanding. Literally one table's worth in the store that will carry boutique spirits. And,
no, but why was your initial? And I know you've been licensed a while, right? How long?
Yes, since 2002.
So why? And did we make you a wine store, or did you come in as a wine store?
I asked to be a wine store.
Okay, and
I really loved wine.
Okay,
and I thought,
you don't love it anymore.
I still do, but I was a chef, and I really understood wine. I thought, wow, this is going to be a great career change for me. So I jumped in there and did that, and then in the last 6 years, things have slowed down. My sales have ticked down. And a lot of new people come into the area, and they say, "You're just a wine store." It's like, isn't that good enough? No, it's not. A lot of people want brown spirits now. They want Pascal, they want artistically crafted things, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I have to send you someplace else.
Okay, do you carry any New York stuff?
Oh, all the time.
And
now, I mean, hard liquor, no.
No, I know that.
Yes.
But are you going to carry New York stuff?
Oh, that's what I'm going to focus on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
I want it to be close. I mean, I want to promote the state.
With 20% spirits, focus on New York distilleries, I go to approve.
Same here.
I'm not even going to hold them to 20%.
Okay.
So,
yeah,
you're a liquor store. I'll vote to approve.
You guys good with that?
All right.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Bye. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Do we have anything else?
Yes, Tia's Restaurant, that's what's on
Your client's in New York?
Yes, 677.
The next item is 677, Tia's Restaurant Corp. I think we have an interpreter in New York City as well.
You have to forgive me on this. I just got briefed on this yesterday. So.
Hold on. We have people here. 677.
You're the first one going back and forth.
They're coming up right now.
Should be interesting.
Oh,
They just hired you yesterday?
Well, I spoke to them several days ago when I was.
So they just hired you?
No, they had somebody else.
No.
Just keep
Somebody
it down.
did the app.
Oh,
Gomez.
Can you hear us out here?
Yes, we can.
Sounds good.
Yes, Gomez Jr.
You're all set.
Ezekiel Gomez Jr. All right, can you put your name on the record, please?
Your name.
I'm Leonette Fidel. I'm the interpreter.
And the applicant?
Annie Lopez.
So does she, you're going to need to interpret every word. So if you need us to stop, please tell us.
Sure. Él me dijo que yo tengo que interpretar todas las palabras, así que sí tengo que para que le diga.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, Robert Romano on behalf of the applicant, which is Tia's Restaurant Corp. And I'm here with Annie Lopez de Cruz, who is the principal. This is for an OP license in Staten Island for a Mexican restaurant. And I believe that there was community board dissent, which is why we're
Yes,
here.
yes, there was.
Is she open now?
Is she interpreting?
She is open.
Yes.
She is open.
Yes, she's open.
No, but are you interpreting every word that's being said here?
Well, I'm trying as you go along, but she understands a little bit.
Okay.
So,
How long has she
if
been
you don't
open?
mind doing a sentence and then stopping, so I can
How
relate
long
that.
has she been open?
¿Hace cuánto usted está abierto? Como un año. 1 year.
When did she start?
¿Cuándo empezó? She doesn't remember exactly the month, aproximadamente. Marzo, febrero del 2010. Around February, March of 2018.
Have the police been there during that period of time?
La policía iba alguna vez. Fue porque alguien peleó afuera. Yes, they've been there.
Why?
For a fight. It was a fight that somebody had outside, but not in her restaurant.
There was a fight outside, but not at her place.
Yes, sir.
Is she aware of the history of this place before she got it?
¿Usted sabe la historia de esta antes de que se llegara? No, she does not.
How did she find out to buy it?
¿Cómo te diste cuenta de ese lugar para comprarlo? Una tía mía me habló de ese negocio. A family member, her aunt, told her about the restaurant.
Was she running this restaurant under the name La Cabana?
¿Usted estaba alguna vez usando ese restaurante debajo del nombre de La Cabana? No. No.
So that's somebody else. That's before her.
Eso es alguien anterior. Yes.
Was she? Who is Javier Luis Vasquez?
¿Quién es Javier Luis Vázquez?
Era el que me lo rentó, el que me habló de negocio también. Él es esposo de mi tía.
That's her aunt's husband, and he's the one that introduced her about the situation about the restaurant.
Does he work there now for her?
No, he does not.
Why was he there in November?
¿Y por qué él estaba ahí en noviembre?
Porque ella no estaba aquí.
Because
y lo dejé con mi tía.
She was out of the country, so she left him, and since that's her aunt's husband, both of them were taking care of the restaurant while she was gone.
Was she aware that the police were there while she was gone?
¿Tú sabías que la policía llegó cuando tú no estabas?
No.
No, she does not.
And that they found alcohol on the premise, and her uncle got a ticket.
Y que tu tío le dieron el ticket.
Oh, ella no habló de eso, pero ella me dijo que eran party que tenían, no vendiendo bebidas.
Well, what she said is that she was aware that there was a private party there, and they were the ones that were bringing alcohol, but they do not sell alcohol at that establishment.
But these are people that came in that were customers that brought their own alcohol?
Esos eran clientes que trabajaban en...
Sí.
Yes.
What do you want me to do here? If she closes at midnight every day, I have pictures of food that she has. It looks like great food.
I'm sure it is, but she's going to have to stop doing what she's doing. I mean, this isn't it. You can look at this, because this not it. We just got this yesterday, but that's the issues we've been having with the place. I mean, she can come back in a year and try again, but that has to stop.
Yeah.
You can take.
Can she come back in 6 months? Would you consider?
I would wait a year. She's been open a while. You need that?
You want that?
Yeah, I
Do
don't
I
need
have
that.
that?
You can have that.
Yeah, I would like that.
He wants to show her.
You can show it to her.
All right, so I mean, there's a lot of instances of the police having to come to your location and you're not licensed.
She said okay.
Which doesn't bode well for licensing you until you straighten that out.
Okay.
Okay.
You can't let anybody bring alcohol into your place if you're not licensed.
Even if you are.
She understood that.
Yeah, you are. So we're not going to be able to give you a license right now, or I'm going to vote to deny it. You can come back in a year and try to do it again, assuming you don't have all these problems that are still there right now.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll vote to deny as well. Come back in a year.
Come back in. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Have a good trip back.
Thank you.
Let's meet them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have an item where the applicant is here, the attorney, and I think opposition is in New York. But we also have another package store application that's half mile away. I don't know if you want to consider you're both at the same time, or how you want
Is this
to.
Long Island?
Yeah, Nassau.
Are they both there?
Yeah. So
Who's
727? Okay. So the first item 727 is 298 Central Ave Inc. And hold on just for a second. And I'll pull out 769D. So whoever's here for 769D, Spruce Ventures LLC, if you would step up, please.
Stand over here.
I'm sorry, in order of filing.
Oh, the attorney's not here yet?
Hold up.
Oh. Terry Flynn's not here yet.
For which one? Spruce Ventures?
Yeah.
Well, he's second anyway.
Yeah. So, right, so 298 was filed first.
Right. So we'll just do that one and then.
All right, I don't know if you want to know this, but Mark Mailer is in New York for the applicant. But if there's opposition, you want them to go first?
Yes. Is there opposition down there?
I don't know. Oh, yeah,
you're opposing?
You're the applicant.
Put that down.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't have to. Oh, that's all right.
No, we just have it for Mark.
So who's the applicant? You are the applicant.
And there's no opposition down there?
No, there's opposition.
We're
I'll bring them up.
Yeah.
Central.
And who are you guys? You guys.
So they're with me.
All right, wait, hold on. You got.
Well, let's put the applicant's name on the record.
My name is Israel Kogan. I'm the applicant for 298 Central Avenue East. These are my colleagues. He's an expert in the wine industry. He may they're also prospective employees if we do get a license.
What's his name?
Joseph Vogel.
And what's her name?
Carol Denise.
Okay, so we let the opposition go first, and then you get to go ahead.
Good morning, members of the authority. I'm here with the owner of Tanya Wine and Liquor Store, Liquor Inc., located at 274-296 Burnside Avenue in the Bronx, in opposition to the granting of the license for 298 Central Avenue. The reason we opposed the licenses because there are already 7 stores within 1.5 miles of this location. The population hasn't changed. There's nothing significantly different since Costco came and before the members of the authority, and you denied that application. We have 3,200 square feet of nothing original. They're not doing anything that the other stores are not doing in the area. The stores in the area have trainings. They have educational seminars. They have all sorts of liquors within the 7 stores. And the proposed store is of no significant consequence to the area. If we're going to approve any of the stores, we don't oppose the issuance of the license to Spruce because it's a sale. But this particular location is a new location, and it would hurt the competing stores in the area. And just so you know, members of the authority, there's within 1.5 miles, there's 20,000 square feet of liquor stores. We do not need another Gigunda store like this one of 3,200 square feet, with half of it devoted to retail space and the rest to sale. We ask that another store of this magnitude not negatively impact the other stores in the other 7 stores in the area. Because there has been no population change, we don't see this as a public interest and advantage for the area.
Does your client, based on what your client mentions, specializes in kosher products?
Not Tanya Wines and Spirits. We don't specialize.
Oh, you're not M&R. I'm sorry.
I'm not M&R. I'm Tanya Wines. And I would add that the other stores do have kosher product. I can't tell you the percentage because I didn't go store to store, but I understand from the report and from speaking to some, they already have this. There's nothing special this person is bringing to the table.
What? How many kosher products does your client carry? Do you know approximately a percentage?
We have a lot of. She says a lot of them, but let me just get a more. What do you think percentage-wise?
Yeah, a lot's kind of amorphous.
3%. No, you can't. 60% kosher. Yes. She says 60% kosher.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mailer.
Thank you, members.
Well, there's other opposition.
Oh, all right. I didn't know that.
Good morning. I'm Martin Fink from M&R Wine Corporation. I'm the one that specializes in kosher. But just to give you I've been here quite a few times in my 18 years, opposing stores, and the board has determined quite a few times that the area is already saturated with liquor stores. And I do specialize in kosher wine, but the community is a kosher community, so every store has a full selection of kosher wine. Kosher wine in this area is nothing new. They all have huge selection. And we have discount stores. The pricing pressure is extreme. So the community is getting right now the best prices, the best selection in any store that they go to, and there's a lot of competition. So bringing in another kosher store is not a specialty anymore. There's no new development, and like she said, there's 7 stores in 1.5 miles. It's all the driving community. Nobody walks the streets. We do a lot of home deliveries, so Central Avenue is not. People don't like to shop on Central Avenue. There's no place to park, and people bringing another store on Central Avenue is not a convenient for the customers.
Excuse me, where's your store again? Which store is
On
yours?
Central, 544 Central Avenue.
What's the name of it?
M&R, Chateau Divin, M&R Wine Corporation.
Oh. And you're selling though, right?
Yes.
He's what?
He's selling. for the other applicant. This is
Bruce
this
is
is the
purchasing.
applicant here.
Oh, this is the one Flynn's people are.
Right, the purchase.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize he was selling it to them. Okay.
He's selling it to the other.
Yeah, that's not going to be a new store.
All right.
And,
Okay, thank you.
And I know they're going to talk about the supermarket that they're opening next to, but that supermarket has declared bankruptcy and changed ownership. So I don't think it's a very. I'm not sure how viable that supermarket is.
All right, thanks.
Just one note, Chairman Bradley Mundit, the owner of Tanya, just has one special note for you. If you give her a moment, I know we're rushed. Ms. Mundit?
I have a good morning. I have a very small store over there, and it's I have very in my near to my store. There is very competitive, and you tonight the Costco like 2 weeks
Which
ago.
one is yours?
Tanya Wine and Liquor.
Oh.
And that one is very big store now. They try to open. I don't know how I survive over there. So please be careful. Think about myself, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I don't believe
guys,
they're
you're
wrong.
on.
Thank you. As I said before, Martin Mailer for the applicant. You know, many times at the end, if you were inclined to disapprove, you would say, we have an excellent applicant, but this is not the place that it should go into. I submit that if it's not this place, it's no other place. This store is going to be unique. I don't care what store would come up here and say that they're selling kosher products. This store, the only store being M&R at the moment, is a Shoma Shabbos store, meaning it will close Friday night, all day Saturday, will have nothing but kosher product inside the store. But in addition to having the kosher product in the store, it is being sold by Orthodox Jews. Orthodox Jews will be carrying the product. And to fully understand, the applicant himself will explain this in greater detail than I can. But the point being, given that brothers, this is an area of tremendous change, not in the overall population, although there is an increase, but I'm not going to say it's been a tremendous increase. But what has happened in the 5 towns is the tremendous increase in the Orthodox community. We've given you letters from the Orthodox community, from the rabbis. We've given you a letter from the town supervisor. It is not only the product. It is who is selling the product and how the product is being sold. And if the Orthodox communities could, it would only go into a kosher store. A great example, they're saying that Central Avenue is not important. It's extremely important. Every store on that block is Shoma Shabbos. What is also interesting is this is the only store that's in Lawrence. The 5 towns is composed of 5 separate villages. The other store, the M&R store, is in Cedarhurst. It'll be explained, and you can see it when the applicant himself speaks. But everything to the, I believe it's the west of Lawrence, is completely unrepresented, meaning there are a tremendous amount of shuls, synagogues, etc., that are in the Far Rockaway and Lawrence area that do not have a store. Every store, M&R, has an increase of over $300,000 in the 3 years that you're looking at the gross sales. Every store there, including Tanya, has shown an increase in the area. All the indicia of what public convenience and advantage are all about are found here in this applicant. The stores will come out and say that we don't want more competition. But as the chairman and the rest of the commissioners always allude to, competition is not what determines whether another store is warranted in the area. What's important is that there are increases in population, and again, the increases in the Orthodox population. What's also important is you're seeing increases in the volumes of the stores, and that's true. This store is unique. It is extremely unique in that the man standing in front of you right now is an observant Jew who goes to shul every Saturday, in fact, reads Torah every Saturday. In addition to that, is an expert in wines. We'll only have kosher wines in the store. We've given you, as his product base, what he's going to sell. There'll be over 100 products that are devoted solely to that are solely New York State products that he's going to carry in his store. So this store is needed. The Jewish community wants this store in this area. We've given you the letters showing that they want the stores in this area. It's going to be run in an observant manner, which is extremely important to the Orthodox, especially at holiday times or any Shabbos. They want a kosher product in their home, and they feel that if it's not being sold in a kosher manner, meaning closed after sundown on Friday and all day Saturday, that even though it says K on the label, that it is not kosher in their eyes. I'd like the applicant to...
So they're not... You're telling me that the Orthodox Jewish community is not going to a liquor store that sells kosher products because they're open on Saturday?
They won't go into that. I can tell you for a fact.
I know they won't go in on Saturday, but they're not purchasing it at all.
It is not. It is not.
Let me ask Mr. M&R here.
Are you open?
Because I find that hard to believe.
I will tell you this: I'm there 18 years, and if what he was saying is true, I would be a multimillionaire today because everyone would be coming only into my store, and that's not the case. The case is they are looking for the price. They're looking for the big discounters. That's the fact. They're not looking. There is a percentage, and that's how I've existed for 18 years. But I've been on COD for the last 7 or 8 years because the pricing pressure is huge because most of the people are looking for the pricing as the discount stores, whether it's closed on Shabbos, not closed on Shabbos, they don't care.
Are you closed on? Are you closed on Friday?
I am closed on Friday night and Saturday. Yes.
And I would add, Chairman Bradley, that if we are to listen to Mr. Mailer's argument, then all of the stores are mishandling Jewish wines. I would argue that Jewish wines are being handled properly by the other stores. The market cannot support another store of this caliber.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mailer, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, first of all, this store, the one M&R, is a store that's only 900 square feet, so it can't carry the product that the people in the area want. I can tell you for a fact, and it can be further stated by the applicant, that people are going as far as Borough Park to shop because they can't get the product in the way they want it. Again, when Shabbos comes around, they need the product right then and there. They can't run around, and they would rather... Look, there are other Jews in the 5 towns. The 5 towns is a heavily Jewish population. I'm only concentrating on the observant Orthodox Jew that is coming to the area. We've shown you...
Then why does it need to be 3,200 square feet? If it's only geared toward Orthodox the Jewish community, why does it need to be so big?
Okay. First of all, it's only 1,600 square feet of the selling area, so the other 1,600 square feet is going to be inventory and downstairs. And what's also important...
Well, that's big. That's as big as every store there except one.
Assuming Arguendo, you're correct. The store the Spruce store that's coming before you that filed after is also 2,500 square feet, of which 1,900 square feet is going to be devoted to selling space. So, and as the fact that they're selling to another store, but that other store is tripling in size, is not to be held as a true sale, and that's why I suppose that other application is before you. So the M&R is leaving. It's being replaced by a store that's 3 times its size, and it filed after this store filed. So, and again, unless precedent's going to go out the window, this store...
M&R is not leaving unless the sale goes through.
Well, okay, but...
So it's not like we're closing and...
Okay, if the sale doesn't go through 2 Orthodox stores in that area... First of all, M&R is crying poverty here, yet it's doing $2.4 million a year. It went up from $2.1 million a year. So it's not like that store is hurting. I mean, what I think they're doing, and what I think you should take into consideration, is that he desperately wants this sale. He wants out. But that should not be a reason that this application...
But you're not answering my question. This store is supposed to be geared to a very small subset of the Jewish community. And you're telling me that because of that, it needs to be 3,200 square feet? Why isn't it 900?
It's not a small subset in the 5 towns. It's what's... Look at what we showed you. Look at the shuls that have
You're
sprung
saying
up.
the specialty... You're telling me the specialty that this store's bringing, that the other stores don't have, is the fact that it's going to be catered almost exclusively to the kosher community, the people that will not buy from a store that's open on Saturday, even though it's a kosher product.
Correct.
That's what you're telling me. That's catering to a subset of the Jewish community.
That's true, but the subset.
Well, then why does it need to be so big?
Because in the 5 towns, they're not a subset. For all I know, they make up the majority of the Jews that are in the area. And again, if you let the applicant further explain this, maybe he will be able to explain this better than I can in terms of how the vote and how important this is. And let's say that both M&R and this store will exist. They both will do all right. This is not a point of declining sales. This is a point of pizza places coming in left and right that are strictly kosher.
No, but it's a point of public convenience and advantage, and there's a kosher store a half a mile away right now.
That's right, and that store is showing you that another store is warranted by its increased sales.
100,000? 100,000 goes up 100,000 on 2.5 million?
It goes up. It went up 300,000 from the first year that it showed. It went from 2.1 to 2.4
over a 4-year period.
Well, yes, but it's showing.
Well, so as we all know, the cost of doing business went up about that much. That's not even 10% a year.
Mr. Chairman, this comes across your desk every time you have a board meeting. There's no declining sales here. There's only increased sales. You have the big store that's up.
Yeah, but we're talking about. They're not catering to the public. They're catering only to the Jewish. They're only catering to the Jewish community. Old Spirits, 5 Town Wine and Liquors with 42 million. I'm assuming is catering to everybody. Same thing with Brothers Zhang. You're telling me that this store is only catering to one specific community. That's their goal.
And
they're going to survive on 400,000 that the M&R went up.
But you're being unfair. Take Zhang Brothers. They went up.
They're catering to everybody.
Excuse me?
They're catering to everybody, not just the Jewish Orthodox community.
First of all, I mean, it's not fair to say that it's only going to be the Jewish community. Anybody who walks through that door obviously will be welcomed in. And what I think you're missing is that
if I'm not Jewish. If I'm out buying liquor, I'm not searching for a kosher liquor store. I'm going to the one that's going to give me the best price.
This gentleman, first of all, is an expert on wine. He's going to conduct educational seminars within the store. He'll let you sample a product, and if you like that product, whether you're Jewish or not, you'll buy it. So I don't understand. We're not. You're
not catering to the Jewish community.
No, we are catering to the Jewish community. First of all, the Jewish community makes up an overwhelming majority of all the inhabitants in the area.
I get that, but there's one a half a mile away in a driving community that does the same thing.
So there's only two are warranted in this community because of the increase.
All right, you and I are never going to agree on this. Why don't you give us your presentation?
Sure. So just to follow along with what Mr. Miller was saying, so this is from a website called Minion Maps. This is all the pins that you see here are Orthodox synagogues in the area. This is Lawrence. This is our location. This is Chateau de Ville. These are all the other stores. Tanya, 5 Towns, and Jane. Now, as you can see, Inwood, there's not a single synagogue in Inwood. Inwood is not, and they are in that area, as was brought to you before in the last hearing. They're serving the people coming in from, Rockaway Turnpike and Nassau Expressway and so on and so forth. Even Tanya is situated in a great location in Rockaway Turnpike. Around the corner from her is, it's a general suburban strip mall.
Well, with the big concentration of shuls, am I saying that right, shuls?
Yes.
With the big concentration of shuls in Far Rockaway, why aren't you putting one there?
Okay, so I will get that. Now, this
because that's not close to you.
Right. Okay. Now, this area here, from here to here, it's a little hard to see, but I can load up on this map here. This strip here, this is Central Avenue. Every single store practically here along Central Avenue and some of these side streets here is a kosher store that is closed on Shabbos. We have several supermarkets in the area. This is a close-up of our block. This is just our block. This is our location.
We have here the supermarket. We have these stores that you see are kosher and closed on Shabbos. And this is just our block. This continues on for about a stretch. It's maybe a fifth or a sixth of the length. Okay, so we're talking about.
So that's a tenth of a mile right there.
If that is about a tenth of a mile, yeah. So from us to there is 3,000 feet or so. This area has several of everything, including three. There's a Judaica store across the street from us. This place, for example, amazing savings here. This is a place that's a general store. It's a small chain in the tri-state area of people who are selling dry goods. They are closed on Shabbos. They're closed on this. Even though they really don't cater, they don't sell kosher product or anything. The community likes having stores like this. The community, why? Because they know when the holiday comes up, Passover comes up, you sell this, everything. And these stores, I grew up in Muncie, which is another large Orthodox community in Rockland County. There's a chain there. There's a chain in Williamsburg. There's a chain in Bar Park. Here's a Seasons, one of the big supermarkets here that is thriving. Is not bankrupt. Down the street from where they are, there's another supermarket. There's literally dozens of restaurants. They're all kosher. They're all closed shops. This is the destination that the people in the area are coming.
We get it. It's a Jewish community.
Okay. Now, so this, I think, map, and I think some of the supporting documents does present a clear case that the Jewish Orthodox demographic, and most of these shuls are not just Orthodox, they're ultra-Orthodox. They are becoming more and more, kind of more and more devout, so to speak. This area over here is very concentrated. They don't have a single kosher store in that area. The reason why this store would serve everybody the best is because people go to this area as this destination anyway. This is the major shopping district. There are some smaller kosher stores here and there, but this is sort of the strip. For the whole area, we're talking even as far as Hempstead, this is part of the town of Hempstead even, they're all coming here anyway. On Friday afternoon, if you go from here to there, you're saying it's a half mile. That is true. It is. Now, it would take about 15 minutes to walk from our store to their store. On Friday afternoon, it takes the same amount of time to drive each way. The traffic there, the congestion there is crazy. We are located literally at the tip of this district. This Rockaway Turnpike, this becomes residential. People can go in, they can go to their store, they can go to the Judaica store, they can go shopping, and they're out. They don't need to deal with the traffic. The community is big. We have a rabbi that is in the synagogue, I think right here. He shops in Brooklyn. I know him. Okay, he could go there, but he's there in Brooklyn anyway. It's a small store. The community is burgeoning. I will also call your attention to the fact that other large Orthodox communities, for example, Borough Park, of the 8 stores, liquor stores in Borough Park that have a license, 4 of them have been granted a license in this decade. Half. In Williamsburg, of the 4, 2 have been granted in this decade. In Crown Heights, of the 2, 1 has been granted in this decade.
You know why that is?
I'm sorry?
You know why that is?
Why is that?
Because they're saturated. We got applications,
right,
but they got denied.
I understand, but half of the ones that do exist were approved in the last decade. This community has been becoming more and more Jewish and more Orthodox. We sent you some documentation from the private school data that is available
That community has been Jewish most of my life.
It is becoming more and more Orthodox. That is the point. Because we sent you information from the school data. Like 95% of the people are sending their schools to private Orthodox schools. And they're all over this area.
Why again, you're not considering Far Rockaway? I mean, look at the density of shuls there.
Right. So first of all, this is like the commercial kosher shopping district. There's nothing like this anywhere else. This is the commercial kosher shopping districts. We literally have, again, as I showed you.
You're not really answering his question, though. There's a store there in that commercial shopping district.
Well,
the shuls are focused. It looks like there's a good number of them in Far Rockaway. Why are you not considering there?
Well, again,
people still shop in Far Rockaway, right?
They do. But again, Lawrence doesn't have one either. People coming from that direction.
But we don't see the number of shuls.
I'm just saying, I'm seeing a business to be had right there.
This is a location that has a draw. People are coming there anyway. You can ask the same question. Why isn't there a separate another Judaica store? That's where they are. That's what people do, and there's demand for it. In fact, I would like to point out that the fact that another store is trying to open to triple its location, and what it's been selling to, means that there is increased demand. There's also increased supply. I grew up in, as I said, in Muncie. The kosher wine industry was much smaller and had much less to offer. Okay, in the past 20 years, it has exploded. It has gone from a sort of a more domestic, small-oriented offering from a few big suppliers like Royal and so on and so forth, where Israel is winning competitions, on the international scale. There are kosher wines from every single region in the world, and we also are very well versed with the list that we told you. We present you with the smaller boutique wines from Israel. We have over 100 types of wine from New York State that, as far as I know, M&R doesn't carry. To say that in this community there isn't in 20 years. I mean, there has been one kosher wine store in 20 years. Now, I will say, as far as what was going on before about people kosher or not kosher, I will say the following. There are some people, a subset within the ultra-Orthodox community, that will exclusively buy wine in a kosher store. That's given. There is a subset who will go to a place that is not exclusively kosher, but would still prefer to go to a kosher place. And that is the dominant subset, as far as I know. That is why you have all these stores that are opened up that are exclusively kosher. You see this in every single going community. To say that in 20 years, he has been open since 2001, I believe. To say that in 20 years there's only demand for one store when the community has transformed itself to this.
Well, you haven't. But one thing your research probably didn't do is see how many sales occurred in those 20 years of liquor stores with new owners. Correct?
Which are you talking about, the M&R?
No, all of them. You're talking about that they haven't gotten a new kosher store in that area in 20 years. How many new owners have they had in that 20-year period?
The M&R has been
not just M&R. I'm talking about new owners of liquor stores. My point being that this area has been saturated with licenses for years. So the way people get in to that area when they want a store is they buy one, and then they make it what they want it to be.
I understand, but our case is the fact that a kosher store is a different animal than a kosher store that is not.
So you buy a store, it's your store. You make it what you want it to be.
Well, I can't buy that store. There's only one. Where am I? And the location is where those people go. The convenience advantage of the community isn't that I just will open another kosher store. That is part of it. The very important factor is where they are. Look at this. This is where, and I have a picture of the whole smaller one if you'd like to see. But literally, this extends for almost a mile with heavily just kosher stores.
But they're all driving.
What?
Everybody's driving.
I understand, but to draw. First of all, he has 900 square feet. Just to say that the community is limited to having been served by 900 square feet for 20 years.
Are you in a plaza or are you in a single building?
This is all one building. I have a picture of it. It looks something like this, if you would like to see.
Chairman Member, at the last board meeting, an application that was in the town of Lawrence was disapproved for a liquor store. It wasn't on here because it was just at the last past board meeting.
How far away from here?
Driving went on Google was 1.2 to 2.2 miles. It was AH Liquors. Just to let you know. I mean,
was that the Costco one?
I think so.
Yeah. By the way, just if I may make a point in regards to that.
No, I want to see the picture.
Oh, okay. So this is the picture from Google Maps of our store. This is our location here. This is what it looks like. Our store. By the way, as a comparison, the other stores, the non-kosher stores, this is a satellite image of their thing. They have NASA Expressway, Rockaway Turnpike coming. They're a different animal. People want the whole district exists. Half of the stores there could exist anywhere else and don't have to be exclusively kosher. But the people who live there want that, and they support those stores. So I don't think that it's unreasonable to say there should be a second kosher store in that district.
Do you own the building?
I do not. No.
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, can I also say something? First of all, there's a parking lot behind that building, so there's parking behind it. And second of all, just if I may, what you're I think saying is that M&R services the community, but M&R is going out. A new store is coming in.
No, it's not what I'm saying. It's what I'm saying is I realize he's trying to focus on a specific area of this community, which apparently, based on what you're telling me, the whole community is what he's focusing on. That's the Jewish community. These stores, based on their sales, indicate to me that they're being served. And we just kicked this store. And we just kicked the store, in my view, 3 weeks ago. That's a mile away from here.
But that's a perfect example as to why this store should be granted. That other store, you went on and on. By the way, you voted to approve, but that's near the end of that. And you did it based on the increased sales of all of the stores. But the point is that store, the Costco store, all it did was tell you that it had a convenience in terms of where it was located, and also that its products would be large products. And you said that's nothing new. We're telling you that this is new. This is different. This has nothing to do with those other stores. I mean, Tanya will exist.
It's only new if what you're telling me, which I don't believe, that Orthodox Jewish customers will only buy from an Orthodox Jewish store. I don't believe that.
If given their druthers, yes, they would.
Well, given their druthers is different.
Well, but if you're not allowed
let's
to
serve the
do
public
it,
convenience
they
and
go to
advantage.
borough.
Well, I'm telling you that these are, we've heard enough, I think.
Well, I have one.
No, I don't. We've heard enough, Ms.
Okay.
Severis.
This, if you don't mind, this is again, this is much less zoomed in, but this is the kosher shopping district that I'm talking about. This is the blow up of this small area. There are literally dozens of kosher restaurants here.
I get that. We understand that is a kosher shopping area. There's no question about that.
And the fact that all of this exists means that people want that. Yes, if they don't have a choice, they might go somewhere else. Some of them, though, will only go to a kosher place. Some won't. I can't tell you the breakup that I want.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
All right, we're going to vote. Commissioner Fan.
The applicant is clearly dedicated to learning about kosher wine, have been in the business since 2013. Also, it shows that he's a dedicated religious man. He's been working in a synagogue since 2012. I understand the chairman's position that the community have been served, but I do think that there's public convenience in allowing the community to shop in a big space. I think that's actually a really good thing, and so I will vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley, Ford.
Chairman
Commissioner Ford, one of you.
I understand, that you'd be doing something a little bit more specific, but I did just vote to deny one a short distance away at the last hearing, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Now, Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There's just too many stores within 1.1 miles. One of which I realize that'll be a sale. That's only based on the fact that this license gets approved today, which I'm not absolutely positive that's going to happen. And that appears to be specializing in kosher products already. And there's 3 other stores in 1.1 miles. And while I voted for the store that's 1.2 miles away, the board voted to deny it. And I just can't. I think that the group that you're trying to serve is being served, I believe. While I do believe you are a good candidate, and I think you should look for another place that is perhaps not close to the only kosher store in this area, from what you're telling us. So I'm voting to deny.
Okay. Don, we don't have any other items, all right? Okay. So we're done with the opening appearances. Ready to move on to
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have a list first? Can we pull some stuff?
I can get you out of that, sure. But we'll take a brief recess.
Yes, please.
All right? All right, so we are now back on the record after a brief recess. The next item we're going to call, all these items are in New York, is 769I. It's a request from Counsel's Office for an emergency service suspension order. It's 138 Street Tavern Court.
Good morning, members. Council's office is requesting to issue a summary suspension as to OZ Tavern located at 256 East 138th Street in the 40th Precinct. On March 31st of 2019, at about 3:55 in the morning, there was a gang assault, shooting, stabbing directly in front of the licensed premise. This video was widely disseminated over various media because of the vicious nature of the assault that took place. All of these participants were patrons of the premises. The video shows a gang of 3 people stabbing at a person's chest, at the left side of his chest. Another person in the gang shot a second individual and stabbed him in the face. And then another person in this gang of 3 people slashed a third patron in the face. The individual who was stabbed 11 times about the left side of his chest was a DOA at the hospital when he arrived. The second individual who was shot in the abdomen and slashed in the face ran for his life because he knew if he stayed around, the gang would continue to assault him. He saved himself, and he's in stable condition now in the hospital. The third individual who was slashed in the face, I believe, is still in the hospital as well. So this is the type of crowd that this premises is attracting. It's the method of operation is that it's a bar tavern, background recorded music. Principal will manage 1 security guard, maximum occupancy of 74. So it's a relatively small establishment. Social media shows that they are actively promoting DJs, which I do not believe would constitute as recorded background music, parties, special events, scantily clad women, etc., etc. In addition to this incident, there have been other incidents. I would also note that in connection to this incident, I spoke to the commanding officer of the 40 precinct to advise that the video shows that there was 1 security guard who was standing in front. He goes inside, and then all of this erupts. Nobody comes outside again. Nobody from the premise calls 911. Anti-crime officers who had been specifically patrolling this area because this premise is becoming very problematic heard the gunshot and called it over the radio. So no one from the premise seemingly heard the gunshot, even though they were interviewed by detectives and said they were already closed and they pushed everybody out. So I find that very concerning.
Did this start in, you said they were all patrons, did this start in the bar, or did it not start till they got outside?
The violent aspect of it started outside. But,
do we know if there was an argument inside?
We know that they were all inside. The detective interviews that I believe some of which are attached indicate that some of the participants admitted they had been inside. Or sorry, one of the security guards was interviewed and he admitted that these people had been inside the premise earlier.
Okay.
In addition to this incident, there was a stabbing which occurred in New Year's Eve, January of 2019. This individual walked into the precinct this individual walked into Harlem Hospital, was highly uncooperative, was intoxicated. He complained of having been stabbed in the abdomen and the thigh. He said that he broke up a fight between his cousin and another patron inside the premise, and then that led to the stabbing outside. The premises did not call 911. Once again, Sergeant Lapuzzo, who's a commanding officer of the 40, which is a very high crime precinct, I think has one of the highest shooting statistics of any of the precincts, and he's very experienced. In his opinion, the licensee was not cooperating because when he tried to get the video of this stabbing that occurred inside, he was given the runaround about the video expert being out of state or being upstate, being somehow unavailable, and somehow that video managed to get erased. So we never got the evidence of what went on inside, but it is his belief that something definitely went on inside. I was told by the precinct that since this stabbing in January 1st of 2019, they have been specifically focused on the premise. In addition to the precinct, I spoke to Sergeant Gannon of the Vice Bronx module, who also advised that Vice separately has been focusing on this premise and has visited this premise no less than 10 times in the last year. They've visited on many occasions when the premises is closed. That's another concerning fact, the fact that this premise is very small and it's not open every night of the week. It's open once when they feel like opening, when they have these special events. So for all this violence to be happening with these very limited instances when they're open is very concerning. In addition to that, we have the fact that they have numerous pending charges. They have 4 pending sale to minors that have yet to be litigated. Those are scheduled to go to hearing on April 17th. There's also other open cases. They've bounced around a little bit. There was defaults that were reopened, etc. But we have another case where the police actually went in 2018 and found that the premises was overcrowded, that it was excessively noisy, and that they were violating other local rules. So in sum, it looks like this premise has had a history. We did have a hearing with Mr. Gardner, who's standing next to me, before an ALJ. None of the charges were sustained. The ALJ found that even though there was violence, it was intermittent violence. The Special Operations Lieutenant found that there had been violence during certain occasions, but then it seemed to wane. There had been a shooting in March of 2018. The Lieutenant Morales testified that they did focus their attention after that shooting, but then the violence waned. Well, I spoke to Lieutenant Morales, and he told me there's no doubt that since January of this year, they have consistently focused their attention on this premise. It's a problem, and for the commanding officer of this very high crime precinct to call us personally and ask for our help, and for the commanding officer of the detective squad to offer to testify in this case, to me indicates that they feel that this is a threat to the public safety. And just looking at the video, just the viciousness of the assault, some of the people that participated in this video, one of them at least was a confirmed gang member. So they are attracting a crowd that is very problematic. So for these reasons, we're requesting that you issue a summary suspension.
Thank you.
Hey, may I be heard?
Hold on one
Sorry,
second.
Margarita?
Yes.
I just have a question about the security guard. You mentioned that he was outside and then he went inside and he didn't come back outside. Do you get a sense that he, just like went to the bathroom and didn't come back, or like?
I don't know. I spoke to the police. Apparently, they're familiar with the security guard. They've had interactions with him in the past. They don't really have an explanation as to why he didn't come out. I just personally find it strange that no one in the premise heard a gunshot directly in front of the premise, and that no one thought to call 911.
Right.
They have a new security guard company called Third Security. It seems to be a legitimate security guard company, and the security guards who were present the night of the homicide do appear to be on the roster, so that's a good thing. I am concerned by the fact that when they interviewed the owner of the premise the night of the homicide, he admitted that they don't want people, that the wand was in the back office. I find that concerning. It's not clear from the video that I've seen so far whether or not these people came directly out of the place carrying knives. We know that 2 people had knives on them and 1 person had a gun. So I'd have to speak more in depth with the detectives to find out what other video they have that would give more evidence about whether or not they came out of the premise actually armed. That would obviously be very concerning because of, again, this prior history of having had shootings in 2018 directly in front of, at that point, the licensee. After having litigated a hearing and being successful in showing the ALJ that they're not a focal point, that they're compliant, you would think that they would be on notice and they would fix whatever problems had come to light at that point.
And they have no history in the past 5 years?
That's
Otherwise,
right. Yes, the history they have is older than 5 years, so I didn't include it.
All right, thank you. Who's next to you?
May I be heard?
If you tell me who you are.
Yes, I'm Alan Gardner. I'm the attorney for 138th Street Tavern.
Can you tell me how you got here?
I'm here on another matter.
What matter?
I request for a declaratory ruling on East 75th Street by High Life, New York.
Okay.
And I heard this come up. I have been representing Ozy Tavern on other matters. I have some familiarity with this most recent incident. My client, I called my client because I read about it in the newspaper, and I asked him about that. He said that the people involved had been in the tavern earlier. It was last call. There were no incidents, and everybody left the tavern. And there's a video of this which they gave to the police, which showed that there was absolutely nothing going on inside the tavern. We believe that they went down to the corner and perhaps got weapons out of their car and then came back in front of the tavern.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Since they don't want anybody.
I mean, since they're not wanting anybody, how would we know?
I don't have the details on whether they checked for weapons or not. I obviously was not prepared to go into all of the details, but we did give them a video, and according to my client, the police were satisfied with what the video showed with regard to the operation of the tavern that night.
Well, that's not the story we're getting. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Pham.
Obviously, read about this in the press. Very disturbed by a deadly incident. This place has sort of gone downhill for the past year. Disturbed by the drain on police resource and the fact that no one called 911 when a gunshot went off outside the premise. And so, because of an imminent threat to public safety, health, and welfare, I vote to summarily suspend this license.
Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, there was a person brutally stabbed, in front of the place. It's reported as a drain on police resources and a few other things here, but I'll leave it at that for now. I vote to summarily suspend.
I'm going to vote to suspend as well. But besides the violence and the focal point, we've got 4 sales to minors on compliance checks in the last year and a half. And it's obvious that they're doing nothing to try to stop the violence because it seems like that they have equipment to make sure that knives and guns don't enter their establishment, and they've acknowledged that they don't regularly use it. Or the police have been told that they don't regularly use it. So I'm going to summarily suspend. I think it's obvious that it's a risk to the public health, safety, and welfare since someone recently got killed.
The next item is 7. I got to skip over the interpreter one. I have to double check what item it is. 762, Golden Stone Wine Wholesale.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Henry Warakomsky. This is an application for a wholesale wine license.
So this is a first for me. Did your client, the last time he applied, actually submit photos of buildings down the street trying to purport that was going to be his offices, and when in reality his office was going to be in his wife's liquor store?
No.
You're telling me that didn't happen?
No. The photos he submitted were at that location. It had nothing to do with the liquor store.
Yeah. At the point.
Then why did he get denied? He admitted. Let me tell you what our decision said. He admitted to falsifying the exterior glass door photograph by using a vacant storefront down the street and affixing number 186 to it. The photograph of the large office space with workstation arranged in rows is a picture of a friend's office, which he asked him to take for him. So that we made that up?
No, we just tried to use the photo when we approve the license. We're going to do the construction, something like that. So that's like a sample, something like this.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No,
Me
he
or
said
him?
that- no, he said that that's the sample of how he plans to do his space.
Yeah.
It's not
That's
actually his space.
Got it. Thank you.
And now what? Now what are we doing?
Now he's applying for a new location in Farmingdale. It's a warehouse. It's got 1,700 square feet.
And I'm supposed to believe that we actually have leased this warehouse, or is this like a picture of a facade that we're supposed to buy is actually there? Is it a toy?
That's 100%.
Oh, it's a toy warehouse.
No, the warehouse, the toys, it's you know, this the larger space. So we just rent the space. It's that way we're gonna once the license proof, we're gonna use the location.
Part of the space is being used for toys.
Yeah.
Did he submit a lease with this last thing too? A fake lease?
I'll look for it.
No, but what'd you submit along with the fake photograph? Did you make up a lease that didn't exist?
He owned the building. He owned the building.
That the liquor store
The
is.
liquor store is in a corporation. He owns it.
No, but so where did he say his office was going to be?
In that one, at the
Fake one.
at the address he gave us for the.
I'm just trying to figure out how many crimes he committed.
Oh, it's okay. One of the questions I had was, you indicate, well, when our investigator was there, you were in your wife's liquor store working while she was home with the 4 kids. You didn't put any of that history in your, for employment. Because we do ask for any experience. So how long have you been working there?
How long was it? He was just helping out.
I just help out. I work for the.
The one day our investigator was there, you were helping out.
That day was my wife was she was going to see the doctor, so she told me to cover like a few hours.
So how many days do you help out that your wife has other things to do?
Usually I work for the Golden Stone, the toy shop, the Golden Star toy shop. We family owned, and then we import the toys, and we have the warehouse in the 1177 Brooklyn on Flushing Avenue. So
that's not what I asked you though. I asked you how many times do you end up helping your wife out when she's not there? How often?
Sometime like a few hours a day, and then the weekend. Sometimes they take the kids to go to the class, go to somewhere like this.
So you're the only one there when she's taking the kids somewhere?
No, it's other employee too.
Can I'm gonna mute this for a second.
We're gonna have a brief.
I just couldn't figure out.
All right, we're back on the record after a counsel on a legal issue.
What's the reason he wants to get in the wholesale business? He has no experience in it.
because I work for the Golden Star Toy Wholesale Inc. Because I do have many years I go to sell all the toy, go to Five Bolo, so and then I think right now this wine business, I think I try to do this business. I think that's an opportunity for me because now all other business is very slow these days.
Are you going to sell to your wife's store?
No, this is we're going to just sell to all like on-premises store.
Say that again. Right, but your wife has an on-premises store.
No, he's not going to sell to the wife.
The wife's not going to be a customer.
No, he said no.
Well, wait. How can she not be a customer?
She hasn't. But my advice, there will be once the license proof. I go to it's all on my own corporation. It's nothing to do with my wife, So and then we just like a normal other people. They wholesale the wine, It's whatever. It's our license. We pay the fee for the license fee. So we whatever is we can do. We do same thing like other people, Other
What kind of wine are you going to sell? Where are you having any idea?
I try to import some wine from Spain and Chile, Argentina, because I have few friends, they sell the wine in China, so they are doing a tremendous business. So basically, I import the wine, and then I'm gonna use hiring people. I use my own label, and then we're gonna sell USA the market, and then in the future I might try to sell to the China too. This is my idea.
Wait, you're putting your own label on this product?
No, I'm not. Right now I didn't start anything because I try to I hire people design the label, whatever. That's my thing. Like a name.
So you're gonna import wine to the United States.
Yeah.
And then put your own brand label on it.
Yeah. Then if we're gonna just I don't know how to call it. On the own label, that means we just pay for the right people that design the label like this, right?
And then try to, okay. All right, well.
Yeah.
I don't know that you're going to be doing it in New York.
You all ready to go?
Yes.
Okay then. Commissioner Fan.
Because of the tight house rules and the applicant clearly works or controls the wife's liquor store, I don't have confidence that there can be a divide there. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm going to vote to deny as well for those reasons.
I'm going to vote to deny because I don't believe you. Because you lied. And just for future reference, when you submit something and an application to a state agency and what you submitted is completely false, you've actually committed a crime. So I wouldn't do that in the future. But I'm denying.
All right. The next item, this is when we have the interpreter, is 769C. LJ Ruiz LLC.
Is that in the stack or not?
Yes.
You pull them.
It's in your stack, but it's later down.
Okay.
5 down. It's right near the top. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4.
You look at your client needs an interpreter.
Not this one. My other one.
769.
769C.
This, Mr. DeLuca.
Yes.
On item 769C, your client needs an interpreter?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I asked.
Yeah.
Hey, Jonathan,
Yeah.
can you lower the blinds in the back of the room?
Yeah. I can.
I'm sorry, man. It's good.
Thank you.
And we weren't sure, so he came anyway. So whichever. Stay, ma'am. Please stay.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Pat DeLuca. I'm here to represent my client, Mr. Alvarenga.
Who's the interpreter? Can you put your name on the record?
You.
Alicia Antunes.
You're going to need to stand next to the Spanish-speaking gentleman so that you can interpret.
Portuguese.
Oh, I'm sorry,
actually.
Portuguese. Please say everything that is said. If you need us to stop or slow down, let us know.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. DeLuca.
The prior licensee at this location had been revoked, I believe revoked or canceled, but I think it was revoked. My client applied for an application here. He has no connection at all with the prior people. When the application notice letter went out to the village of Mineola, they referred to this location by the prior owner's name, which is De Sousa, and first name Pascal, and so they misunderstood, and we sent out the notice in Pascal De Sousa or a corporation to be formed by, but he doesn't have anything to do with the premise. He was the one who had the license revoked. My client was a customer of the location, but he has nothing to do with Mr. De Sousa. That was it was a mistake. We re-notified and refiled the application.
So there was a mistake where?
By us sending out the notice in the name of the prior principal.
Well, how did you make that mistake? Did you represent the prior principal?
I don't remember. I might have. I know I represented his father, but
how would you make that mistake when you're doing community board notice on a guy's license got revoked? You're taking that guy's name plus your client's name and putting them both on the notice and sending it?
We didn't know the reason for the notice at the time, but when our client called
what other
us,
reason would there be?
we didn't know it was revoked at all. We knew that this man called us about sending out a letter because he was going to file an application at that location, and he referred to the premise as Pascal's premise, and it was.
He knows.
He does know. He goes there. It's his neighborhood. He knows of him. And
where is he now?
He still lives in Mineola.
Pascal De Sousa?
I don't know.
Well, I'm asking you to ask your client.
What do you know where Pascal is?
¿Dónde está? No sé. No sé dónde está. I know him, but I don't know where he is. Says he knows him, but I don't know where he is.
But he was. I just can't believe it.
Yeah, no, that was their first attempt at obtaining a license. Just to give you some difficulty that we're having with the applications.
My client has nothing to do with Pascal. The notice was sent out in error, and we re-noticed in our client's name. He knows
because I'm seeing that he did.
This is this application. Okay, this is a second attempt to try for a license. The reasons for disapproval of their first license application was because of, the notice in somebody else's name.
I mean, I'm just having a tough time believing or figuring out how a notice to the community board went out with a party's name on it that wasn't part of the application, who happened to have been the former owner whose license we revoked.
No, he was the owner, I think, at the time. And we just didn't know that it had been revoked. We didn't handle that. But it was what they referred to the premise as. And I do know Pascal because I know his father, Mr. De Sousa. We had no way of knowing that there was a problem, but when we were disapproved because of it, we re-notified in the correct name.
Mr. DeLuca, I don't think you're understanding the chairman's question.
No.
How did the guy's name get on the form?
Because when they called us, when they referred to the premise, when we found it in the computer, it was referred to by Pascal's name.
So, computer? What are you talking about?
When someone calls us up and wants us to send out a notice letter to a village, town, community board, whatever, they have to refer to it by something. So they referred to it at not just 256 Jericho Turnpike. We didn't know what they were talking about.
No, the name of the corporation.
They didn't know the name of the corporation. He only knew that he drank there.
Okay, Mr. DeLuca, you had a client who was going to have a corporation, but instead of putting his name on the form, the former licensee's name is put on the form. That's the chairman's question.
That was revoked.
Which you signed.
The client did not have a corporation at the time. He called us and asked us to notify the community, and we, not realizing that it had been revoked, we used the Pascal's name.
No, Mr. DeLuca.
He doesn't have an answer.
You
Let
don't.
it go. There's no
I don't know. You can say it as many times as you want. I'm trying to tell you what happened.
Which doesn't make sense. But
We'll talk later, Mr. DeLuca.
all right. Well, why don't you tell us what this place is going to be? I don't know that I have any faith that he's not involved in this, but you might as well go through it for the others.
It was simply going to remain the same basic premise that it is.
Well, that would not be a good idea, would it? Since we revoked the previous one.
He wants to maintain it as a Portuguese restaurant and center. It's sort of a community center. I can let my client explain better if you would.
Comida. It's going to be a restaurant, a cafe, and serving beer and liquor and wine.
Is he aware that there were narcotics in the previous place?
No.
Yet he was a customer. He wasn't aware that part of the reason it got shut was drug activity.
Eu ia lá comer de vez em quando. Não. Não, senhor.
No. I used to go and eat there sometimes, but wasn't aware of that. This was not.
Does he know Antonio D'Amato?
No.
No.
He was a bartender there. You never met him when you were there.
Eu conheci o Pascal há tempo atrás, mas eu não sei quem é esse senhor que está a falar, não sei quem é.
I knew Pascual, but I don't know who is this person, this gentleman that you're talking about.
What type of music is he going to have?
Não tem música, só televisão.
No music, just a TV screen.
Do we have a menu here?
Yeah. Not even like background music recorded, something like that?
No.
And what are the hours?
Obrigado. A hora da comida, 11 da manhã. Até às 9, 10 da noite. Depende da gente que haja. Depende de customers.
From 11 a.m. until about 9 p.m. It depends on the traffic, the customers.
11 a.m. to when?
9 p.m.
7 days a week?
7 days a week.
Correct.
Where is the pizzeria in relation to this location?
Pizzaria minha?
Sim, sim.
Eu tinha uma pizzaria.
Sim, ele está a perguntar.
My pizza place?
Yes.
Sim.
In Hampstead, 63 West Columbia Street.
63 West Columbia Place.
How far is that from here?
Qual a distância?
Maybe 5 miles. Maybe.
About between 5 and 7 miles.
Eu vivo perto eu vivo aí à beira do café.
I live in Mineola near the
Não,
cafe.
Mineola. Eu vivo em Olliston Park, pegava Mineola.
I live near Mineola, in Olliston Park, close to Mineola.
Ask him who's with him.
Quem que está com o senhor? Quem que está com o senhor?
I came with him just in case he needed a translator, but this lady was here to do it, so that's why I came.
Are you a friend or?
Yes, I know him.
Oh, okay. Is he a good guy?
He's a very nice man.
And
And he knows how to run his business, and you can be sure that he'll do the right thing.
So you're saying
You're not Antonio, are you?
No, I'm not.
Just checking.
And
He wants
he's,
to be open till 9. I mean,
Yeah.
All right, I think we're ready.
and he's telling you the truth.
Yeah, I believe it.
Okay. All right. With no DJs, no promoter, background music only, no security guards, applicant principal will manage. I will give you 10 p.m. 7 days a week. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
Well, no,
Dinner will be open. Yeah.
with no protest from this and everything else, if you told me you're only going to be open till 9, I probably would have voted for you a while ago. So I'll go with Commissioner Fan's accommodation to 10 o'clock if you need it.
I'm going to assume that the error was attorney error, which is hard to believe, or representative error, and given the hours and the lack of music, I will vote to approve. So 10 o'clock, that means close 10 o'clock, out the door. You got it?
Yes. Dash, there's those.
And recorded music.
The recorded music on, what is that what she said? Yeah, yes.
11 a.m.
So no DJs, no promoters, no dancing,
What is the DJ?
No.
and no live music.
No.
All right, good luck.
No.
Thank
All right,
you,
we're
good
all
luck.
done. Right done.
11 a.m., sir?
11 to 10, yes.
Yes, 11. Like you said.
I don't care what time he opens. He can open at 8, for all I care. I'm more
No,
when he
said
closes.
11. He said 11.
All right, thank you.
We're all done.
All right.
Next item is 757,
Thank you.
417 W8.
78, 59.
Yes, 457, 58, 59, 60.
Good afternoon.
Oh. Good afternoon.
Bob Swednick. As regarding this matter, which was previously an emergency order of suspension, believe that at that time the authority did not have the video and was not aware of all the facts. There was a hearing and a discussion before the hearing and a resolution reached. Basically because I didn't know that you were going to be in Albany today, but we have stills from the video which were presented at that time and reviewed by the authority and the detective.
What number is this?
757.
What hearing are you talking
No,
about?
it was going to hearing, and they counsel's office and licensee came to an agreement for a C&C.
All right, so what? I'm not aware of what the video showed, so what are you saying it showed?
What the video shows, and we have still photos that we could have presented if you were here from the video, shows that there was a group of gentlemen who tried to get in, who were refused on several occasions because some didn't have ID, some were intoxicated. Several times they were turned away at the door. When they came back one time, one of the individuals threatened the life of the guard and then spit in his face. The guard sort of went toward him. That individual turned around at the curb, pointed to the guard, threatened the guard and his family. The guard then went after him, chased him into the street. The individual then started hitting the guard hit him back, and the guard did have a flashlight in his hand, and the flashlight apparently hit the gentleman's head. No one is debating that. But he was...
Ran right into it.
I'm trying to figure out how that ends up being favorable.
Well, the people were trying to get in, and they were refused entry, which is what you wanted. Nothing saying it's favorable, but the guard was threatened, did overreact, and that's what the video confirmed.
And in the process, fractured somebody's skull.
In the process, fractured somebody's skull. That security company was...
Which resulted in bleeding on the brain and it would appear he had numerous opportunities not to escalate the situation.
Not according to the video.
He chased the guy down the street. Wouldn't, if he didn't chase him, wouldn't the situation have ended?
They were all, you could see it on the video. They couldn't be down the street. It was all in the same video. From outside the premises.
He chased him out onto the street, correct? With the flashlight.
They started out on the street because he wasn't permitted entry. That's where he spit into his face.
So you're basically saying that the employee should be able to retaliate with a weapon when someone spits in his face?
No, I'm not saying he should retaliate. I'm saying these were the facts.
What do you call it?
The guard company was dismissed. I should also note that Detective Penna indicated that it had been what he thought was one of the better guard companies in the area doing searches. That I would also note that one of the issues was that you thought there were directed postings there, and Director Penna and the captain acknowledged that the directive postings were the result of the owner requesting them because you had closed several other...
I mean, I see, here's my problem, and I don't know where the other two stand. I don't care about any of that. If he gets assaulted and he's defending himself, all bets are off. But that's not what was going on here.
Well, have you seen the video?
No, but from what you're even describing, the guy, you acknowledged that he went after him with a flashlight.
No, I didn't say he went after him with the flashlight. What I said...
The flashlight hit his head.
And he was being hit by the other gentleman.
That's not what you indicated before. He went after him, got hit by the other gentleman.
What? The other gentleman was hitting the guard, and he went to hit him back, and he still had his flashlight in his hand.
But who went... Was the other gentleman walking away when it happened?
No. The other gentleman...
Why do my notes indicate that he chased the patron out onto the street?
Because when he spit into his face and threatened him, he then came away from the front of the building. The person who was hit went into the street, turned around, pointed, and said, we have photos, which I can show your staff.
All right, he pointed, then what happened after he pointed?
Threatened the guard and his family again. Okay.
And what did the guard do?
The guard then approached him, and they got into a fist fight.
There we are. Approached him. That's my point.
Well, the guard service was dismissed. It's a guard service that Detective Penna thought was one of the better ones. There's a new guard service. I'm not condoning what took place, but it's what these people were trying to do was they weren't letting them into the premises, which is what they were supposed to do. I'd also note that the video shows that one of these gentlemen then came back to the security guards, apologized, and shook hands with the guards. I would also note that the video shows that there's full cooperation between the licensee and the police department, that they fully cooperated with the police department.
And you're discussing only the incident that occurred that resulted in the summary suspension. You're failing to recognize that there's 3 others before that.
I will be happy to go into those.
Well, I don't know that the number that's been given to me here, and I'm not speaking for them, but it's not enough to even go into them, given what you just described. So, unless they have questions, I'm ready to vote.
Any questions?
No.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
I agree that it's low. I spoke to Mr. Armstrong. I think he agrees it's low as well.
He does, so why did he give it to us?
You want to just reject it, or you want to make a counter offer?
I would counter at double.
Commissioner Ford?
I don't really care about the 30-day suspension. The time served idea is idiotic to me.
I'll agree to a counter offer at double with no suspension.
Well, the suspension is what was already granted.
Yeah. Right. And they've already been closed for over 30 days, so they've already had that penalty with no income.
Okay. So I will go with the double the offer.
And let's be honest. Let's be clear here. This wasn't a penalty that they got shut. They got shut because somebody's head got bashed in. I'll go double too. I was at cancel and bond, but I'll agree with you. 70,000 is a counter.
Okay.
What?
He'll get a letter. He doesn't need to tell us today. Okay, thank you.
Next item is 678, Old Restaurant 774 Inc.
Good afternoon, Stacy Weiss for the applicant. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. I have my client with me also.
What are the hours?
Who's the other person you have?
He's a consultant.
He's a what?
He's a consultant. He's
A bar consultant?
Well, he owns a restaurant nearby. He's assisting with the operations. My client has been shadowing his restaurant.
Okay, what are the hours?
The hours are, what time you want to open?
12 o'clock.
He wants to open at 12 o'clock. 11 o'clock?
Close when? 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock for lunch. 11 o'clock until midnight. Sunday through
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
Wednesday,
Saturday.
Thursday. He wants to close at 2 o'clock Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
This place has a pretty bad history.
Right, I
yeah.
believe they closed. Yeah, they closed in 2017, I believe. Previously. Yes. They closed for a couple of years.
Canceled.
Right.
Why? He's going to have a DJ and/or live music and no security guards after the history of the previous place.
Well, he was going to see what he's going to use the security depending on what the circumstances were. He was going to see what was going to happen. Depends on what.
You've been doing this long enough to know that you can't do that. You either have security that you announce to us on certain days, or you don't. You can't pick and choose.
Do you want to have security?
Of course, yeah.
He'll have security. He'll arrange to have a security company have security guards on at least on Friday and Saturday nights.
Well, which is it?
Yes,
You
Friday and
want it
Saturday
on
nights.
just that Friday and Saturday? Or you want it all day?
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights he'll have security.
I see that I can't figure this out. The 60,000. Do we know where that came from?
What is
Who's the lender? Do we have that?
Actually, the gentleman here. I didn't do this application. I was just informed that the gentleman over here. It's a note from the gentleman over here.
So what's his name?
I'm Robert Verderosa.
We do have his thing. Is he licensed somewhere else?
Yes.
Are you licensed somewhere else?
Yes, he is.
Where?
He has a restaurant called.
I'll talk to myself if you don't mind. I own 3 other establishments, sir. 2 in Rockford Center and 1 in South America.
Do we know that?
Just kind of blow it up so I can actually read it.
You have any history with us? Negative?
No.
How long have you owned them?
5 years.
And what is your relationship with the applicant, Mr. Glick?
He's a very good friend of mine. He's very interested in running the business. I saw an opportunity to put him into business. He's young. He's ambitious. I figured, why not? I'm always looking to make more money.
Aren't we all?
Yep.
So you're an investor, or are you giving him a loan?
I'm both, I guess. You know, I'm an investor and I'm giving him a loan.
We're looking to do further business after this.
Well, you either are getting monthly payments because of your loan, or you're getting a percentage of the profits.
No, he's getting.
Depending on your answer here, it depends on whether you're on the license or not. So I would think that you want your.
It's a loan. It's a 19-month loan at 4%, and I'm paying him monthly as soon as we start business.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Did you say you have licenses or you have restaurants?
I have licensed restaurants. I have 3 licenses in my name already. Liquor licenses in my name. For all 3 establishments.
You just listed them.
The sister is one of them. MESITA.
Mesita.
Mesita is one of them.
That's a Mexican restaurant in Rockville Center.
I can give you a serial number
Yeah, I
if you
just
like.
looked at the personal questionnaire. Do you have any interest in the lips? Nothing. But he did indicate the restaurants.
All right. Well, so can you, assuming this gets
We'll get it updated.
granted, can you update your personal questionnaire?
Sure. We'll take care of that.
Because none of your licenses are listed on it. Okay.
Ready to vote
Why
now?
not?
I don't know, because whoever filled it out didn't put them on it.
You put it under your employment, but not in, if you have interest, with the liquor license numbers.
Okay, I'll talk to the person who filled out the application.
You ready to vote then?
Yeah.
All right.
Phantom people doing applications.
This is
doing them all
unbelievable.
wrong.
Not today.
Commissioner
Not
Fan.
today. It's weekly.
Principal seems to have a lot of experience in security. That's why I was not sure why he wasn't using security guards. Maybe he can do his own security. But with
security guards, no problem.
Hold on just for a second, please.
with recorded music, DJs, live music, security guards on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, no promoters, no dancing. I vote to approve. Oh, with the hours of midnight, Sunday to Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
What kind of live music?
It'll be acoustic.
Acoustic. Guitar player.
Mariachi, things like that.
Mariachi,
Mariachi
Mexican.
band.
Mariachi.
Nothing outrageous.
It's Olay restaurant, Mexican.
All right, I'll vote to approve under the same conditions as Commissioner Fan.
Why was my liquor license put on the freaking application? That's what I want to know. Who filled this out?
The other person. I didn't do this.
Hold on 1 second, please.
At the end of this,
We're going to take a break.
There's a discussion of council.
To vote again.
Right. Okay, so we took a brief recess to discuss the matter of council. Commissioner Ford, you had not yet voted, I don't think, on the record. So.
Yes, I vote to approve under the same conditions as Commissioner Fan.
The only question I have is there's an outdoor patio?
Yes.
What's the hours there?
Yeah, most likely it'll close earlier,
Yeah.
about 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock will be the maximum time there.
Is there residences around you or no?
No.
All right, I'll vote to approve under Commissioner Fan's conditions, but also that the outdoor patio is shut at 12, and there's no music out there.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ford, you're okay with that?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Outside closes at 12.
12, no music.
Yes, thank you.
Next item is
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
763, 520 Montauk Gas Corp.
Bless you.
I'm trying to feel like you've been in here a week.
I know.
This room got very small.
It's very hot.
The jacket is coming on shortly.
Yeah.
How do we have all these cases and nobody there?
There are people. It's a big number because we canceled the 2. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, Patrick DeLuca. I'm here to represent Mr.
Sefer Kahiola, 520 Montauk Gas Corp.
I don't have a problem with this.
No, I don't. I just have one question. Does he know the former owner?
Yes.
How?
I took it over.
He bought the shares of the corporation from him, and the landlord actually is right here too. Mr. Sefer, I've known him for a long time, so Sefer operated this store up until approximately 2016. He left, runs another store somewhere else closer to his house. The landlord had someone else come in to run the store. When we filed the application, he was disapproved. The landlord asked Sefer to come back and run it because he had run it well without incident.
Who was licensed? Was he licensed when he ran it previously?
Yes.
All right, I'll approve.
Commissioner Fan?
I'll approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll approve as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item, 7, 44, 45, 46, 47. Manhattan River Group, LLC.
Just a heads up, Mr. Chairman. We do have community people here. They asked if they could say anything.
No, we'll bring them all up front and I'll talk to them.
Okay.
Well, just for the record,
I'll get them.
Martin Miller is here on behalf of the licensee.
All right.
And so is the licensee.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. Do you want me to speak, or do you want?
I want the people that are there to speak to come up so I can tell them that they can't speak.
Okay.
Just to make it official.
You want to get 2 other people.
Okay, so I'm here from the Latino Restaurant Association in support of the reopening of La Marina.
Okay, Mr. Tavares, I'll just hold on for a second.
No, no one is. I want everybody that's here in support or against to get in a line so that I can talk to all of them collectively. Because I'm only going to say this once.
Okay. Support? I think I'm the only one in support, Chairman.
All right, and I want the people that are against it too.
Oh,
that's not true. That's not
John,
true.
Who's against the license?
All right.
Everyone right here. That's it.
Everybody please come up toward the table.
We received an enormous amount of letters. All of your letters were received here. They have all been read. Unfortunately, and I don't know whether we tried to contact as many people as we could. You're not allowed legally to speak because this is an enforcement matter, and we're here about the penalty or whether we're going to accept the penalty or not. And as a result, because you're not witnesses to any of this, and because you can't be cross-examined by Mr. Mailer there, and I don't think any of you would want to be, we can't allow, legally we're not allowed to take testimony regarding these types of matters. This isn't a licensing matter, it's an enforcement matter. And as a result, I'm sorry that you all waste your time, but we do have the letters, and the letters have been read. That's all. That's the only thing I can tell you.
I have a point of order regarding what they may testify to regarding a change in operation. Are they allowed to present that?
Who? This is only about the underlying charges and whether we're going to accept the penalty that they've offered us to take. There's nothing about the licensing of the establishment or anything like that. This is only about the outstanding case, and we're not taking support either. We're only listening to the licensee.
You're not taking testimony from somebody who may be taking a change of operation?
Who are you, from Brother Jimmy's?
Well, that's what I'm asking about.
No, we're not. I'm not listening to them either. It's
Okay,
only we're only here to talk about the charges.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, obviously the CNC is written in my letter, is presented in my letter, and I just want everybody to be on the same page. If accepted, it will not be what it was. The licensee understands that it has had its problems in the past year, although prior to the last year it has no record with the New York State Liquor Authority. But I'm not here to argue what is good and bad about what was. I'm here to say that we are going to give a substantial fine. We would like included the time that we have voluntarily closed. It's unfortunate because I negotiated this settlement with Chris, and he no longer is counsel, but he said that it was commendable that we did not move to have this hearing held before now. So this place has been closed for over 4 months.
Well, I mean, am I wrong in saying that one, it's winter, and two, didn't the city keep them out of it?
No, the city has never closed this place. They work with Parks. The Parks Department is in charge of this premises. No, they have never once closed this.
So if they get their liquor license back, they are allowed to reopen the next day.
Yes, there's no restriction on the part of the city as part of the Parks Department. But what I want to emphasize and why I have Brother Jimmy's with me is that part of the CNC will be that they are going to completely change their method of operation. They will not be open past midnight on any night of the week. They will not have any ticketed events. They will not have any of these loud parties that they have been accused of. And what will happen is you will have a very kid-friendly Brother Jimmy's, which is a place that is known to the Liquor Authority, is a good licensee, has had relatively no problems with. I mean, not to say that you brought a charge here and there against Brother Jimmy's, but nothing of a major of any major concern to the New York State Liquor Authority. So part and parcel with this CNC is that we will assure you that what was will not continue, and that is what is critical, I believe. So
why should we believe you?
Believe?
Well, I believe he's saying what he thinks is true. Why should we believe them?
Because as was written in the CNC, if for whatever reason the owners of this premises decide to get rid of Jimmy Goldman and the concept of Brother Jimmy's, then all bets are off. The New York State Liquor Authority can do whatever they want.
Okay, Mr. Mailer, I need some clarification because I was
no,
confused.
it is a summary. You're right.
No, I was confused about what the terms of the CNC were, and because you had language in your letter about all these other things you were going to do, and the prosecutor advised that the terms of the CNC are just the money.
Well, you see, all right. Again, if Mr. Rianos was still with you, which he's not, this was all part of a global settlement, and he's the one that wanted most of these things. For example, getting rid of one of the existing principals was high on his list. It's done.
Yeah, see that, I'm not talk. I mean, Chris negotiates these things as he sees fit, and I don't really have a problem with them. But this was not about that individual, and I don't know that changes anything for me.
Well, but I'm saying the whole thing is being changed. I mean,
I get what you're saying, but this idea that one person, and I'm going to put all the activities that occurred here, which were obviously substantial, on the majority being caused by that one person, just isn't accurate in my mind. And I mean, they were all equal partners in this thing, or they all had equal responsibility. And so I realize Chris might have felt better about that, but that doesn't make me feel any better.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to argue about what the authority perceives this place, what it used to be. There's no.
You don't want me to tell you what I think it was.
No, I understand, but what I have to get across here is that it will not continue.
I know, but we're going back to what Commissioner Ford asked. Why should we believe you? Believe your client.
That there'll be no recurrence of what was.
Well, I mean, and it wasn't just we can go into the drug sales by a manager. We can go into the fact that they felt like they could do valet parking all over Upper Manhattan and not care where they left the cars. We can go into the fact that they were having concerts or whatever events that they had already told the city they weren't going to have. They lied every chance they got. Now, all of a sudden, because we've shut them and their investment is going out the window, or their golden goose, whatever you want to call it, now they're going to find God. And it gets to the point where, to me, based on what went on here, I don't care what they promised me. I don't know that I'll ever believe them, the guys that are involved in this thing.
But Mr.
And this
Chairman,
has nothing to do with Brother Jimmy's in my mind. Brother Jimmy's seems like a legit place. I get that.
Okay, but I'm not. That's why this is so critical. You can put a provision in there that if this premises ever strays from the Brother Jimmy concept, that in fact you can close them. You can do whatever you want to them because they are not going back to.
Why do I want to do that when I can? I think they should be closed now.
Mr. Chairman, there has been a tremendous. Not that that's the determining factor. There's been a tremendous investment put into this place. They took a rotting pier and made it into a viable entity. For 7 or 8 years, you had no problem with them. In the past year, all sorts of things occurred.
We had no problem with them based on the history in the records of our agency. But it's quite obvious to me now that the majority of that neighborhood and that majority of that area of Manhattan did have a problem with them. And it appears to me that the city administration, for whatever reason, was either turning a blind eye or not listening to that problem.
Mr. Chairman, I would take tremendous exception to the last statement you made, and that the entire neighborhood had a big problem with that premises. There is a very vocal minority that does have a tremendous problem with that premises. But, I mean, understand, this is on the water, next to the West Side Highway, in a park, yet there are claims that there's noise emanating from that premises. But assuming
the noise isn't the biggest thing to me. The biggest problem to me that I just find completely offensive is the parking. I mean, we've seen pictures.
The parking...
And Commissioner Ford walked up there and saw it live.
I've been there.
Okay, there is the parking issue, as you put it, was never an issue until it became one all of a sudden.
Oh, no. It was an issue. It was being handled.
In the sense that, yes, the Parks Department was permitting those cars to be parked inside the park. When that was taken away, well, then there were problems. But we will agree that you don't have to have valet parking. And if we stray from
you're missing my point. It's not about the valet parking. It's about the way that they felt like they could operate, that they didn't have to operate within the bounds of what they agreed they would do.
Just one second. What? Yeah, the owner of the premises is here. Do you want to? I understand what you're saying about this complete disregard for what should have been going on, but it's not true. It's just not true, and it hasn't been true. When the authority came in, they found the technical violations of the fire extinguisher and those things, and there were a number of them, and they've been corrected. And yes, you say that there was a manager that was dealing in drugs. I'm not going to argue that point to you now, but it wasn't as if this was ongoing for years and years. This was somebody who, during the course of a summer, I don't know, all of a sudden went rogue, and he's been dealt with. Everybody's been dealt with in that place.
Well, you and I both know an undercover does not go and find a drug dealer because he started selling drugs yesterday.
I don't disagree with that, but what I am saying is again, I'm not going to argue with you about what you perceive to be their problem. They had a problem. They're trying to solve their problem by completely changing the method of operation to a kid-friendly place that will close no later than 11 or 12 o'clock at night, will have no ticketed events, will have no speakers blaring in the middle of the night, will have none of these things. We're going to have a concept that has been a proven winner for over 34 years in the city of New York, as in other states. So I understand there's a
So then why not lease it? Why not let Brother Jimmy's go and lease it himself?
Because that's the problem, in a nutshell. Because the Parks Department has a licensing agreement with the current licensee, and it's not as if, okay, Brother Jimmy's, here, it's now your license. It doesn't work that way in the city of New York. So in order for this thing to go on, in order for people, I mean, Brother Jimmy's will be employing, I don't know the number, but a good deal of people from the area in a Brother Jimmy's concept for the people in the area. Kids will eat free. It's just going to be a fun place that you can go and eat some good ribs and have a good time and go home somewhere between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock at night, depending on the night of the week. So what was, I'm not going to argue with you, but part of what we have to do here, and Brother Jimmy's will be coming in with percentage, so we will have to file with an endorsement and have them added as the manager. They will not have a percentage of the business, but if they ever go, then all bets are off with what you can do to this premises. We understand that there was a problem. We're giving you a significant fine for what you believe to be the problems of this place. It's been closed for over 5 months. We did not pursue a proceeding because, in good faith with then counsel, we held off on any requests to have this heard immediately. So, and I don't know what I would have won. I don't know what I wouldn't have won. But I'm not here to argue that at the moment, as you told me and others in the past. If anybody's going to do anything in this place in terms of litigation, it would be me. But I'm not here in that mode or in that wearing that hat today. I'm here to say that they've made a mistake. They've made a big mistake. They paid for it in many ways, and that they've been closed for 5 months. There are a number of weddings that didn't go on in the winter because of this. They're paying a severe price for what they did. And I don't want your sympathy, but what I would like is to go forward with a new concept, with a new operator, with somebody who's going to be responsible for what goes on in that place, who has a proven track record, and allow this place to reopen so that there can be a fine restaurant in the place, so that kids can go and have a place to.
All right, now we're repeating ourselves. We got the picture.
So, what kind of capacity are they proposing at this point?
Can the owner address that?
Sure.
Okay.
But we're not actually doing.
True. Yeah, all we're doing is.
Well, you're asking the question. You can answer it. There will not be a large crowd in that sand area, if that's what you're asking. What's the capacity? This is Jimmy Goldman, aka Brother Jimmy.
Hi. Our plan is to convert the sand area to a kid-friendly area with a bocce court, shuffleboard, and other things for families to enjoy. The idea, and we don't work with outside promoters, the idea is simply to do what we do for 30 years. Actually, kids eat free 10 and under in all the Brother Jimmys, and that's a large community of a lot of families up there. And that beach area, the Parks Department has asked us to make it accessible to the community. We've spoken to the community, and there's a place called Brooklyn Crab on the waterfront in Brooklyn, and I love what they do. I have a 12-year-old. He plays a little miniature golf out there, corn toss, and the families can sit there, the adults can go into the restaurant and the cafe and have a nice lunch while the kids are entertained. That's what we're looking to do there. I don't do outside shows. I don't do hip-hop. We don't do reggaeton. That's not what we do. It's not what I've done.
We're going to take a break for council for a second.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, after a brief recess at conference for council, we're back on the record on item 744, 45, 46, 47.
May I just say one thing that was just told to me by the owner with respect to the valet? There was an agreement and a contract of sorts with the Parks Department which allowed for this valet parking. So these claims of valet parking all up and down the streets and avenues is not correct. But again, I'm not here to argue any one particular problem that the community board, or not the community board, but some people in the community have with what was. That's going to be over with. And I would like to also say that first of all, Jimmy Goldman has been going around to the community board, to various groups, and what he's getting back is we have no problem with you, Jimmy Goldman. We have a problem with the owners. And if you do come back and say that no, we want to do away with the place, this place will lie fallow for a minimum of 2 years while bids go out back to the city of New York, and employment will be down. A concept that has worked and has not caused any problems with the liquor authority or anyone for that matter will be not allowed to go forward in this premises. There are many ramifications of what's going on. We're not here to argue the past. We're here to talk about the future. And I would hope that that's understood by the three members when they cast their vote.
You ready to go ahead and vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm at Cancel and Bond.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm at cancel and bond as well.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, I just can't in my conscience do this. And this, just like the community board said, this to me is not about Brother Jimmy's. It's about the fact that, I have stuff here from the Parks Department where they notified your clients that the valet parking was to stop, and it continued. We have a drug dealer who, on numerous occasions, who has, in my view, in a management position, was selling cocaine to an undercover officer, among other drugs. And at one point, there was a group of people who were their customers who were at an event, and they ended up, it looks like, being poisoned by some kind of powder that was handed out at the place. And, there was just too many instances where they, either through political influence or just complete disregard for the law, decided that they were going to do what they wanted. And I just can't. I don't believe that would not happen again with these owners. So I'm at cancel and bond as well. Thank you.
Wait a minute, just as a point of order, this is a counteroffer. So
Yes.
we either go to a hearing or accept this
Correct.
counteroffer.
You'll get a letter.
All right, thank you.
We take it just a
Yes.
minute break.
Can I get the other briefings now?
Just got an email.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Item. Can we give you down to a dull roar there, please?
Guys.
All right. The next item is 761, ZZ Deli Grocery Corp.
The licensee, the applicant is here. It's Mark Miller again for the applicant. It's my understanding that this matter is before the full board because there's been a disapproval of previous applications at this premises. I'm here to tell you, and you're going to ask her directly, but she's had nothing to do with any of the previous premises. Lives in the area. She saw a for rent sign, spoke to the landlord. The landlord gave her a lease for the grocery. The grocery's been in operation for, I think, since last March. It doesn't sell any beer or wine product, but is seeking to have the liquor authority approve it for the grocery beer.
So she's still in her current job?
Yes, she is. But I hope you got what I apologize for sending it. I think it was yesterday or the day before. The way it works is she has a sister. The sister she gets off about 3 or 4 o'clock and goes to the store after she works. And her sister is the manager in the morning.
Okay.
Mr. Miller, the prior license, just so you know, in 2014 was revoked by the members. In addition
No,
to
I saw that in your.
that was the other reason it's coming here.
So she doesn't know the former applicant.
Not at all. And you can.
And how'd she find the place?
She lives in the neighborhood. She lives a couple of blocks from the place. There was a for rent sign in front of the place.
I vote to approve.
So do I. Approve. Thank you.
Yeah.
What time?
For next item, 633, which is 1942 Lounge Court.
Or 615.
You can leave. You don't need to stay. Just go.
633.
633.
Well, Commissioner Ford doesn't drive it.
1942 Lounge
Yeah,
Court.
just remind me at 3. We'll get somebody to drive it.
No one's coming up.
Ms. Ruiz is not here. I will
Just
we'll hold that. Next item, 769, Wyckoff Weirfield Corp.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Put your name in the record, please.
My name is Daniel Lynch. I am both the attorney for and the principal of Wyckoff Weirfield Corporation. A year and a half ago, I stood before you and made a series of promises, many of which were corrections of the previous ownership. And in exchange for that promise, you asked me to come back in a year. It's now been a year and a half, and you would consider removing the stipulations or the restrictions on the license.
Which ones do you want? Which ones do you want removed? Just
2
4
a.m.
a.m.
close. I'd like to go to 4 a.m. and I'd also like to remove the restriction on alcohol in the backyard, which is now only available until 12 midnight. Other than that, I'm fine with all the other restrictions.
What's behind you? What's in back of you?
Well, we have a backyard. Next to the backyard is a guy who basically fixes cars during the day and he's closed at night. The other section is a rehearsal studio for musicians, and behind that is an empty lot.
Are you aware that there are events advertised on your website right now that goes until 4 a.m.?
That no events go to 4 a.m. Absolutely not.
It's just being advertised as going to 4 a.m.?
I don't know why they're being advertised that way. I'll make that correction. I'll speak to the person who does the website. In fact, I'll text them as soon as we're done.
And you're not using promoters?
We have internal booking, and they get people who bring shows into us. Yes.
So internal booking, meaning those are your employees?
Correct.
But when you say they're using promoters that promote bands and things like that.
There are agencies. There are agencies that do tours for bands.
So they're not. It's not what.
We're not dealing. We're not dealing directly with we're
No,
not
what
dealing
we're
directly.
talking about is that somebody will take the door charge and guarantee you a certain number of people. You're not dealing with those kind of promoters.
No, not at all.
And then they'll do social media and things of that nature.
Correct.
So you've been clean for a year?
Do we have
Absolutely. I can go through all of it. I have about 12 different things that I fixed. Not only we have no 311s, no 911s, no police complaints, no community board complaints. In fact, the only interaction I've had with police is giving them videos that they asked for of incidents that happened down the block or around the corner that were picked up by our internal cameras. So basically, we've become helpful to the police.
All right. Well, clean up your website because there's an event on 420. Someone got a little carried away and advertised it until 4 a.m.
Okay.
Well, get 4 a.m.
We'll correct that. Unless we have 4 a.m. by 4:20.
Right. That may just be a bad assumption. Okay.
So,
What about the backyard? What was he doing with that again?
He wants to
I'll
go to
see it
4.
later.
He wants to go to 4. He's at 12.
And it's service in the
We're
backyard.
There's two times. There's 2 a.m. for the bar. There's 12 a.m. for alcohol
you want food,
permitted
you want
outside.
across the board.
Correct.
Inside and outside.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
My understanding of this application, it's only until 4 a.m. for inside. This element of outside service was not part of the notification to the community.
There was no community notification because the community board opposed the initial application. This was a promise made to me on the record at the
There's
when
no
we were here
promise.
before the board.
Oh,
Well,
come
it was
back.
a come back to us.
Yeah.
Come back to us in a year. If you're clean, we'll take away the stipulation.
Yeah.
Here we are.
All right, I'll vote to approve.
Both of them?
Commissioner Ford?
So in your letter, January 25th, you said it's been 16 months since Chairman Bradley's invitation. And we've achieved it.
It took
Okay,
us a
hold on,
while to get to the
hold
court.
on.
I'm just making a joke of myself. I'll approve it as well.
I'll approve.
So we move to 2 a.m. and we'll move the outside.
Good luck. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
No music outside, though. You
No
just
music.
service. Yeah, no
We're not-
music outside, but service outside is okay.
Correct.
Okay.
But no, we don't do service. It's people that can go
That can
outside.
carry their drinks outside.
Correct. Exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we're going to recall 633, which is 1942 Lounge Corp.
This is a mess.
No.
I don't know. But I leave.
Are you guys going to community board tonight?
Yes.
So why don't we just put this over?
Thank you.
Yeah.
5-1.
Thank you.
I know what's going to happen.
Let's see what happens. Let's get the information first, though.
The 5-1?
Yeah.
Oh, let's hit that again.
The next item is 664, Nana Billiard Cafe, Inc.
One, two, three, four.
They are operating number 7.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Harry Foreman, attorney for the corporation. This is Mr. Ottoman Burgos, who's representing the corporation. This is Mr. Edgar Vasquez, who's going to translate the English to Spanish for Mr. Berger.
So, four sales to minor in 6 months, right? June, July, within 6 months,
Yeah.
right? Two other disorderly premises for which you've already paid $10,000 in fines. I mean, what's going on?
Well, first let me tell you that 2 days ago, I called counsel's office to inquire about the status of this case and whether we could work out a resolution. And yesterday, counsel called me back and told me that the case was on today for default, which I didn't know. I asked them if they received...
I'm not really asking you.
Okay. Well,
I'm asking the licensees, what's going on?
What we're asking is this. This is what we'd like to suggest to the board, that the licensee would pay a $10,000 civil penalty, that the licensee would be required to put in a scanner to scan IDs for those people that are purchasing alcohol. It's a billiard place, not a bar. For those people that are purchasing alcohol, that the licensee would be required to have any employees that actually sell alcohol to do the alcohol training and awareness program, and that the licensee would be required to have a security guard Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. We think that would resolve all the problems, and we're requesting that you do that. As far as I just wanted to clear up the matter of it being on default, I did fax in. Apparently, they couldn't find it on their computer. A not guilty plea, notice of appearance, and discovery demand on February 8, 2019, and I have confirmation from my fax machine that those went through. So, at the very least, instead of a default judgment, I would argue that the defendant, the licensee, is entitled to a trial, but I'm hoping that we can resolve it.
What's the date of the fax?
February 8th, 2019, and again, I have a confirmation from my fax machine.
What days do they get, 10?
That the fax went through.
What do they get from the date of the delivery?
Usually 3 weeks.
It was returnable 220.
Okay, so we got to take this.
Yeah.
Or get them to play. You're not getting 10,000. Where are you at? How much? I can't read that.
This is 20.
We'll give you 20.
So you're not going to open up the default?
I may.
Okay.
We see.
I mean, I could give counsel the hard copy.
We're still. Whoa. We're talking about money. We'll do this for 20 if you're amenable to that.
And the other requirements would be part of it, or just?
I don't even. Other than the scanner, I don't care about the rest of them.
The rest of it we should do anyway.
And the scanner, and you could stay in business. You want to do that? Can you do that?
I'm just still trying to wrap my head around a restaurant that's full time. It's not gonna be it.
Go ahead.
Y la maquinita para crear los ID. Las otras restricciones están diciendo que por $10,000 y la maquinita no por $20,000.
¿Ah? A couple of
¿Está de acuerdo con eso?
Can I answer? Wait. Yes, yes, we accept the $20,000 plus a scanner to be used for all purchases of alcohol, and we appreciate it very much.
So let me ask you this: is he serving food there?
You serve food there?
Que si sirve que si sirve comida.
Yes.
So it's a restaurant pool hall?
No. I don't know if it's a restaurant pool hall.
Well, it's a restaurant wine. It better be a restaurant.
Well, let me ask. The restaurant and pool hall?
Que se considera
You serve food in a restaurant?
Un billar. Restaurant pool.
Restaurant pool hall.
All right, we'll take the 20. Have a good, and the scanner. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
The next item is 668, Post Billiards Cafe, Inc.
Well, that was going to end up in the hearing. Everybody's happy or unhappy.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioners Ford and Fan, and staff. This is Adrienne Hunt from Hunt Law on behalf of the licensee, Post Billiards Cafe, Inc., and with me is the licensee's principal, Mr. Manny Garcia. President, we're here on CNC and to answer questions that you might have.
Are you going to submit a change of method of operation?
We've already submitted that end of March, beginning of April.
Okay, I will accept.
I will too.
Thank you.
Chairman Bradley?
Yeah, I'll
Thank you.
Thank you. That letter's a warning.
The next item, 680, Blueprint 265 Management, LLC.
We have opposition.
How did I know?
You're the attorney for the licensee? Come up and say your name.
Last couple you want.
Dawood Nelson, attorney for Blueprint 265 Management.
Kwame Mack, no owner of Print 265 Management.
All right, let's hear from the opposition.
Good afternoon. My name is Violene Roberti. I'm with the East 45th Street Block Association and also the Flatlands Fabulous Civic Group. We have a few more people from the community here with us. We oppose this establishment from getting a liquor license. They have a history of violence.
Well, let me stop you there. They don't have any history.
I understand.
The location does.
Location, yes, 4410 Avenue H. Let me just say the location because the history shows it doesn't matter who the operator has been prior. It's been the same results. We have history over 25 years of different operators, but yet the same result. I know this operator will come here and say, we're going to be different. We will operate differently. 3 or 4 years ago, another operator came in front of the board and basically stated the same thing, and the board had to shut it down, I believe, in 2017 because of the same, because of selling liquor without a license. There have been numerous violent incidents. I believe that I sent a package to the board.
Ma'am, I have to be honest with you. We have it. We keep records here, and since 2014, there have been incidents, but very few violent incidents.
Male slash.
They surrendered.
2014, male slash in the face. 1:35 a.m. 2016, male hit with bottle.
Yeah, but you're reading a police report. That's not inside the.
This is from the 63rd precinct. Inside the club, shots fired, shell casings found outside. That was outside the club, but it's due to the club. We don't have those type of incidents there without the club being there. Mel shot several times.
Do you have anything in writing from 63rd Precinct in opposition?
I got an email. I'm pretty sure historically you'll find things in writing from the 63rd precinct and also from the Community Board 18.
I mean, the one things they sent us is from 1994.
That was the two murder. Two women were murdered.
And you sent us an NYPD Division Service Request View for 4410 Avenue H, and right. I went through that pretty.
But that was only the noise complaint.
Can I talk?
Okay.
I went through it pretty specifically, and every call that you're talking about was, other than 3 or 4, was from 2014 and before.
That was a 311 log. I'm pretty sure there's more than that's only some of the incidents that have occurred at that location. There are more things that have occurred.
But what makes you think this guy is involved in any of that?
Historically, every single operator have had the same issue. It's the type of club that they operate. It's not.
Do you know
the
what?
operator
Do you have any idea what type of club he plans on operating?
It's a lounge. That's what they've done prior. It's always been a lounge, and we've had the exact same results. Besides just the violent acts, the double parking, the loud music, the garbage that they drop in our neighborhood, there are people that have lived there for 30 years that have been dealing with this nightmare for 30 years, for 25 years. That
The only history I have showing is from
I know.
Hendrix, and then Aurora.
The one surrendered, and it was because of one incident. He had one incident surrendered. And then the log of calls, they're all
Those are
from 2014. See, the problem is legally, ma'am, we need good cause, and we can't use the history of the previous licensee against this guy.
Okay. Also, in 2017, I believe you issued a license to Halsey Bar and Grill, which is exactly one door down from this establishment. The location of this establishment is for commercial space. It's a very small space. Besides, it's in the backyard of people's residential homes.
All right, so you don't know this operator, and you have no knowledge of what he intends to do here. Is that fair to say?
Besides to know that it's a lounge, no, I do not know what they.
You don't know what his music is, or his hours, or anything like that.
Not yet. I have not heard what he's gonna say, but it's been the same story. So can I just finish the point about the other one that's already there?
No, because go ahead.
I just want to state that we have 4 small commercial spaces there. A church, the lounge that was issued the liquor license about a year ago, and a little carpet store. And now this establishment. So 50% of the commercial space in that little area will be, if they get accepted today, it will be liquor licenses. 50%.
It's a commercial space. We don't dictate. We're not here to dictate how they zone their properties.
I understand. It's also in the backyard of residential homes. This is 6 minutes from Utica Avenue. I'm pretty sure if we look at the 1 mile radius, there are plenty of other lounges in the same area.
We don't look in a 1 mile radius. We look in a 500-foot radius.
Okay, there's one right next door.
Yeah, you need 3. I understand your point, but there's certain things we have to go by.
I'm going to be afraid of walking in front of there. I had to take a day off work today. I'm a working person. I bought my house there. I have to be afraid of walking in front of this.
Ma'am, you don't even know this gentleman. You just acknowledged to me you have no idea what he's going to do, and you're afraid to walk in front of the premises?
We have nothing. It's not about him in particular. It's not him. It's the location and the type of business that they've done for the past 25 years. How could historical data not be considered? It's a decision-making process. The history of the location have proven to the same thing have occurred for 25 years. People have been there while 2 people were murdered, including a 24-year-old pregnant woman. Now, how could I stand here and...
There was somebody murdered in the previous licensee? We don't have that.
No. 1994 New York Times article. Anybody can get it.
The 1994 I was just out of college.
Murdered. I was probably 15, but 2 people were murdered regardless. It's a history. For 25 years, it's been the same thing.
All right.
I mean, I would hope that the area is continuing to improve, and I would think that you want a nice restaurant there.
We have one already, ma'am. We have a nice restaurant there. We have one. We have plenty of... Utica is 6 minutes away. Flatbush is 10 minutes away walking. We don't need... There's one right next door to this one that was issued a liquor license with restrictions because you guys were so concerned with the history of that area.
Yeah, well, we put restrictions on everybody, and we're going to put restrictions on him too, if we grant it. That's not odd that we put restrictions on a license. Almost 100% of the licenses in New York City get restrictions.
At the time, you raised concerns because you knew that historically there have been problems with the lounge, which was Aura at the time from that area. So you placed restrictions on Halsey because you knew that next door we had problems. Now we're going to give you
No, any complaints.
Halsey doesn't have. I think they're.
All right, we're going to have to hear from him now. We get your point. Is there anyone else there that needs to speak?
You want?
No, it's okay.
You want to speak?
Okay. Nothing. Not even a stand referral.
So we don't have one.
There's not one complaint or incident.
She just
on
doesn't
policy.
farm.
Good afternoon, Commission. Let me start off by saying that this restaurant Blueprint 265 doing business as Season is a restaurant. She referred to many times in the past about lounges that are at this location. This is a restaurant, pure Caribbean fusion restaurant. There will be no parties here. There will be no loud DJs. There will be none of that. This is a restaurant, family sit-down restaurant. There aren't that many options in this neighborhood for sit-down family restaurants. Let me just clarify. Kwame Mack, the owner of this restaurant, has no affiliation to the past owners. Has absolutely none. Has nothing to do with them. Don't know them. And in all of the community's complaints right now has been about past history. This has nothing to do. My client has nothing to do with the past owners.
Is that him behind? Is that him
Yes.
behind you?
Yes.
Can he come up, please?
Yes.
What are you going to quit your? What do you do right now? You have two jobs. You're going to quit them?
Oh no! Right now I have a tax company. Seasonal. I have a manager that helps me out there that runs the day to day. When hopefully you give me a liquor license, I'll hire a manager for the day to day stuff with 10 years experience.
So you have no experience in this industry. Is that
No,
correct?
in the past, I've been catering when I was younger, but my passion for food, I want to infuse Asian with Caribbean cuisine and offer it to the community. I've been more than willing to sit down and talk to the community board. I reached out to the community board. I reached out to the precinct. No one has responded to me. I've been more than willing to speak to anyone to facilitate my dream.
The community board won't talk to you either?
No. I've sent emails. I've went to the precinct. I've requested everything. No one has taken a meeting with me.
The community board held a vote on this premises during the summer when it was closed to the public. And they requested to get put back on the calendar in the fall, and they refused to do so.
And then we got letters indicating to use the 500-foot law, which does not apply here.
Correct. And the whole
So,
thing.
what's the event planning business that you run?
I've done it in the past. I've done catering.
No, but
I've done catering.
Blueprint Management, what is that?
Blueprint Management is an event company. Yes.
Is that
this is Blueprint Management 265. You talk about Blueprint Management 265 is Season. Season is the name of the restaurant.
No,
Season
we want to know. You have a employment history here that says Blueprint Management from 2005 to present, and you call yourself an event planner. What is that?
Yes, I've done events in the Plaques. Yes,
How do you do event? So explain to us how you do an event.
An event, you hire like for someone who wants to do a birthday party, or if you want to go to a club or an event space, I'll hire it. I'll rent out the club. I'll invite people out for birthdays.
How do you invite them?
It depends. I can invite them to socially, or if I'm doing someone's birthday party through Facebook, I can help manage people how to invite their people out. And
Are you doing events that you just do a social media blast and invite people?
No. Not just from social media, just like to random people out there. No.
He did indicate in this application that
Yeah.
they will close periodically to host private events.
But you're not promoting.
Oh no, I'm not promoting. No, I want to run a restaurant. I would like to be involved in community. I want to run a restaurant.
So
That's
you're
my
saying-
dream and my passion.
When you say you want to use the premises approximately 5 times a year to host private events, like what? Weddings, birthday parties?
Weddings,
what?
baby showers, anything. Not anything in the community.
It's private events where it's not open to the public, where it's where people rent the space out in the community where they need to host an event, and those are the only closed to the public.
Are you trained in culinary arts?
No, I am not. But I do have a passion for food. I am hiring chefs. Once
Do
again,
you have a chef that you are talking with to put this menu together?
Yes, I do have a chef. Yes, we spoken to. Yes, and also, like I said, I'm more than willing to talk to the community board. I'm more than willing.
What's the name of this place going to be?
Season. It's a fusion of Asian cuisine with Caribbean.
Season.
CZ.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Season. That's how we came. That's how I came up with it.
And what's the background of the chef that you're planning to hire?
Excuse me?
Who's the person? You got a name?
I spoken to Charlie Martin and Rowan Vassell. And the thing is, and that's what I want to do. This is a creation.
And they are what? They're candidates, and they can do
actual candidates. Yes, they are actual candidates to help.
And they're trained in Asian cuisine and Caribbean cuisine fusion.
In Caribbean, yes.
These letters just doesn't. Why don't we have anything? What are the hours?
It's from 12 to 2 on Sunday through Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, 12 to 4.
Nah, that's not going to happen. So revisit that.
You can't really tell us you intend to be a restaurant if you're like not open for lunch and running until 4 a.m.
A family restaurant.
No, we're not. It's open at 12, and people from the community come back from work it's a two-field zone at that. So people from the community come back and eat once they.
I would like to serve lunch and dinner in a family restaurant. I'm more than willing to discuss any.
All right, I'm ready.
Well, the prior licensee we had at 1 o'clock.
That's.
So I don't know that I'd be comfortable given the fact that you don't have any experience going past that.
All right.
And what's the music situation? Nothing, just
background music.
Background recorded music.
No DJ?
No DJ.
No DJ, no dance.
No.
All right.
What about
anybody else there?
What about security?
No security guards. It's
a restaurant.
All right. Who's asking?
You ready to go ahead and vote then?
Yeah.
Commissioner Fan?
Well, is there anybody else there?
Does anybody else want support or opposition want to be heard?
Can I just say something? Sorry, Can I just say something? I understand that you're a man trying to run a business. I understand that.
Ma'am, could you just state your name and speak to the...
Oh, I'm sorry. Sally Bennett. I live in the neighborhood. I've been there for 35 years. I'm president of Flatlands Flatbush Civic Group. I'm a member of Community Board 18. My concern is the same presentation you just did, we've heard it before. And I'm not saying you would do that. I have been in that area for so long. You're trying to run a business, and I'm trying to live. I want to be able to walk out of my door anytime I get ready without having to worry about gunshots, people running up and down the block, which we had experience with 2 years ago. They were running up and down the block. We're going to bust this block up. We're going to do this. And, that puts fear in a lot of people. That's not what we're looking for. Now, if you say you're going to do ABB, that's what is expected. We don't want to hear, oh, well, they're opening the back door and the music is escalated into everybody's yard. And then they want to start serving food and have a cookhouse in the backyard. And the worst thing I think that you could do is rent the businesses out.
Excuse me?
That's when a lot of the problems start, when you start renting it out and, letting other people come in and use it. I have no idea how you're going to manage that, but I can stand here and see. Any wrongdoings, we're going to be on you.
I'll preach this a conversation.
Because we love our community.
Yeah, but ma'am, you're talking to us right now. The only thing I would ask is, and maybe he's not telling the truth, I don't know. But if they've reached out to you to meet with your group, and you refuse to meet with them and just send us stuff that I don't even know if it's accurate, I don't think that you guys are doing your job. And it's the same thing with the community board. If he asks to meet with you, and you're not meeting with him, and then you're going to come in here and tell us how bad he is, I don't know that that's fair to anybody.
Okay. I just want to say that we have a Flatlands Flatbush Civic email, We have never received an email from them stating that they want to meet us. I'm from the East 45th Street Block Association, the exact block association that's affected by this. I have never received an email from you guys.
We've reached out to the Community Board 18.
Okay, but not the community
All
itself.
right. You can settle that later. Thank you. And just for the record, that you're complaining about Halsey, and I'm not saying Halsey is
No,
not
we
doing.
are not complaining about Halsey at all.
Because we have absolutely no complaints since we
Halsey
licensed
have
them.
had no complaints. No, we are not complaining. We're saying when Aura was there were gunshots. And you can reach out to the 63rd Precinct because they have a list of stuff that's not included on that they can provide to you.
All right, thank you. All right, did you vote or
No,
not?
nobody voted.
All right, we're going to vote.
Pete, please. Commissioner Fan?
With no DJs, no live music, no dancing, no outdoor activities whatsoever, windows closed at all times, no security guards, 7 days a week until midnight, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, I was going to shorten the hours too. Till midnight. Yeah, exactly.
I'll take that as well. And that's closed at midnight. The doors are shut.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Windows closed, on the outside.
The next item is 681, Franklin Wines and Spirits.
Good afternoon from New York, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Max Bookman from Pozetsky and Bookman. I am attorney for the applicant. This is an application for a full-service, open-concept liquor store to complement an adjacent grocery store being built in a brand-new mixed-use residential building. With me is the applicant,
So,
Vanilki Ford.
Mr. Bookman, let me stop you right there. Is there any opposition there?
Yes, there is opposition.
Okay, let me hear from them.
Chairman, Commissioner, good afternoon. My name is Guido Venitucci. I represent Bottoms Up Wine and Spirits, located at 731 Franklin Avenue, which is pretty much about 4.5 blocks from where they want to open their new store. There are already
4.5 blocks. Whoa. 4.5 blocks. We have you at 0.3 miles. How big are the blocks?
23 miles.
No, 0.3 miles.
Well, yeah, it's 4.5 blocks. It's 5 blocks.
And how in Brooklyn, my experience is 5 blocks is a quarter. I guess that's right. Okay, go ahead.
So there's already a store at 796 Franklin Avenue. There is us at 731. There is a 680 Franklin Avenue. The area is saturated with wine and liquor stores. I've done some research on the census website, and from the year 2010 to the year 2017, there has been an increase in population of 0.5%. So
how do you explain your significant increase in sales?
Well, we actually
not just, and by the way, not just yours. Everybody.
Well, we do a lot of probably is. I would say it's due to the current administration. Maybe people are drinking more. I don't know, but
you guys didn't think that was funny?
Yeah, I can guarantee you that people are drinking more.
Nobody's listening except me.
I got it.
That's not a fair joke at a state agency, by the way.
No, he's talking about the federal administration, I'm assuming.
So there's a good revolving of amount of people coming into the neighborhood, but nobody is really staying. So went from 308,000 people in 2010 to 325,000 people in 2018. So we're really, I'm not saying that we're struggling, but we're really competing with everyone on Franklin Avenue already. There are about 9 active licenses in the 11238 zip code. And there isn't, and I haven't heard what they're going to do, but I don't think that there's anything that hasn't been already done or is already in place for the convenience and advantage of the public living in the community.
How long have you been open?
3 years in February.
Okay.
We do a lot of, we try to do a lot of outreach to the community, loyalty rewards. I mean, we have to really work our brains to bring the people in.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Just to reintroduce who's with me, it's Vanil Kapoor. He is the applicant. And to my immediate right is Norman Bent. He's the employee sommelier that's going to be running part of the wine program. So I'd like to do a few things. I would just like to briefly touch on the points why I think this application is for the public convenience and advantage, and then at the end briefly respond to the comments made by the opposition, which are really no different than the comments made in the opposition's letter, which I responded to in my papers. So as far as public convenience and advantage, we need to start with the neighborhood. This is Crown Heights. Anyone who's familiar with Brooklyn understands that Crown Heights is a neighborhood that is booming. We included statistics from the city controller who studied the neighborhood, and there's some important statistics that we've highlighted on the first page of our report. I think the ones that are most intriguing are that of the 58 neighborhoods that the controller identified in the city or broke the city up into, Crown Heights has a 40% increase in businesses since 2010. That's the largest percentage increase of any of the neighborhoods that the controller identified. And the population of those earning over $75,000 is up 38% since 2010, which is in the top 9th percentile. So I think that's striking. And we also included as an appendix to our presentation an informal survey of development that we conducted just through walking around the neighborhood and combing through Department of Buildings records, which I think just confirms what everybody already knows, which is that Crown Heights is a booming neighborhood. Speaking of new development and moving to the premises itself, the premises at issue here is in a new building. It's a brand new building. They're marketing it as the Dean. It's got 120 residences, all already rented, 230 tenants. And it's like all of these new buildings, it's mixed use and has a variety of amenities for the tenants. And that doesn't include just private amenities like a roof and a gym and things like that you'd come to expect in these new developments. But also on the ground level at commercial, they have a very integrated plan for what they're going to be offering there. So one thing that I think is really important is the grocery store. There is a 16,000 foot grocery store that's being built in this building that our liquor store is going to be immediately adjacent to. We've included renderings of that. It's already been rented and construction is underway. We included renderings of that grocery store in our materials, and the reason I did that was just to show you what a beautiful grocery store it's going to be. It's going to be in the style of Whole Foods. It's an experienced operator who has many of these grocery stores already. Going to have all of the modern conveniences of modern grocery stores with all the fresh food, food areas, things like that. And we've also included letters, not only from the developer himself, but as the grocery store owner, both explaining to you that having a full-service liquor store immediately adjacent to the grocery store would be of tremendous convenience and advantage, not only to the folks who live in the building, all 230 of them, but all the people in the surrounding area and the increasing number of buildings that are going up there. And of course, that's consistent with the authority's policy, as the members are fully aware. Because the law prohibits us in New York from having grocery stores offer wine and spirits for off-premise consumption like you do in many other states, the closest you can come to that is encouraging liquor stores to open up right next to grocery stores. That way you can have a complete shopping experience.
When is the building opening?
Oh, it's open already, Commissioner Pham. The grocery store itself is not open yet. It's under construction. It should be opening in the next few months.
They're expecting June 1st.
June 1st, I've just been told. The building itself is open already.
And what's the building on the corner of Franklin and Bergen going to be?
Not quite sure. Is that one of the ones?
That's vacant right now. It's the one that...
It says new construction, building coming soon on your map.
Yeah, it's just vacant right now. They're waiting for development to be made or
So there's no plans, is what you're saying.
So that's permits filed.
Yes.
Mr. Bookman, I'm looking at two diagrams here. You've got one that shows the package store on the corner of Dean and Franklin. You've got another one showing that it's in the middle of the block on Franklin.
So the diagram that we submitted from Landis Simon, which does all of our measurements, is the one that I'm going off of is the one that shows all 4 stores on the same map. Is that the one you're referring to, Mr. Donahue?
There's one that shows the grocery store, and then within the grocery store,
the grocery store.
That is
The grocery store has. Sorry.
Yes, I just don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
You've got one that shows a big space on the corner of Franklin and Dean, and within that, the grocery store coming soon, and then mid-block, the vet clinic, the vacant space, and this location. Then you have another diagram that has the applicant store, vacant spot, an animal hospital, and another vacant space, but with this space on Dean. And I'm just trying
It's
to
just a
figure out-
question of which side of the building is it on? Is it on the corner
No,
side
I'll
or is
let
it
the
more
applicant-
mid-block?
I'll let the applicant answer that.
Our store is going to be on Franklin Avenue. The main entrance of the building is on Dean Street.
What about the grocery store?
The grocery store has two exits and entrances. One is on Franklin Avenue and on Dean Street.
No, we understand that, but we want to know where is your location right on the corner of the building, or is it in
I
more?
believe the corner is the veteran store, and we are right next door to them. And then the next door
Well,
is.
that's a third. That's a third one.
No, the grocery store is on the corner. You're
The
one
grocery
door
store from
in.
the right corner. There's the whole thing is a grocery store. Then we are next to it, and then next to our towards the end of the block. I mean, not to end of the block, to end of the building. Then there's the veteran store.
So you're like mid-block rather
Yes.
than right on the corner.
Yes.
All right. So the one is wrong.
Right.
Okay, well, I understand. Are you saying our
Well, they just took
diagram?
this whole building and put the applicant.
One of your diagrams is correct, the other one's wrong.
Okay,
Or it's
so-
just. It could be. She might be right. It might just be that because they have animal hospital, vacant animal hospital, which is what.
Yeah.
That's a vet. The vet clinic is the animal hospital, right?
They just didn't draw it out.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
not
lazy.
Yeah. All right. He's owned 2 other liquor stores before. Why did he get rid of them?
That's right, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad you raised that. So, Mr. Kapoor is experienced in the industry. He's been trying to find the right place. So he's based in Queens. That's where his family is. His first store after he left the electronics industry was located way out in Islip, and it was a good location, but it was just very difficult for him to get to every day. It was a long commute out to Long Island, and he had a young, growing family, and he just didn't like being as far away from home.
So what do you do with it?
The Islip store, what'd you do?
I sold it.
Okay. How long had you had it?
About 2 years.
And then the next one. So you opened another one in Queens.
So that one, Mr. Chairman, the one in Queens was much better in terms of the commute. It was very close to where he lived, but it wound up not being a very good business in terms of its location. Where it was located, it's a little bit of an unusual setup in that the entrance to the store was basically, it's on a road, but the road feels like a back alley, and there were it was facing the exits, the back sides of other stores, and it really just didn't work out in terms of foot traffic. And so
what do you do with that one?
He sold that one. And
How long did he have that?
That was very recently. He sold that.
I sold it last year. I had it about for 2 years. I had it in the market for almost after 1 year I opened because the Subway restaurant had closed down and the people from the building couldn't come because the Subway restaurant had an entrance from inside the building coming to the parking lot. But once they closed down, it was just down.
So I've characterized this location as a Goldilocks location.
I'm beginning to characterize him as a liquor store broker. That's what my concern is.
No, absolutely not.
That's just not the case, Mr. Chairman. He's looking for the right spot, and you see his personal questionnaire as to where he lives. So that supports what I'm telling you about the inconvenience of his first store for him being so far away. He's just trying to find the right location. This location has the best of the previous 2 locations in that it is reasonably close to where he lives, and there's no doubt that it's going to be a good location for business given the many positives of the area and the building itself.
All right.
I can just make
What's he doing that or I guess, let me ask you this. Who, of the four closest, who's bulletproof? Do you know?
All right, yes.
I'm assuming the protester's not bulletproof.
He's not, and I'll address him in a minute. Of the four closest, number 2 is bulletproof, and number 1 is bulletproof.
Yep.
So the one that's the most close to us, that's bulletproof. That store didn't even submit any gross sales or anything. And we've submitted photos of all the four closest stores, including that one in the back of our packet. And you could see the first closest and the second closest are bulletproof setups, and really not the type of shopping.
Tell me what the address is of
Excuse me, I'm speaking now.
I just want to know if that is correct.
I don't answer to you.
Excuse us.
Can we know the address of the 2 bulletproof location that he's mentioning?
Sure.
As I was
680 Franklin Avenue and 11.
680 is not bulletproof.
Absolutely.
Well, they didn't
No, it's not bulletproof. People can go in and
we have photos
it's not
of it.
bulletproof. Absolutely.
All right, thank you. All right. Go ahead, please.
The fourth closest store, which is across Atlantic Avenue and rather far away, and they have not submitted any opposition either, is semi-bulletproof. And what I mean by that is that it used to be bulletproof. They've kept the bulletproof section of it, and from time to time they open up the rest of it, and we have photos of that. I think the one store, the one on Nostrand. Yeah. The one store that's brought opposition, and that's here, which I really would like to address, and I've addressed it extensively in the papers, is the third closest store, and that's Bottoms Up. And that's the one that's here today.
Is that AFSZM?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Their DBA is Bottoms Up, so that's just what I'm calling them. That store is not bulletproof. They were recently approved in 2015, but there's a significant difference between our concept and theirs, and I'd like to spend a minute going through that, as I did in my papers. That is...
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is largely a boutique store. What I mean by that is their selection is mostly wine. It's wine of a boutique variety. They don't have a very extensive liquor selection. But I think what's really most important, and the photos of that store that I've included really bear it out, is that they have elected to categorize their wine selection by price. And it's a novel categorization, and I'm not knocking it. But if you look at it, they have on their floor a $12 section, a $15 section, an $18 section, and so on. And so, if you want to buy a bottle of wine, the way you shop is by price. That is different from the way that most full-service standard liquor stores categorize their wine, which is by region. And the regional categorization is the way that we're going to do it. And here's why I think that's important, members. If you're a price-sensitive consumer and the difference between $15 or $18 is really your main motivating factor in buying a bottle of wine, I understand why the bottoms-up model would be advantageous. However, if you are not that sensitive to price, and for you, the difference between $15 or $18 is not that big a deal, and all you're looking for is to browse all the wines from, say, New Zealand, for example, you can't do that at that store. You have to go by price. What we're going to have is sections by region, which is a more standard model of an open concept full liquor store, where you come in and you can look at all of this selection from a particular region, and then you make your purchase selections that way. And then the other differentiation is liquor. If you look at their spirit selection, it's really not comprehensive. It's fairly erratic. They don't have national brands. They have boutique brands, which certainly fills a niche. But for those who live in the Dean, for example, and all of the surrounding areas, and by the way, we gave you over 250 petition signatures of the people who live in that building and around there who want this store. If you live in those buildings right now, if you want to get a full selection of liquors in a non-bulletproof environment, you got to walk really rather far to do that, and certainly not next to a grocery store. So if you want the complete shopping experience, none of the other stores offer that. The last thing I would just say, members, about the opposition is that it was mentioned today, as well as in the opposition papers, that the neighborhood is not growing. They cite population statistics, which I don't necessarily follow. I tried to follow it in their papers, but you don't need to get into whose population statistics are right. All you have to do is take the store that's proposing today, take their word from it, from their application in late 2015. In late 2015, the owner of this opposition store characterized Crown Heights as the hottest neighborhood in Brooklyn. Back then, it was only you, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Kim. Commissioner Kim voted to approve. Chairman Bradley voted to deny. And then on reconsideration, their sole argument on reconsideration was that Chairman Bradley did not fully appreciate the amount of development happening in this neighborhood. And
That's
they came,
impossible.
And they came with all sorts of population statistics and development statistics to prove it. And on that basis, Mr. Chairman, you changed your vote. And I think you were right to, and I think they were right then, to tell you that Crown Heights is a neighborhood that is under significant development. It's booming and everyone knows it. So for them to walk in here today and tell you that the neighborhood is stagnant is just, I think you should go with what they told you in 2015.
All right, thank you.
Are we ready
Do you have
to
any
vote?
questions?
Any questions?
No.
All right, we're going to vote then. Commissioner Fan.
I have reservations about how committed this applicant is to running the store since he's given up 2 stores already. And I looked it up. It doesn't really look like the commute is all that convenient. You have to get through all of LIE traffic. It's more than an hour each way.
Yes.
But the numbers do justify another store, and I see convenience in having a store next to a grocery store. So I'm going to vote to approve, but you better not sell this store within 2 years.
Yeah, fine.
Commissioner Ford.
Don't do anything about that. And because I'm not doing it again, it'll still be here.
There you go.
I'll just cut to the chase. I'm going to vote to approve. I think for the same reason as Commissioner Fan, next to the type of store, that food store, it's going to be a public convenience and advantage. And at least 1 or 2 of the stores, the closest 2 stores, are bulletproof. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley.
And I'm going to vote to approve as well, mostly because 2 of the 4 are bulletproof, and the numbers show even the bulletproof stores, our sales are all going up. The closest store, I realize the opposition indicated it's not bulletproof, but the pictures that have been submitted indicate that it clearly is. Whether they're the accurate pictures or not, I will defer to counsel on that. But I, like Commissioner Fan, would hope that this is not for sale within the next 5 years, because 1 is a very good spot, and 2, it's a brand new building, and that would be the last license you ever get.
Thank you.
Thank you, member.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The next item is 682, Lights of Pink Beach Court.
You sure you're going to go? You can go.
That wasn't a beer.
Sounded like one, didn't it?
I mean, we're going to be. This is the tough one. After that one.
It's okay. 6:15.
We have opposition.
I would leave if it were the last train, but it's okay. At this point, the kids go to
Yeah,
bed
let
earlier.
the applicant just put the name on the record.
Yep. My name is Roseanne Ruiz. I'm here for Representative Lights. And I have with me Brian Holland, the applicant.
Okay, let's hear from the opposition.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Members of the board, my name is Cassandra Acevedo. I'm the secretary of the board of directors of an organization in Brooklyn called Southside United, also known as Los Sudes. And I'm also a member of the Southeast Street Block Association, and I have with me Ms. Lucelis Ortiz, a person who's also working with the Southside United Los Sudes.
How many people are members of your organizations?
Of Los Sudes or the Southeast Street Block Association?
Both.
Well, on the students board, we have over 15 board members, and also on the Southeast Block Association, we have about the same number, sir.
So you have 15 board members, and that's how many members?
Members, we have, I'm sorry, sir?
Yeah, how many people are members of your organization? Not board members, but...
Does he mean Southside United Housing?
Well, we have quite over 200 or more.
You have so you have meetings and 200 people show up at the meetings?
Sometimes they do, sir, and sometimes they do come up to us for assistance, which is one of the reasons why we're here today.
So you're talking about residents, or you're talking about people that are actual members of your organization, that they have joined your organization of association?
We have residents, and we also have members of the organization.
So what I want to know is how many members of your organization do you have?
Again, we have approximately 200, but some of those members have dispersed and some of them have moved out. But at the same token, we keep getting new members that attend to our meetings on a monthly basis, so it's very hard to ascertain the numbers at this point that I can give you an exact amount.
Okay. I figured. All right, go ahead.
The board, I would like to state, and I appreciate the fact that we are given this opportunity. One of the reasons why we're here today is because community members and organizations within our area has come to us seeking help in addressing the issue of this applicant's operating license for a liquor license. And their concern is that they have been disregarded, that they have filed many complaints with different agencies and organizations, and they all have been ignored. Their concern is that...
About this applicant?
Yes, sir, about this applicant.
Has he ever been licensed before?
It is the perception of the community that they were doing business under a different name called the Flat. And this is one of the reasons why we as community members became involved, because when they came to us seeking help...
Can we go back to the perception? Where are you getting that perception from?
This is the community's voice. We are here raising the community's concern. This is not an issue that the organization itself is bringing. This is a collective effort of community residents and community organizations within our neighborhood that came to us seeking help to address this matter with their liquor license application.
I know, but ma'am, we're here to analyze this business being run by this gentleman in your neighborhood. You have just said that there's a perception, whether it be in your organization or the neighborhood, that this person has run another business that has caused problems. We have no evidence that this person's ever been licensed by us before. So that, to me, I need you to tell me where that perception is coming from.
Well, obviously, it's people who attend or people who come to the establishment who are the neighbors that has lived there for so many years. This is something that we did not come here today to address. This is a whole community that came to us to address the issue. We cannot give you any guarantees that they're not the same. This is something that we might be looking in the future to address also. But the main purpose that we are here today is because we have been inundated with bars and restaurants in the area, and we feel that at this point, we would like the SLA board to look into it. Now we have 7.
We know that we do look into it. That's what we do to make sure that this person, if he was licensed before, we keep a history on him.
And you're telling me that there is none.
To my knowledge, he has never been licensed before. To our agency's knowledge, this is why we go through this whole process. Now that's why I'm asking you where this perception came from. Because if he was some person that was involved in a bar that was causing problems and not registered with us, that's a big deal to us. But it seems like to me that you just don't like this bar.
No, sir, this is not that we don't like the bar. This is the community. And it's obviously one of the reasons is because the community feel that they do not need another bar in the area. We have
so it has nothing to do. So just let me stop you. It has nothing to do with this gentleman or his business. You just don't want another one.
I did not say I do not want another one, sir. This is the community's concern. I'm here voicing the opinion of my community.
Understood. So is it fair to say that your community just doesn't, we're not even talking about this person, we just don't want any more bars in this area?
Being that there's other establishments that already sell liquor within the area who has been impacted severely for all of the previous incidents that happened in that area and the same location, the neighborhood residents came to us seeking help, and this is why we are here today. So it is evident
How about
that if there was nothing happening,
can we go back to my question? Is it fair to say that your neighborhood residents who have sought help from you are basing that on the fact that in their view, there are enough licenses and they don't want any more? This has nothing to do with this individual or this business.
well, it is evident that you have a point, and I do have a point too.
Okay, I think I've worn out. Go ahead.
In addition, what we found lately, as recent as April 3rd, is that the applicant's questionnaire, they indicated that they have a valid certificate of occupancy, which in fact they don't.
But
We
they'll
went
never
to
get
the
licensed.
Department of Buildings, and we obtained.
So let me stop you there.
records.
Let me stop you there.
Oh,
If we grant this license or don't grant this license,
Yes.
that whether they open a restaurant there without liquor or have liquor, if they don't have a valid certificate of occupancy, they are not going to be able to open. We will not give anyone a license. We may grant it conditionally, but they're not getting that license till we have a certificate of occupancy. So that's
Well,
not
they-
even anything. That's not even anything we need to concern ourselves with.
Well,
In order
they-
for them to open, they will have to have that.
Okay, well, this is one of the other reasons why we are here. Because in our findings, we went to the Department of Buildings, and as far as April, which I have proof here, they do not have a certificate of occupancy. They do not have a temporary certificate of occupancy.
Okay, that's something we deal with later. Go ahead.
They do not have a letter of objection either. So all those documents are not in place, and this is one of the reasons why the community's concern is that if something is to happen in that particular premises, God forbid there's a fire, they also have some violations. They're not registered with HPD either. So how can we, in a clear
Again.
contract, allow a license to be granted to a corporation or individuals who do not have the safety or the community's concern or the public in general at their best interest? So
Ma'am,
our
did you
community
just hear
feels that they
Did
do
you
not
just hear
have.
what the chairman said? I don't think you did.
No, she heard it.
All right.
We understand that there is a question on the application, and that's probably causing confusion to you. Is they answered yes. Does the premise have a valid certificate of occupancy? They answered yes. However, if I don't have a certificate of occupancy, a valid one, they will never receive the license.
No matter what we do
What they
here.
write, we always check. We
Yes.
always do check.
So let's get off of that issue.
Yes, sir.
They are not going to be able to open without a certificate of occupancy. That's a hard and fast rule. So move to the next one.
Well, the next one is that the 7 establishments that are within the area, we have a listing of those. I'm not sure whether my fellow worker here would like to elaborate. So if you can kindly allow me to pass on the conversation onto you.
Well, for our records, there are 3 other licenses within 500 feet of this establishment. Is that the number you have?
No.
And one, and from what I understand, one has been closed for 2 months.
Right. So there is one. Hi, good afternoon. There is one place that has been closed, but there are about 7 establishments within a 2-block radius that actually serve alcohol currently in this area. 2 of those places are restaurants. 4 of them are bars. I have the addresses if you need it. And
We have them.
Is a liquor store, and so this starts at Keep Street. Hughes Street is the next street. Hooper Street is the next street, which is the Hughes Street station that a lot of people are going to traffic. And I would like to note that there's also a yeshiva about a block away for only girls. So this is also a safety concern for the schools in the area. We're raising the point that the community feels unsafe to have another location with a liquor license because it's just too many. In 500 feet, there is no need for this.
Okay.
And in terms of answering the populations that we deal with, I personally handle about 150 tenants in the area. There are 2 tenant associations right across the street, and that's about 35 tenants that are listed that work with us that all have the same concern, which is what happens when the people leave out of their junk. Nobody has an estimate of how people tolerate their alcohol, and I understand that it will be a very nice establishment, however they want to put it. But at the end of the day, people do get drunk and bad things happen. This is too close to schools, 7 establishments in the area. It's just not necessary.
Okay. Have you ever met with this gentleman and tried to figure out what his business model was?
Yes, we have.
And
we facilitated a meeting at our office at 434 South 5th Street, where to no avail, we each established our points, and it seems to us like they were not registering why we felt so resistant to them having a liquor license.
And are you aware of any jazz bars within several
the
blocks
area?
of your? Yeah.
Not necessarily jazz, but with a quiet environment. Of the 7 establishments, it's 3 of them. So quiet environment, lounge area where people can, better the community. It's available. And there's other areas. And you can walk 2 blocks up and you can find a place that can cater to that on Union Avenue. It's just not necessary.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. As to their points, we've met with them on several occasions. They keep focusing on the previous licensee. There hasn't been a licensee in the last 4 years. There are not 7 establishments, as according to the paperwork that I gave you, and this is very different from all the others.
Is that one license that you indicated was closed? Is that closed permanently?
I honestly don't know, because he even was there, and I was talking to him earlier. It seems like they're closed. Like they open, they close. It's
Since November closed.
Since November.
So we should be sending somebody out there, Mark, to the flat. What's it called? The flat?
The flat.
And what, your client didn't have any involvement in that, or did he?
No, he did not.
No, this was the flat. I'm talking about the other one.
The other one that's across the street, it looks like it's closed, Fula Lounge, but not sure.
But it hasn't been open since November.
That one hasn't been open since November, and it's called what?
Fula Lounge.
Fula Lounge. Email Joe. All right, go ahead. Tell us what you're going to do there.
That location has been sold and has been sold to a community member. The community member name is Melissa, and she will soon be applying in the next couple months for liquor licenses as well.
I expect that you're going to be here to contest that as well?
Most likely, yes.
I hope so.
We will.
All right, go ahead. Tell us what this is, what you want this to be.
This is going to be operated as a French Jazz Bistro. Hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday.
There's nothing there.
Well, across the street there's residential.
Yeah, which you got signatures on. All right, go ahead. And it's all going to be acoustic jazz?
Yes, all acoustic jazz.
Say the hours again.
7 to 1 Sunday through Wednesday, and then 7 to 2 Thursday through Saturday.
And how did you get these signatures?
From the coffee shop, from people who come and visit the establishment. They are happy and excited that he's going to be serving alcohol, being able to offer alcohol.
And that these 2 buildings are the apartment buildings right across the street?
Yep. So what it is that he's in a freestanding, well, not a freestanding building. He's in an attached building, but there's nothing above him. And then he has the residents that live directly next door, and most of those people sign in support of the application.
And he runs a coffee shop now?
Yes. No, he doesn't run the coffee shop now. It's everything. The sale is contingent upon liquor license approval.
Did he work there or no?
No, he did not.
So he just sat there and got the signatures, or they did it for him?
No, he sat there, got the signature, and also the manager of the place. He left them with him.
And the manager's going to work for him in the new place?
Yes.
That's me, correct.
What's his relationship with him? they friends? What?
They're friends.
Yeah, Brian is a
I-
friend.
I go to the coffee shop a lot, so I've had a lot of interaction with Michael.
Do you
Very
live
good
right
manager.
there? Do you live in that area?
Yeah, I do. I live in Bed-Stuy. It's about a 10-15 minute bike ride.
And I live adjacent to the coffee shop.
Oh, okay. So you're and you're the manager.
Correct. I've been managing the coffee shop 4 years now.
And you're going to manage the coffee. You're going to manage the restaurant.
Correct.
So you're going to live right next door. Okay.
Who owns the building?
The landlord, I think, if I remember correctly, I think it was the daughter inherited it. I forget her name.
Yeah, she's based in Georgia. So I have the same landlord for the residential as, Brian has.
How are you guys going to figure out the certificate of occupancy? Because there's not one existing.
He's going to apply for an updated letter of no objection.
How old is the building? Old? Is that what it is?
It's an old building, so it doesn't have a C of those, but it does have a letter of no objection.
Okay.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Fan?
Given the business model of acoustic jazz, French theme, I wrote down here that I do not think this place will become an all-night party. So, given the community's opposition, I would think that this type of business is actually the best thing that could go in here. And with that, I would limit live music only to acoustic jazz music. No security guard, no dancing, no windows opening, no outdoor activities of any sort, no DJ, 1 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
The ALJ's recommendation was that they concluded that the applicant may have met the statutory burden. There are most 3 existing on-premises licenses within the relevant radius, and although the prior licensee did have an adverse history, the history is relatively remote in time, and there's no relation between the proposed ownership and the prior ownership. So they vote, with all of that, I'm going to vote to approve as well with the same terms as Commissioner Fan.
Chairman Bradley?
On the same vote. Vote to approve with the same conditions, and knowing that this place will not open without a letter of no objection.
Yes. There's only one question I have. I know you said that no outdoor activity. You did put in the application for a sidewalk cafe.
Well, then they have to come back to us after they get that.
Okay.
To serve alcohol on it. If they get the sidewalk cafe, they can serve anything else. They just can't serve alcohol.
Well, I had included the sidewalk cafe in the application also.
Chairman, I just want to qualify one thing. You indicated to the opposition there was what's being perceived as a transfer at 291 Cooper. It's Fula Lounge. It came to us as a complete corporate change. Generally, those would not come to us unless there's opposition. So it's not a new application.
Why is that coming up?
Well, because you indicated to them that transfer that they were going to oppose, and it would come here.
Oh, yeah, I don't. Then
I just want to let them know we do not have a transfer on file for Fula Lounge. We have a corporate change application.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, so she applied for a sidewalk cafe already in her application here, which I didn't see. She said she applied for it. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes.
4 tables and 16 seats.
So,
Yes, we do
Commissioner
outside.
Fan, are you shutting it outdoors?
No outdoors.
So she's sticking with her no outdoors,
Okay.
as am I.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is 642, San Francisco Deli Salvadorino Corp.
Afternoon. Dennis Marty, I'm the representative for San Francisco.
Amazing how they end up here.
Raphael.
I can't show up for the hearing.
Yeah, no, there was, I'm not going to be asking about the development to defend it.
Why did he miss the hearing?
He just got confused with the date.
Yeah, they bailed me there at the whole address. I didn't even know it was.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. How did he get confused again?
I moved out. It mailed me the notification to the old address, so I didn't know till like day after the missing court date.
Yeah, it goes to the business too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he just was confused with the date.
I mean, I was at council.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, cancel and bond.
He's been in business 10 years. This is his first issue that he's had. I think it's unfair to cancel his license.
Well,
he's been, exemplary license holder, never had any issues. And, he had a gaming device that the vendor convinced him was legal, and he wasn't aware. It was his first issue. Never even had a sale of
Sir, it's his first issue, but we went to the police went to the place, asked who the owner was, and someone identified themselves as the owner who is not the owner.
No, he's the manager, and he doesn't speak English. He didn't understand the question. He was in charge.
He was speaking it well enough to say that he got 50% of the revenue produced by the machines.
No, Julio, I know since the business has been open, he's been the manager. He doesn't speak any English. I'm bilingual. I speak to him in Spanish.
Well, maybe the cops spoke to him in Spanish. I'm telling you what they told us.
Yeah, he's not the owner. Mr. Pineda's the owner. I've known him since he opened the business. And, he's willing to pay a fine, but, I feel cancellation is unfair. 10 years without any issues, never had any complaints, and he made a mistake, but he should be allowed to continue to...
the fine, what I don't even know what he's going to be able to pay. He's going to be able to pay a $25,000 fine?
I think $25,000 is exorbitant.
So why don't you tell me, given your expertise, what you think is a sufficient fine for this?
I think $5,000 for a first offense is a lot of money.
Yeah, but see, there's a difference between a first offense and the type of offense it is.
Right.
He's got 3 offenses here that are about as bad as you get in the type of store he has. Not to mention, when they went in, they observed people drinking inside the establishment.
Oh, he has an on-premise license. And, the only offense there that he's guilty of is the gaming device. And, he was ignorant to the fact that it was an illegal machine. He didn't know. And now he knows he'll never do it again. It's not there any longer.
And you're saying that his manager just decided to tell the cops that he was the owner of the store, but he's not. Why would he do that?
Because I know Julio. He speaks very little English, a couple of words. He's, probably, thought they were asking who's in charge, and he said he was in charge. He's been the manager since he opened. He lives 2 blocks away.
And then this guy tells the cops that the other guy is getting a split of the proceeds from the gambling machines.
The vendor who put the machine in there.
Yeah, and the vendor says he's getting 50%, and Mancia Valley says he's getting 50%.
It's like a double available.
No, but the vendors, all of these businesses, they don't buy these machines. They're put in there by vendors.
I get that, but my point is the manager said he gets 50% of what the machine brings in.
He meant the business.
Well, how do we? And that's why they ticketed him, because they misunderstood him.
I know he meant the business because he doesn't get any profits. He gets a salary.
What's his salary?
Not a lot. We don't make a lot of money because $600 a week.
I don't know. I was at cancel too. Where were you?
I was at 10,000.
It's up to you.
Yeah, he's willing to pay the 10,000.
No, we didn't offer it to him yet.
Well, it's not an offer. This is a default.
I'll take 10,000.
All right.
10,000?
He's been open since
Is there anything
2010.
open in this guy? Because that'll be the end of that if there is.
No, there's no other open because I need to know whether I'm going to renew them.
All right, 10,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't do it again.
All right. Next one is 640 Shlomo Grocery Inc.
I'm going to adopt the findings of the ALJ.
That was no surprise.
I thought that we were just calling it. I didn't know. What am I doing with my glasses?
I did not put the ALJ.
Chair,
Board not should have full.
I'm Tarek Santini, attorney for the corporation. With me, Simon Aspour, the sole owner of the corporation. We're here humbly requesting reconsideration.
No. You're here on a disapproval hearing that you conducted with the ALJ, and the ALJ already upheld our decision.
Yes, and they referred that they indicated that you were willing to, under certain conditions, grant the license to the applicant, and he has.
I can tell you this: in the time I've been here, that has never happened after a disapproval hearing.
Yes, so from the time of the application until now, it has been a year. The applicant has been operating the store without
Counsel? Okay,
Yes.
the purpose of today is for the members to decide whether or not to adopt the ALJ's decision, recommendation, which is to uphold the original decision. All right? So there's no discussion about anything beyond that at this point.
I mean, you have a copy of the decision, right?
Yes, I do, and they did refer that to the board in case because in your decision, the original decision, you indicated that if the applicant met certain conditions, that you'd be willing to grant him the license, and he's been operating for a year.
Counsel, the ALJ.
Where did I even say
The
that?
ALJ found that there was sufficient basis for the member's original decision.
He found that there was.
That's what the ALJ found. He recommended that the disapproval be upheld. Right?
I mean, we're not here to re-examine his license or his application. It's already been denied. The ALJ said that supported our denial. So the only thing he can do now is apply again and get. We can reevaluate that application. I don't remember ever telling him to reapply again, but I may have. So you'd have to go look at the video.
But in the ALJ's decision, he did indicate that the board might be, referred that the board might be able to,
That's not
be
what
willing to consider.
That's not what the judge said.
I don't even see that either. I don't know what you're talking about.
The judge, sir. Yeah. I know what the decision says. Okay.
Yes.
It says they weren't going to be able to do it unless they had more information that wasn't in the record. So that's why it was disapproved. The ALJ upheld that. I believe the members are about to vote to uphold it again.
Oh no, I see what he's saying. Yeah, that's to the licensing board.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, well that's not going to happen because of the disapproval hearing. He needs to apply again if he wants to.
Are we all on board with upholding?
Yeah, I'll
yes.
uphold
Yes.
this.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. He's going to need to reapply.
Okay. Thank you.
What
Next
ALJ was that? Why would they do 2 minutes. Why would the ALJ do that? Hit the mute. We're going to take a break.
All right, we are back after a brief recess. The next item is 684 Hudson Yards Liquors, Inc.
Mm-hmm. Here. What is she talking about? Say that number again, Tom? I got it. 684. I got it. All right. Is that just them trying to tell us that?
I'll double check.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. Just.
Is there any opposition?
Good afternoon. Yes, I believe there is.
Yes, there is.
All right. Hear from them first, and please identify yourself when you step up.
I'm Matt Tornabene from Manhattan Wine Company. We're approximately 494 feet from the proposed new license. We don't believe. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
We don't believe this proposed new store serves the public interest, nor will it provide any further convenience to the neighborhood. There's no denying that Hudson Yards and surrounding communities can expand eventually and need additional stores to meet the needs of our new neighborhood. But there's no reason for it to be 494 feet from our door. Not to mention Wine Book that's a couple blocks away, and then Citarella license that you just approved and who just opened sometime in March. Our shop, excuse me?
No, 494. You said 494, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
That's from Google Maps.
Okay.
Our shop offers anywhere from 800 to 1,000 unique products up and down the pricing paradigm with over 250 products under $25 per unit. So we cater to a large swath of customers. I understand that the new license is arguing that we only sell high-end products, and that's just not true. In the nearly 4 years we've been operating in our store, we've never been asked to provide any of the products Mr. Bassine plans to stock on his shelves, like Barefoot, Josh, etc. And furthermore, his attorneys argued that this new license will not materially impact our foot traffic business in a negative way. And the reality is that this new license is directly between us and the High Line, which is one of the major factors that drives foot traffic to us. I understand they're going to hire an attorney and be really focused on biodynamic and organic wines. And have a section in their store that's dedicated to that. Well, most of our store is biodynamic and organic. More than 50% of the products are there. They're not split out that way. They're done by region because there's so many of them. I understand they're going to hire a sommelier and bring them in. We have my wife actually works at the store. She's a member of the Quartermaster Sommeliers and is our Director of Education and Events. We do educational events and tastings all the time and have been doing so for many years, and all of those past and current are on our website.
How long have you been open?
Since June of 15.
And you're wine only?
Wine and spirits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Korngat. I am here on behalf of EBB and SAB LLC DBA Wine Book, which is the second closest store to this proposed location. I have with me Sanjay Bhavsar, who is the manager of the premises. I understand, just first off, that you did not receive a gross sales request from us. The reason for that was there was a typo in the email that was sent out, so the licensee never received it. We have a copy of it now, and we're happy to provide it to you at your convenience.
Somehow we did get it. I don't know. You must have sent it your supplemental.
I sent it yesterday, and I just wasn't sure if they had forwarded it on to you.
Oh, we got it.
Okay, great. With regards to this new store, we feel that the issuance of this license is not in the public convenience and advantage. Wine Book opened approximately 2015, partially in anticipation of the development of Hudson Yards. Since then, the store has worked diligently to increase the business and increase the relationships with the customers in the area. They operate a neighborhood-friendly store, and their business is comprised mostly of residential tenants in the buildings, on 30th Street, which is the block that we're on, 29th, 28th, 27th Street between 10th and 11th Avenue. So this store would directly impact our existing customers. They've built up a strong customer base and relationship with tenants and other residents of the neighborhood. They've modified their selection. They offer a very broad selection of both wines and spirits. Currently, they stock over 4,000 SKUs between wine and spirits. The SKUs that they offer really run a broad gamut of high-quality, affordable wines in the $15 range, up to rare vintage wines and spirits that customers have expressed interest in purchasing. We see no public convenience and advantage in the selection that's being offered by the proposed applicant. I know they are stressing biodynamic wines. As you just heard, the store right down the block carries biodynamic wines, and we also stock approximately 10 to 15% of biodynamic wines. As you just heard, there are two stores within approximately 500 feet. We're a little bit outside of 500 feet. The other store, as you heard, is 495 feet, both with a broad selection of both wines and spirits. Regarding Hudson Yards, we, of course, acknowledge that this is a major, major development. However, there was just a new store that opened in Hudson Yards, which is the third closest store, Citarella, that I think opened within the last couple of weeks. So, and that license was issued primarily based on the increase in population coming from Hudson Yards. So for these reasons, we don't feel that the issuance of this license is in the public community an advantage. I'd like to just turn it over to Sanjay briefly, who can tell you a little bit more about the selection and the business specifically.
Winebook is my main source of income. In 2015, when we purchased it, there was not much there. Slowly, residential buildings were coming up, and as of right now, residential buildings are our main source of income. With the opening of the Hudson Yards a few weeks ago, we hope to build business with some of the shops there and everything. And I'm currently updating the store to accommodate that type of clientele. I think the 28th Street store is around the residential areas that we have built a strong customer base with, and it might affect the walkthrough clientele that we have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Summers. I'm the attorney for Hudson Yard Liquors, Inc. I'm here with the principal on the application, Ruthie Bassine. As you've heard, he's seeking a license to operate a liquor store at 538 West 28th Street, which is between 10th and 11th Avenue. As you're probably aware, this is a neighborhood within Hudson Yards that is undergoing incredible.
But it's not really within Hudson Yards. You're two blocks south of it.
Neighborhood. That's correct. It's in the surrounding neighborhood. But if you walk around the neighborhood, not just in the Hudson Yards itself, which is bringing in over 65,000 daily visitors, 125,000 residents, and 40,000 new employees. But if you walk around the neighborhood, there are buildings going up everywhere. There is tons of new construction, tons of development. There's residential, commercial buildings opening. There's new storefronts coming in. The entire area not just Hudson Yards, but the entire surrounding area is in the midst of an incredible development and construction project. So the growth in that area is undeniable. And the foot traffic, the High Line will bring in, not to mention the people coming from Hudson Yards down, which they would first hit the store of Winebook before they would even get to our store. That alone, just the growth in that area, coupled with the fact that all of the gross sales that we've seen seem to show an increasing trend. So there should be no question.
Which is why we just put a store there a month ago.
I believe that was in the mall.
But it's to serve Hudson Yards, which sounds like what your goal is.
That's correct, but it's not just Hudson Yards. Like I said, it's the entire surrounding area. everything's been developing up from Chelsea, up the West Side Highway. If you walk down that area, up 11th, up 10th, you'll just see development all over the place. So it's not just tapping into the massive growth that Hudson Yards in and of itself is going to bring, but also just the development in the region alone, stemming from the 14th Street High Line all the way up to Hudson Yards. And then, as you know, there's a phase 2 Hudson Yards that's going to be opening as well in the coming years. So with that...
But what makes your location any more convenient for those people than the store that's literally under 500 foot away from you and is bigger?
Well, the store that's 500 feet away is located in the terminal building, which is on 11th Street. I believe it's 11th Avenue. It's on the corner of 28th and 11th Avenue. When you actually get to the location, so they're measuring it out by Google Maps, and Google Maps actually brings you to the door which enters you into the terminal building. Once you get to that door, you then have to go inside the building. You enter into a hallway. You then walk down the hallway, and inside of that building, maybe 15, 20 feet down the hallway is the entrance to the Manhattan Wine Company store.
That's actually not true. There's an entrance on 28th Street, and the measurement is from 28th Street to the door of the new proposed license. So I'm not sure why she's talking about the 11th Avenue entrance.
Well, if you go in, if that's the 28th Street entrance, you still have to go into a hallway. You don't actually enter into the store. And even if you went the 28th Street entrance, you're going into the main lobby of the terminal building. So the 28th Street entrance is actually the side one. The 11th Avenue it would bring you into the main building. But either way, those have, I believe the building itself closes at 8 p.m., which is not reflected by my client's intended closing hours. And they are focused primarily on wines and spirits. I believe they have a small selection.
That's why
of
they're called
spirits.
a liquor store.
Yeah.
That's what liquor stores sell, wine and spirits.
But they have a very limited selection of spirits. Their focus is very unique wines. So their offerings are very different from my client's intended offering. And I'll let him speak a bit more to that and his intended operation.
What happened to his store on Metropolitan Avenue?
So thank you for letting me speak. The Metropolitan Avenue, I had a partner, and unfortunately we had a little disagreement, and we had to move on. That was our way to be having a healthy relationship. So we moved on. So a little bit...
well, that doesn't really answer the question. What do you mean you moved on? Did you
I
sell?
sold the store. I sold the store, yes.
To him or to someone else?
Someone else, because we just didn't...
How long did you have it?
I had it for 2.5 years, a little bit more than 2.5 years.
Okay.
Yeah. Why didn't you just buy him out?
Unfortunately, the way the deal worked out was I couldn't afford to buy him the whole thing out. So we had to just move on and let it roll out. And we had a buyer for that. We took our shares and we moved on. Although I missed the business, I learned a lot from that particular store. And Chairman Bradley, you gave us opportunity to last time, and I asked you a question. I said, where can I put a new store? And previous to that, I applied in Long Island, and part of that conversation was where there's growth and opportunity. And obviously, I within 3 years, obviously, as you see, that I applied right away within a couple of months, and Hudson Yards is where it's growing. There's a ton of buildings coming. There's a ton of population growth. You know what? If you look at those sales numbers for each location, you will see that everybody's doing amazing in the last couple of years, and they're going to do even better as we grow in phase 2. The closest store to me, which is less than 500 feet, is also less than 500 feet is also actually 90% wine store. Although they have the liquor license, full liquor license, but they are 90%, and they have only maybe 2 or 3 shelves of liquor. I will not be that business. I am not, and they also do wine storage. So that is not my focus. My focus is 50% wine, 50% liquor, and our main focus, to be honest with you, is going to be our New York spirits. I have shopped in all these stores, and I looked at they don't carry products like Southern Tier American Whiskey, St. Lawrence Spirits, John Henry, Tommy Roeder. These are all New York State stuff that actually none of the stores, around 5 stores, are really, really focused. And on top of that, our model is going to be hiring a sommelier. I'm going to have a sommelier. As you see my business plan in the front, my attorney sent it to you.
So you're gonna be there 30 hours a week, and your
No,
other job is in Hicksville, Long Island.
Yes, no. So I will be leaving that job, and I will be starting.
More than.
You say here you're going to continue your current occupation.
I know. As of now, I do have it. As if the liquor license does get approved, I will move on, and I will be doing full time in Hudson Yard. This is not a small project. This is a heavy duty project, and I have to be there 100%.
And you live in Hicksville.
I live in Jericho.
Is that right next to Hicksville?
Yes, it's close.
9 minutes.
So you're going to commute 2 hours a day?
Oh, I
Each
take
way?
a subway train station from Hicksville, and it takes 45 minutes to get to Penn Station, and from there it's like a walk, 10, 15 minutes walk.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep, and our business model is we're going to have a total of 3.5 employees. I'm going to hire a sommelier that is an expert in wines, and we will have our classes from the days that we have provided on the sheet, which are let me just pull the days.
Wednesday, Thursday.
Wednesday, Thursday, and those are the 3 days, or the hours are on it. We will be focusing on 50% liquor, 50% wine. We'll be focusing on our New York spirits. We will be focusing on our New York State wines. And those are some of the products that I highlighted on our plan that none of the stores around my 5 neighboring stores, they carry that. And that is what we are looking. We're looking to open up a store. It will not affect my closest store that is actually predominantly a wine store, a wine storage store. And his business is totally different than what I want to do.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Tom?
You're going to vote?
Yeah.
Commissioner Fan?
Excuse me, Commissioners, could we address some of the...
But hold on just for a second. Any more?
I don't know. All right.
I think I'm good. I appreciate it. We just issued a wine store here to address the Hudson Yard growth. This is right on top of Manhattan Wine Company, just way too close. You may think that there's a lot of growth, but really the numbers are rather flat for stores that are within a mile. So,
can I just add something?
The members are voting.
I'm not seeing a public convenience as of right now. We don't issue licenses for anticipated growth, and so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, we just issued another store, like literally a couple weeks ago, a couple blocks away, and they issue another one right underneath a couple hundred feet from another one, below the football field. I just don't see the reason, so I'm voting to deny as well.
I'm voting to deny as well. There's 8 stores. There's 8 stores now within 0.6 miles, and while we did address Hudson Yards with Cidarella's wine or liquor store about a month ago, it's obvious that Hudson Yards is also surrounded by other liquor stores, and maybe when phase 2 goes in, there would be a reason to put another one in there, but that is years away at this point. So I'm going to vote to deny. I don't see any public convenience in advantage.
Thank you.
Next item is 687, the Wrecking Club, LLC.
I did receive an updated floor plan that actually has the rooms. We had it listed as 5 rooms, there's only 2.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
My name is Rosa Ruiz. I'm the representative for the Wrecking Club, and I have with me Thomas Daly, who is the applicant. We appeared before the community board.
What did they say?
They love him. They're looking forward. He's been open and operating for over 3 years, and they like that he's adding food and beverage to this place.
Is there really food and beverage?
Yes.
How are you going to serve that?
Well, the prep kitchen. The prep kitchen is behind the bar, and he has a convention oven. What else was it that you have?
Pizza oven and turbo chef.
Pizza oven and what?
Pizza oven and a turbo chef.
Is that a full kitchen?
This is on as a.
What?
It's a bar tavern.
It's bar tavern.
So yeah, but what statute is this under? Then
64A.
Is that right? Shouldn't it be? I mean, the primary business is clearly they're already in business for 3 years, so their primary business is not a bar here. So my question is, should it be 64A
It has to. It's not a restaurant. It has to be 64A.
or a tavern?
That's all 64A. So the question is, what's the principal business? And it's either the food and beverage establishment,
Which it isn't.
which is a legitimate theater, which it isn't, or it's other lawful adult activity, which the authority has by regulation defined what those are.
And this doesn't fit into one of those.
No,
it doesn't.
Excuse me, let me just explain. Originally, when he had the place open, the entire place was a wrecking club. He actually did renovations, and where now it's more 70% is more the bar and lounge area, and there's only 2 rooms where you can go and break things, and the only way you can access those rooms is by booking an appointment in advance and going through all the safety regulations.
Yeah, but do you understand what we're saying is the primary purpose of having the food and beverage is to augment the wrecking room, not the other way around. It's not like he has a pool table.
No.
The business is the rooms. And he's trying to augment them with food and beverage, and that doesn't, in my mind,
No,
fit.
that's not what he's trying to do. Can you explain?
Sure. We just renovated the whole place, and the wrecking club is going to be. There's only going to be one operating room at a time. They alternate, so one is being cleaned while the other is being operated. So the primary focus of the business is going to be bar.
I don't think you're fully understanding. I think that the application that you filed is under a clause that is like your basic offerings has to be a restaurant and other adult activities, which the wrecking room is not under.
Bar, not restaurant.
Right. If you determine that the principal business is the bar tavern part, then he's eligible. If you determine that the principal business after renovations is still this other activity, it's not eligible for a license.
Under what he applied.
For any license. Because he's not a restaurant. There's only certain, for a full liquor license, there's only certain, peg holes you can fit into.
Can he apply for a tavern wine?
Wouldn't you fit into the peg hole easier in the tavern wine? Based on
yes.
the conversation?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because there is a catch-all provision for restaurant wine and tavern wines that states that you can license other businesses as long as it doesn't appear that the principal revenue is from the alcohol sales, which may not be, you may have a problem with that too. So
How much are these wrecking rooms?
How much are they per session?
Yeah.
They start at $25. The most expensive one we have is $240.
And how often are they used?
We book around 14 to 16 per day, something like that.
What?
It depends on the day of the week.
By a percentage, if you can estimate, what do you anticipate, like the food and beverage business doing versus this other activity you got going on?
I would say 75% would be the bar, 25% would be the wrecking club, somewhere around there.
Well, then you're not doing 14 rooms a day, because that's a lot of revenue from your bar.
Yeah, you're not drinking.
If you're doing 14 a day and say it's only at $100, so I'll cut it in the even, you're making $1,400 off the wrecking room. That means you're making.
There are also days that we don't take any because it's Monday, Tuesday that we reserve for corporate events and things like that. Mondays and Tuesdays we do about 5 to 6.
What are your hours?
The hours are from 12 to 12 Sunday through Wednesday and 12 to 1 Thursday through Saturday.
Okay. Can we go off the line here?
All right, so the members want to take a brief recess to discuss a legal matter with counsel, so we're going to go off the record for a second.
Okay.
All right, the members have concluded their conference with council, and we're now back on the record. Item 687.
Okay. Mr. Daly wanted to just clear up something as far as the numbers went with the room.
So I think the 25 to 240 is a big gap there. The average cost, the average revenue per each appointment is around $80. And I would say on average between the Mondays and Tuesdays that we're not fully open and the Fridays and Saturdays that we are fully open, I would say that the average appointments that we take with all those days is somewhere between 8 and 10. So it turns out to be around 300.
I mean, the problem we're having is we just don't know where this fits in the law. And it doesn't mean, you know, obviously this law is 85 years old.
Yes.
And this type of thing was not contemplated.
Yeah.
And it clearly says, which we have to follow the law, and it clearly says that in order to give a full OP, pretty much your business has to be the bar itself.
Okay. Well, the main portion.
Unless you're in an identified specific area that are in the rules that were written years and years ago. And this does not fit into one of those areas, and there's no catch-all. Where there is a catch-all is in the tavern wine license.
Mm-hmm.
That says, what's it say, Tom? The catch-all?
Besides you're either eligible for a license under 64A, or you have a business where, in the view of the authority, the main source of revenue is not from the alcohol beverage sales. I don't have the exact language in front of me, but that's essentially what it says.
It is from the bar.
And like we've licensed hatchet throwing places,
Yes.
which I'm sure you're familiar with.
Yes.
They're tavern wines.
Okay. You're gonna have to. All right. So can we convert it to a TW?
Yeah.
Yes. What are your hours?
12 to 12, Sunday through Wednesday, and 12 to 1, Thursday through Saturday.
And you said there's no alcohol in the wrecking rooms.
No alcoholic beverages, no food. Anything can be taken into those rooms. In the same way, nothing can leave those rooms.
What kind of things you didn't state? What kind of things are you wrecking in those rooms?
Dreams.
And computers and stuff.
Dishes,
The more you pay, the more you
printers. Yeah, dishes, printers, computers, laptops, certain types of monitors, alarm clocks, which I like to do myself, things like that.
And you have kids in these. How many kids
Yes.
come to your business?
We have kids. We have families that come in often. Sundays is a big family day. I can't give you an exact number, but we do often.
And the parents obviously have to sign off on everything before they go in?
Yes.
And what's the music situation?
Just background music.
We ready to vote then?
Sure.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
I vote to approve a tavern wine license 12 to 12, Sunday to Wednesday, until 1 a.m. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. No drinks in the wrecking rooms. Background music only.
Thank you.
Forward.
I vote to approve.
I couldn't wrap my head around this originally, I thought I was going to vote against it, but I'm going to vote for it too under the same conditions as Commissioner Fans just stated.
Thank you.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll approve under the same conditions. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, next item, 769D, Spruce Ventures LLC. This is the one we took out, the other package for the guy who's selling.
Seller
Did he hang around?
No.
Yes.
No.
Your buyer and your seller. He was here.
He's here.
Yeah, it's still here.
He's still here. Patiently waiting.
So, go ahead.
All right, so this is an application where we are buying the liquor store and removing it approximately 1 block away. It will remain an all kosher store the way it is now with all kosher products. The store is slightly bigger, and we believe that's in the public convenience and advantage in that the store right now is a little cramped. We are going to widen the aisles so that there's more free movement around the products that are being displayed for sale in the establishment. Further, there's also going to be educational seminars that are going to be held with pairings for the products in the store. There is no opposition from any of the other liquor stores in the area.
Which is amazing.
This store also has, this location also has parking both there and the municipal lot, which is there. I'm here with Mr. Ratner, who is an applicant in the establishment who lives in the neighborhood, and he'd like to speak a little bit more about how the store is going to operate.
Could I just take a moment with council, please?
Yes.
Just 1 second.
Sure.
All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council on item 769D.
So go ahead, you can explain it.
Sure. Sorry,
We've applied for the license to purchase Mr. Fink's store. Mr. Fink has been in the neighborhood. Most people in the neighborhood know him. I lived in the neighborhood about 18 years, so I actually have been shopping in his store. And I know that he'd like to bring it to a location that would probably make it easier for customers to access it. Right now, there's not great parking around there, and it's also not near a supermarket. This proposed location is directly across the street from the main supermarket in the neighborhood. It's also the number one requested item in the supermarket is for people to ask, where is there a wine store and why do we sell wine? So this was the best opportunity when Mr. Fink had proposed to possibly sell his store, to bring it close to a supermarket and service the community.
And are you specializing in anything in particular? Or?
This Mr. Fink's store currently is a all kosher wine and liquor store. We will continue that, be a all kosher wine and liquor store. We'll be closed on Saturdays and Jewish holidays. And we hope to attract, make it easier for customers to come shop. Right now, while Mr. Fink has almost all the product, it's not really easy to see it. You kind of have to walk around boxes. It's not really easily accessible. This new location will carry the same products, but just in a better fashion, give people an opportunity to actually see all the product that's available for sale.
Okay. Ready to vote?
Yep.
Commissioner Fan.
The retail area of the existing store is how large?
It's about 1,900 square feet, 1,900 square feet.
The existing store?
Oh, the existing store is 900. I'm sorry, 900 is the existing store on Central Avenue. The Spruce Street location will be 1,900 retail.
No more, because it's 2,500 total.
Oh.
It's 3 times.
So, given that we've denied 2 stores in the area in the past month, one just earlier today, and again, the numbers are flat at best.
Right. If I may interject, one of the reasons why we needed some more space, it's not about adding more selection, but it's about adding more space for some of the same items. One of the things people want, besides for the specialty kosher, is to be able to buy items at a better price. In order to buy things at a better price, sometimes you have to buy a little more bulkier. You've got to buy a few more cases. So we're talking about buying more product to be able to put it out, and we hope to be able to attract that customer base that not only looking for kosher, but is also looking for a little more of a discounted item. So the additional space is not so much about adding new product, but like I said, making Mr. Fink's past business, we hope to make it a little more profitable so we could buy a little more at a time and put it out. And be competitive to some of the larger stores in the neighborhood and be able to attract some of those customers.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve, but limit the growth to 1,400 square feet of retail space.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah. Same here.
Chairman Bradley?
Since it's really replacing an existing store and given Commissioner Fan's limitation, it's only adding 400 more square feet, and it's going to be 100% kosher, which the previous licensee was, I'll vote to approve. I think that it's basically just moving an existing store and keeping the status quo, which is fine given that the sales have been flat.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm just going to invite you don't have to be in our city room until 5.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine.
Item 650. El Caney Restaurant and Bar Corp.
That means I will make my 6:15 train.
I was going to thank you, Joe.
State your name, please.
Agustin Frias.
Can you tell us what you're trying to open here?
I'm trying to open a restaurant and bar.
What are your hours?
Sunday through on Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. 12 midnight, and Thursday through on Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Can you look up the manager where he? You have you're hired a manager?
Yes, I have a manager.
In our paperwork, it says that the manager is only working from 11 to 11.
Yes.
Can you have him stay until closing?
Yes.
Why are you having security? Do you expect to have problems if it's just a restaurant? And you're having four licensed security guards?
I put 4, but I'm thinking I'm putting 2 security guards just in case something happened on the restaurant.
There was a DJ booth in this place previously. What'd you do with it? Is it still there?
I don't know about the previous owner of the place.
Now he's asking you, is the DJ booth still there?
No.
Manager used to work for Laney LLC.
What is that?
Or Caney.
This personal questionnaire is here. Which one is the questionnaire?
Santa is a woman.
Oh.
The personal questionnaire, you looking about that as the manager of that restaurant on Tremont?
Yeah. No, the one on 83rd, 180 East, 183rd. Oh, and I guess Tremont. Oh no, the one on East 83rd is this one. Okay, right. Yeah, she's already. Are you open already?
Yes, I'm open.
What do you? What kind of food is it?
It's a Dominican restaurant. Dominican food. Provide Dominican food.
That address, the license was disapproved.
Disapproved.
Disapproved 2017.
Oh, shit. Oh, then maybe she doesn't say it was licensed.
No, it doesn't say. It was withdrawn. Sorry, it was disapproved based on withdrawal.
So, does your manager? Has she ever worked at a bar before?
Yes, told me she used to work in a bar before.
Because we don't have any. What's Caney Restaurant on 188th Street? Did you have anything to do with that?
No, sir.
Is Caney like a word in a particular? What does Caney mean?
Caney?
Yeah. Well, what's like
It's
yours
like
is called?
it's like a house built of palms.
So you're El Caney, and Caney Restaurant on 188th Street in the Bronx is not affiliated with you?
No.
Is that a popular name for restaurants?
I guess.
Dominican restaurants?
Dominican restaurant.
La Caney.
Well, she's got herself down.
Changed hands many times.
She's got herself down as president of Caney Bar Corp.
Where's your manager today? She's at the restaurant?
Yes.
I mean, we have some questions for her. Do you think that she'll be able to come to the next full board?
Yes.
We have nothing on that because she's got. I got 2 numbers here: 1250248 and 1232596, both for the same place.
I don't know. He has no experience. I think we should talk to her.
All right. We're gonna have to put this over 5 to May 1st. Bring her with you, okay?
All right, no problem.
Thank you.
I have no history on this.
She either applied twice and got disapproved.
Next item is 651.
That could have happened.
Wine and Unwine Corporation.
Yes, please.
That may have happened because that's what it, maybe that's why there's two numbers there.
Send out those are
See who else is in New York.
Everybody's on Penny Lounge, Penny Restaurant, Penny.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, state your name, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Ariel Ferreira, representative of the board, representative of the client. I also have Leonid Arias, who's the owner of the establishment.
Why a liquor store?
Excuse me?
Why does he want to open a liquor store without, and he doesn't have any experience, and it looked like he's a consultant for his other job.
Hi, good afternoon. So I want to open a wine, predominantly a store that will sell wine. It was going to be 90% wine, 10% spirits. I have experience in the wine. I'm part of the Court of Master Sommeliers. And
You're a master sommelier?
No, I'm a member. So right now I passed the introductory exam. I'm preparing for the certified exam. And I have a passion for wine. I lived in San Francisco for 2 years. And that's where I developed my interest in wine.
Sure. All right, I'm going to stop you there. We don't have any protests. I'm okay with this.
I'm going to vote to approve.
Approve.
All right, you're all set.
Thank you.
Next item, 722, Ludo Inc.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, and members of the board. Kenneth Falcon, attorney for Ludo Inc., 225 Broadway, Suite 715, New York, New York.
I'll accept.
Accept.
I accept.
Good to go.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next item, 764, Six Tito's Deli Grocery Corp.
764.
764.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hector Serrano of Serrano Associates, representing Six Tito's Deli Grocery. And to my right here is the president, Manuel Alba.
So he got denied once because he sold beer for on-premise consumption on the first day he got his temporary permit.
Yes, I believe he paid the fine, learned a lesson, and in this store they do a lot of community service for kids and stuff. And I believe that he was under the impression that he could sell on, to the on premises. But
he wasn't
he
selling
learned
to
his lesson.
kids.
He's not
Was
doing
he
that
selling?
anymore.
Was he selling to kids?
No, not to kids. Oh no, God no.
Then what the hell does that have to do with the?
No.
service?
They do. We have pictures that they do service to the community, so he confused. The fact
Just tell, he learned his lesson. He's not going to do that again.
not doing it again. And believe me, it's his only source of income, so he's guarding it with his life.
No. All right, I'll approve.
Commissioner Fan?
I'll approve.
Commissioner Ford?
One and done. Approved.
Thank you.
767, El Paraiso Restaurant Corp.
Believe me, that'll go through the friggin' industry like hot water if they believe that. And everyone will show up at 2 o'clock.
Anybody here for that?
Yes, Timothy Allen for the licensee. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'll accept.
Accept.
Wow, I'm sorry.
He's adding a security guard and jukebox.
Mr. Alwick would like you to just accept, right?
Yeah, I thought
okay.
Yeah, I will approve. Adding one security guard, jukebox music.
Yes, I'll approve as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Approved.
Thank you.
Next item, 638, special declaratory ruling. 638.
Good afternoon. Alan Gardner for the petitioner. High Life New York LLC. I want to mention at the outset that we have also filed.
All right, I'm going to stop you there because we have our lawyers wrote up a pretty substantive memo on this, and I think we all have our decision made, so we're just going to vote. Go ahead.
I vote to approve location of license before the temple was purchased, and the location has not been of anything other than a restaurant, so the grandfather clause stands. I vote to approve.
Yep. Licensed 3 weeks before purchase is a synagogue, so I approve.
And I agree with both of theirs, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
724, Marlboro.
Can I just
No,
mention?
no.
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
I know you're in a rush. I just want to mention that the authority's informal database on nearby houses of worship and schools did not include this synagogue. I do intend to notify someone at the authority to see if it can be added. I know you're not supposed to rely on that, and we didn't. I found out by taking a look at the.
All right, so send us an email. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
724, Marlboro Convenience Store, Inc.
Except, somebody there?
Somebody here?
No.
All right.
No one's here.
Accept. 679, Berkey Restaurant and Lounge Court.
Should ask who else is there so we can.
We don't have a
Good afternoon, members of the authority. I'm here with Roberto Duran, owner of Berti Restaurant.
So you're moving about a little over 3 blocks, right?
He's moving 3 blocks, correct?
Okay. Community board is unopposed. ALJ concludes that he may have met the burden.
Why are you moving?
He wasn't making any money at 25 Sherman.
Well, the only thing I'm going to make him do, because otherwise he could have just bought this restaurant. He's changing it. He's not using the name of the other place.
Which one? The DBA, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
We revoked the license previously, and he's not going to be able to use that name because it makes it look like it's reopened again, and that's not happening.
Right.
Okay, so you can't. You mean Bacare, correct?
He should keep his old name.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Thank you, Chairman Bradley.
Well, I don't know that I didn't vote yet. So
Oh,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
With the condition that the chairman placed, I vote to approve.
Me too.
I vote to approve with that condition. So the DBA has to be anything else but what.
That prior license. Yeah, thank you.
All right, next item is 644, Mia and Kato Restaurant, Inc.
Oh, I thought we were in.
Thank you.
So sustain 1, 2, 3, 4, dismiss 5, sustain 6 through 20, dismiss 21, 22, sustain 23, 24, and 25, dismiss 26.
Mr. Chairman, I know we're all in a rush here, but if I could just speak before the vote's taken.
Yep, go ahead.
Again, you've seen it. I've seen it plenty of times. You know, notice of pleading doesn't tell the whole story. I'm here with Franklin Minaya, who's the owner-operator. He's been operating here for 18 years, and sole employment for both himself and his parents. I've been there a few different times. He's had inspections over the decades, and most everyone was passed. And the past couple of years, he's been under a lot of scrutiny and a lot of inspections that's been going on in the area, and then ultimately it led to this notice of pleading. In large part, Mr. Minaya really was unaware of half of these items, like you need to report a change of manager, you need to report a number of other items, DJ, managers, utilizing the cellar, security. Now, those are all technical things, which I have a proposal for you, and I think you're probably going to want to address the police activity. Correct?
Yes. Well, I mean, I given what the slew of charges here, plus his past history, I don't know what I'm going to...
Well, again...
I don't know that I'm interested in addressing anything, and some of this stuff is... You know, I get what you're saying regarding the technical violations, but the conform to application is pretty clear. And the gambling... Well, no, that got dismissed. The... You know, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, failure to supervise 5. I don't know that I'm willing to address anything, but go ahead.
Well, no, I would like to, because again, in large part, the case at the hearing were regarding a fair amount of police reports. Now, there were a number of police reports generated. This area where he is in Central Islip, it's a long stretch of Carlton Avenue, and there isn't much around there. A number of businesses have been closed down. of the referrals, and I have a number of packets here, of what was listed as 67, 30 were anonymous and there was no substance to them. 10 were self-reporting with a licensee called or a manager for an activity, and in large part, and I'm not going to retry the case, there's an alleyway that has 7 apartments, and there's a lot of real illegal activity that takes place at the apartment buildings, alleys in the back. So upon first impression of looking at the notice of pleading, I did a stomach roll. I thought this was a real bad place. By the time I got through everything, I realized it really truly isn't. So what I'm proposing is a period of suspension where we'll close the premises down. I'll file new method of operation applications with the authority, and I told them to be prepared of some sort of civil penalty. But the fact that he's an 18-year-old licensee, and some of those priors are all the inspections in the kitchen, in large part, some invoicing, but for the most part...
I get what you're saying, but my concern is, with all of these charges, the civil penalty would be of such an amount that is it even worth it?
Well, again, that's why I'm asking for a period of closure to reduce to some degree and give him an opportunity to update his application. A lot of those charges are technical. He had no idea it took a reporting. The security gate, not rolled down and linchpin. Some of those, when Investigator Stravali comes in, most people get an education when he's been through the premises.
I know, but the only reason he was in there was because it had become a focal point.
It had become a focal point, but so is the area, but I'm not going to try to case.
Right. Well,
and again, of the focal point, as I pointed out, there was 67, and most of these are anonymous complaints or neighbors' complaints between neighbors and amongst themselves.
But
so we have no sales of minors.
If the neighborhood is part of the problem, how is he going to fix that?
What he's going to do is insulate his premises with a professional security team, and he can do just so much in the neighborhood. There's an alleyway right next door to him. Maybe some of the neighbors will move, but ultimately we discovered at the hearing that there is a monthly community meeting, and I advocated that Frank would go to that meeting and become more of a part of the community. So when the police come by, in large part, they found nothing. On 30 of these anonymous complaints, there was no basis, in fact. So it's shocking to look at. By the time we spent detail going through the hearing and all the paperwork, I think he deserves an opportunity to stay in business. It's his means of support. It's his mother's, and we don't have it.
Okay, let us go. Let us vote on it. We'll see how the other ones feel. If they can convince me, you did.
Commissioner Fan.
I'm at a civil penalty of $25,000.
Commissioner Ford.
With shutting? What do you want to shut? A month?
I was thinking 15 days. It could be, $25,000 fine probably puts him out of business. I did speak to him that the only way this works for him, and I'm looking out for him, I said, I don't want you to pay a substantial civil penalty, have the same violation repeat itself. That's why I suggested we shut it down and we get everything legitimized and rectified.
Even if we shut it down, the civil penalty is still going to be substantial.
It can, but it can be modified if he demonstrates he's going to lose business.
You can put it in safekeeping if you really want to renovate or make changes to the physical establishment. I don't think that suspension is meaningful. If you want to apply for a change of method of operation, you can operate while you do that. So I'm not going to ask you for a suspension.
So you're at 25 then?
I'm at 25.
Commissioner Ford.
I was thinking 20 and no suspension.
Can he do 20?
Even nicer than me.
I'm looking at, I don't know. We spoke about a monetary fine. I didn't know 25,000, 20,000 were possible. I did warn him of that. If I could put the license in safety.
Is that too low?
No, he's not talking about
it's too high. Too low. A letter of warning. Maybe.
You want to discuss it? You want to discuss it and come back? We'll do all the work.
I can discuss it with him and come back. But again, I think there should be some credit given to putting the license in safekeeping and not having the ability.
You have 22 charges that were sustained. It's already,
past that.
In large part, they were technical violations from when the initial application was filed. He used the basic.
I only based the $25,000 on the 4 really bad charges. I've already sort of discounted for the 18 technical ones.
What are the 4 really bad charges?
Focal point, sustained pattern of noise and disorder,
But again, Mr.
Purchased
Bennett,
from an unauthorized source, non-bona fide, which...
Well, the non-bona fide was, he was told to shut the kitchen down, and he shut the kitchen down. He had it inspected and re-inspected and approved the next day, and the charge was brought because he shouldn't have operated the premises unless he could serve food. So that was a one-day violation. So
Okay, well...
that's a hyper-technical one.
Commissioner Ford is at 20. The chairman?
I'm just going to see if he can afford 20.
Okay.
Unless Ford is going to drop.
No, I'm at 20.
No.
And no suspension.
So,
I think
can
that's...
he afford 20?
I know you're rushed here.
You want to put it? You want to put it over and get back to us or wait for the letter?
No, I'm going to speak to my client out in the hall now and see what we can do. But again,
okay,
go.
Yeah, and then come back. We'll wait for you.
They're shutting that room down in 10 minutes.
Yeah, make sure you're the last guy before they lock the door.
I will.
$6.99. Aliva Dairy Inc.
Secretary, did you just accept 729? I heard accept. I think you went so fast we didn't hear it. The 5,000 for 729.
729.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
729. Nobody.
Not yet.
All right, just
Nobody signed in on it.
So what's the next one? I'm sorry.
$6.99.
$6.99.
Anybody here for that, Jonathan?
No, it's McCallum. It's McCallum.
Yeah.
Oh, McCallum, yeah, he's coming back.
I'll come back in the end.
All right, go ahead.
All right, hold on. Let me skip over. These are all McCallum's. Here we go. 657, 230 Broadway Restaurant Corp. Mr. Palillo.
I'll take that. Good evening.
Thank you. Dismiss the charge.
Thank you.
Dismiss.
Another win.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. 646, Portuguese Rectivio Club, Inc. Mr. Flynn. 646.
This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charges.
I accept.
I'll accept it. Thank you.
652, 151 Bleecker.
Also an offer of compromise to resolve the charges.
I'll accept.
652.
Wait, really?
No, what do you want to go?
What?
It's a rate.
And there's no
I
information.
said I would go for money if you.
So we're on 652. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had dismiss unless
We don't care.
someone comes back with proof.
The problem is we can't.
We don't know.
No, we're not going to get anybody to testify because it's open investigation.
Right. All right, I'll accept.
Is that clear?
Accepting that? Okay. Next item is 655, Service Corp.
Offer of compromise to resolve the charge.
Accept.
Accept, cancel, and bond.
Accept.
The only thing I have left signed in are Mr. McCallum's cases.
I have 751 as well, Panorama Steakhouse.
All right. Hold on just for a second.
8,000.
751.
751. 8,000.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you very much. Have a very nice day.
You too.
What's left of it? Is Ms. Tavera still there?
Yes.
I don't have anything else signed in for you.
I do. I signed in 729.
No, you didn't. You signed in 727.
Oh, it said 727, 729. Sorry.
729.
729 is 58 Deli Grocery Corp.
I'm at 7,500.
I'm actually at 8,000.
This is.
Hold on.
Countered 8,000.
8,000.
We were at all with 8,000?
Yes.
Okay.
If I can I see?
No, they voted.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McCallum, are you here for 644?
I'm here to follow up on me and contact.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I spoke to Franklin. He's going to have a tough time raising the money. Again, $15,000 and it's 10-day suspension may modify it, or if it's the $20,000, then if we need a deferral on $5,000 of that to be payable, whatever it may be, 30 days afterwards, or something to that effect.
We can't give a deferral.
I'll take the 15K.
15, and what'd you say?
And we're going to put the license in safekeeping for 10 days while we prepare the method of operation applications.
So it's not a suspension, you're putting the license in safekeeping?
I put it in voluntarily in good faith that we're going to follow through on this.
When?
When I get your letter.
You get the letter, you pay the fine, send it in.
Yep.
All right,
And I'll be
thank you.
submitting those applications.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I have two more.
Yes, you do. $6.99, Aliva Dairy Inc.
I hope you had a chance to read it. This was a violation for running out of beer. I had never heard of that.
I was actually going to go to a letter of warning for this one.
I'd never heard of it either. All right, I'll take a letter of warning.
Thank you very much. And one more.
67, Bay Slip Inn in court.
I'll take 1,000 on this one.
667?
Kidding you. Letter of warning.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah.
Letter of warning.
Johnson, you're done, right?
Yeah, that was amazing. Thank you. Bye.
We have nothing else signed in New York. You have.
How was it amazing?
So we're going to do these now or do them tomorrow?
No, we can do them now.
Okay. Just check.
Yes, it's 10 of 5. You got
My train is at 6:15.
Yeah, so we need to leave here by, say, 5:15. Give us
Okay.
an hour to get you there, get your ticket and all that stuff.
All right. 6:31.
Accept.
Accept.
6:34.
Accept.
6:36.
Recon denied, accept 10,000.
6:36.
Wait, can we go off the record here for a second?
All right, we're going to have a conference with council. All right, we're back on the record with item 636.
Item 636, letter of warning.
Yeah, we're granting the reconsideration, and I'll go with a letter of warning.
Yep.
All right. 637.
That is renewed. It issued 4/3.
So grant recon and
this one is withdrawn. I got an email today from the licensee who's withdrawing his request for reconsideration.
Oh, okay.
All right, withdrawn.
So he's calling today?
He's calling it a day. He already paid the fine.
All right.
All right. 641.
This is weird. 10,000 accept.
I'll accept.
And withdraw charge 27.
Yes.
643.
I'm at 500.
500. Sustain one.
643, 500.
645.
They're operating under SEP.
645?
Mm-hmm.
What are the three
Yeah,
other
that's
disciplinary
question.
They're
ones?
not here yet. That's
We don't know what they are.
I know you often ask if there's anything else pending. So I
Yeah.
just want to know if
Yeah.
there's something else pending.
Right.
Well, I'll take the
645,
10K.
Take the 10K.
Yeah, go from there.
653.
Accept.
3,500 accept.
654.
Accept.
Accept.
Not calling PV 4 times. 1,650. Okay, yep.
656.
Sustain all charges.
I'm at 20,000.
Okay. 20.
20. You all good with that?
Yep.
658. They did pay their 9,000.
Sustain 1 and dismiss 2.
I'm at 2,000.
And we have 2 cases pending.
Yes.
What were you at?
2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
659.
I'll accept.
I'll accept so because of his history.
Accept.
660.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
661.
Accept.
Cancel, move on. Cancel record.
That's already revoked,
Yeah,
so
just cancel for the record.
Yeah.
Buy cakes.
662.
4,700.
No, this is actually 662 that we're looking at?
Yeah,
There we are, yes.
butter cakes.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll accept.
Yeah.
You all good?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. 663.
I have no withdrawal on file.
At 20,000.
I have cancel.
I got revoke
Okay.
because there was 4 sales to minor, and I think he got notified after every one of them. Yes, he did.
Revoke.
Revoking bond claim?
Yeah.
Yes.
And name, stop, location, stuff.
665.
I have cancel.
I got revoke and bond,
665. Revoke.
but I'll go cancel unless you guys. I don't care. Cancel.
No, revoke.
Go revoke and bond.
All right. 666. 666.
1,000. Accept.
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 669.
Accept.
Cancel and bond.
Accept.
Accept.
670.
15,000.
I got counter at 25.
Counter at 25.
That the bouncers were causing the violence again.
Okay. Counter 25.
671.
How is this? Oh, 2 sale minor. They do it together.
Yeah.
I'll accept.
Since they've been open since 1996, yeah. Accept.
Okay.
672, 73, 74, 75.
I have low.
Yeah, I do too.
Loud, ladies' room assault.
Counter at
man's assault.
10,000, or did you have
Sure.
higher than that?
10,000.
683.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel record.
Yes, that's the same licensee as a prior.
Yeah.
The other one.
685.
I'm at 5,000.
This is great. Sustained charge 1. Argument between 2 waitresses for 20 minutes and then one stabbed the other. What'd you say, 5,000? I'm all in on 5,000.
5?
5,000?
Yeah.
Is that what, $400 per minute or something?
Yeah.
686.
Straight no contest, 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
688.
I'd counter at 12.5 unless someone has
Oh, no.
lower or higher.
12,500.
I have counter at 10.5, but I'll go 12.5.
689.
Cancel.
Yep. Accept reconsideration and cancel the bond.
Okay.
Cancel mine.
690.
Accept.
7,500 accept.
You know, I had lower.
Okay. Low or lower?
Lower.
So the premises.
Why is this 1 sale to minor 7,500?
Because he had a history.
I'd be able to
I'll
go
go to
6,000.
5,000. 6,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
6,000.
691.
I have no more.
Cancel.
Accept.
Cancel and see.
692.
7,500. Accept.
I had 20,000.
Really?
Wait, unless I read this wrong, that they had strippers
The promoter in question was an issue.
Charge 7, and am I reading that this is not a strip club and they were having strippers?
Probably was a special event.
Adult entertainment, specifically
Aren't
dancers.
they all?
Well, it didn't say strippers. They're
Said adult
inappropriately dancing.
Well, what's inappropriate dancing then, preacher?
Reverend Donahue.
No, I may be on the other extreme of this. Okay.
Hosting adult entertainment, that to me is Adonis Lounge for hosting adult entertainment. That's not stripping, or no?
Unfortunately, and I've got one of the issues we were talking at the training is
the
lack of
specificity,
specificity in these memos.
I have written that on numerous
Did you apply for
examples.
any changes in the method of operation since I disapproved the last one?
Yeah, counter at 20. Let's see.
Do you want to see any of those? Any method of
Who,
operation
they
this
did?
year?
At
He's
this
going-
place? Yeah.
You all good with 20?
Yes.
Okay. 693, 94, 95, 96.
I got counter again at 15.
Yes.
15?
12,000 was agreed at council.
There's only, I just want to ask about the renewal, there's only one outstanding of pleading, and it's minor.
Yeah, you can do. Well, if they accept this, you can do it because I'm going to counter at this.
So
we're all good with
Not, so I'll just leave it in SAP because unless
Yes.
we'll figure it out later.
All right, we're all good with 15 as a counter?
Yes.
697 and 769F.
Cancel and bond.
Accept.
Accept, okay. 698.
Accept.
Accept.
700.
Cancel.
Cancel and bond type, right?
Yep.
701.
I had a counter here too. Just because they were repeating the same stuff again.
Is this
Yeah,
permitted
they're
overcrowding?
consistently overcrowding.
I'm countering at 7,500.
Okay, counter at 7,500.
We're good with that? Yep. 702.
5,000.
5,000, that's exactly what I have.
703.
Accept.
Yep, accept.
704.
10,000, that's it.
Same case, same related case.
Related.
705.
705.
I have
I
10,000.
have no renewal on file as of this morning.
A couple times.
No,
Third
what
time.
on file?
No renewal.
Oh,
because
no
they
renewal.
expired.
Oh, then why don't we just cancel?
Oh, then cancel.
How long they've been expired for how long?
Till
10 days.
3/31.
Well, cancel. That'll get the renewal.
Yep. Cancel Blackline?
Yes.
706.
Accept.
7,500. Accept.
707.
Accept.
Accept.
708.
Accept.
Accept.
You good with that?
708, 1,000, yeah.
709.
500, accept.
Accept.
500, accept.
710.
What is this? Is this cancel and then the $1,000 is the bond?
They don't want to pay the bond. Oh no, this is. We could just. If we don't get it, we get the bond anyway, right?
Right. They just want to, they're trying to save some money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were going to expire 3/31 anyway.
I see.
So we'll accept.
Accept 1,000, yeah.
711.
Accept.
2,500, accept.
2,500, accept.
712.
Accept.
1,500, accept.
Do the attorneys, when we do a counteroffer, see the counteroffer?
I don't know anymore. I get in a prior time,
We don't CC them as well.
the council used to send each prosecutor a note about that and anything else that happened. I don't think this happened in 9 years.
Okay. Go ahead.
713.
3,000.
3,000.
714.
Sunday, again, food, drink, again, business. They're just like skipping all the regs and the permits that you need.
I don't know, I
And
wasn't
then
cancel.
they'll be here yet.
Cancel and bond.
Yeah, cancel and bond.
We'll go with that?
Yep.
Okay. Wait a minute. You had
714.
right. You had 3,000 and
It's the
713.
same licensing, so
And
I
then-
would have both together just cancel.
All right.
We'll combine them for cancel.
Yes.
So
Okay.
skip to 3,000.
Yes,
All right.
cancel and bond.
Cool.
I didn't realize they were the same.
Yeah.
7:15.
Maybe not up to you guys.
I'm at cancel.
Cancel and bond.
Handshake agreement.
7:17.
7:15 is cancel and bond.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, good.
All right.
You good with that?
717. I'll
7:17.
accept.
6,500 accept.
Yeah, he wanted a reduction.
7:18.
Accept.
Yes, accept.
4,000 accept.
7:19.
Accept.
Accept.
4,000 accept.
7:20.
I'm at letter of warning for this one. It's the band's raffle. I don't think they.
Okay, letter of warning.
Darn band.
Bands. 7:25.
Accept.
725, 2,200 accept.
Oh, accept.
7:26.
Accept.
1,500 accept.
7:28.
I'll adopt the delegation.
Vote to adopt this delegation.
7:30 and 31.
3750.
This was low, but
Yeah, this is low.
what number did you have?
8,000.
8,000 counter.
You with that, Commissioner
Yep,
Ford?
8,000.
All right. 7:32.
Cancel and bond.
Accept.
Cancel and bond.
7:33.
Accept.
Accept.
2,500 accept.
7:34 was withdrawn before the meeting started.
So that's dead.
Yes. 7:35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41.
I'm at cancel.
Cancel
Oh, this is
and bond.
cancel.
This one, the attorney has withdrawn the offer.
Really?
It's getting canceled anyway. You're gonna revoke it.
No, we can't do anything yet.
Yeah.
Well, it's a
Pending
CNC,
for
right?
it's pending for a hearing.
So we hold it.
So we're going to return to counsel's office?
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah, if he doesn't want to.
Starting to keep this. Right?
They didn't come with another offer. They just said,
Just send straight withdrawal.
okay.
Okay. So I don't need to keep this.
Nope.
Yep.
It's gonna come back.
7:42. Okay, so
Yes, reschedule.
Reschedule.
we're over with 5:29?
Yes.
742. Oh. What are we doing at 742?
We're
Just
moving the hearing.
reschedule. It's just a hearing.
7:43.
Cancel.
Cancel and bond.
7:48, 49.
Accept.
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 7:50, and that penalty was paid. And when it's number 4.
Accept.
Accept.
You good with that?
Yep.
Okay. 7:52, 53.
Cancel.
Cancel and bond.
Yeah, accept.
7:54.
3,000. Oh. 5,000.
5,000.
I'm counting.
Okay.
It's all over a year ago.
10,000.
10,000.
Same stuff over and over. Intoxicated person.
Yeah.
Lost exit.
Agreed.
7:55.
I have to ask, but he's all fixed.
2,000. Accept.
Yeah. What'd you say? 2,000. Y'all accept.
Yeah.
7:56.
This is another one of the wine's not available. I have letter of warning.
I had 500. They offer.
Oh, they have a direct go list.
So we're doing letter of warning?
Yeah.
Okay. 769B.
I guess maybe hold it over, or I'm going to vote no. They have stipulations.
No, it's no.
Why
They
didn't they
got to
show up?
show up. It's a 500-foot case. They got to show up. Denied.
Did I request the board there?
Yes.
All right. I have nothing left. Chairman, you or anything?
No, 661. La Bamba.
You did 660.
that.
Okay.
All right, then the money.
All told, it could have been worse.
A lot